services. Shia PG College started as a college, as a school in 1919. The college rose to the status of intermediate college in 1922, teaching subjects in humanities and social sciences. Established with lofty ideals, Shia College has grown from a school to a postgraduate college with 9 decades, enrolling about 10,000 students per academic session, with nearly 200 teachers and almost the same number of non-teaching staff. Currently running UG and PG courses in science, humanities, commerce, law, and mass communication and journalism. Over to Nandini.
Before proceeding further, I would like to introduce our proud supporters of this conference who have extended a helping hand in efficiently organizing the program. We extend a token of thanks to our supporters who include NIDA Educational Trust, which is a non-profit organization registered under the Trust India Act. Major focus of the organization is empowerment through education and focuses on education promotion among the underprivileged section of society. NIDA has been continuously supporting students in their educational pursuits since 2013. Every aspect concerning the student's education is taken care from counseling and guidance to scholastic or financial issues. NIDA has been playing an active role in shaping students' career by ensuring that the quality of learning along with their progress is monitored at various stages.
Healing Tattva. Healing Tattva, as the word depicts, is to heal and work deep into the roots and reality and help towards the well being of any individual. Healing Tattva is a psychological center which is devoted towards the mental health well being of the individuals. It is a mental health well being initiative by Nivedita Sharma, an RCI licensed clinical psychologist. It caters to a wide range of services such as counseling, psychological therapy, IQ assessment, neurological assessment, learning disability assessment, remedial teaching, as well as other psychological assessments for various psychological disorders for children, adolescents, adult, and geriatrics.
Atman Mind Wellness Center. It is an organization dedicated towards mental health services with an aim to provide holistic well-being. It is a team of clinical psychologists licensed by Rehabilitation Council of India, currently
कौन है ये लोग?
practicing in Lucknow. Our goal is to reach out and help individuals going through mental health issues and to empower them to lead a meaningful and fruitful life. We selflessly work with the aim of creating awareness about mental health in our society. We provide services like psychological testing, parent, child, and adolescent counseling, and psychological therapy for various mental health concerns.
Selwyn Mental Health Care Center. Selwyn Mental Health Care Center provide mental health care services to adults, teenagers, youth, and elderly. We conduct individual, couple, and family therapies, counseling for various types of problems faced by individuals. The center also conducts psychodiagnostic assessments and provides necessary report and therapeutic intervention. To ensure that clients receive the best possible care, we at Selwyn Mental Health Care Center strictly abide by the work ethics provided by Rehabilitation Council of India.
Also, our proud publication partner is Progressive Publications. Now, proceeding further, I would like to welcome Maulana Dr. Yasub Abbas, Secretary, Majlis-e-Ulema, Shia PG College, to mark the beginning of the program by enlightening us with words of wisdom. हम आपसे गुजारिश करेंगे जनाब डॉक्टर यसूफ अब्बास साहब, आप इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आए हुए सभी एक्सपर्ट्स का खैर मकदम करें और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का आगाज करें।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया डॉक्टर आगा परवेज मस्की साहब ने इसका जो एजुकॉन 2020 इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का जो आगाज किया है, उसके लिए मैं अपनी जानिब से, मजलिस उलमा की जानिब से, शिया कॉलेज बोर्ड ऑफ ट्रस्टीज की जानिब से उनका खैर मकदम करता हूँ, उनका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ कि डॉक्टर आगा परवेज मसीह साहब वक्तन फवक्तन जिस तरीके से इस तरीके के कॉन्फ्रेंसेस प्रोग्राम्स करते रहते हैं और एक्टिव रहते हैं। जैसा कि मुझे बताया गया है कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में प्रोफेसर पद्मा रानी मणिपाल एकेडमिक ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन खास तौर से शिरकत फरमा रही हैं। उसके अलावा प्रोफेसर ZSZH जैदी साहब एमआईटी यूनिवर्सिटी से, प्रोफेसर SM जाफरी साहब, प्रोफेसर नसरीन अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी से, प्रोफेसर गोगन प्रकाश सिम्बोसिक यूनिवर्सिटी से, और इसके अंदर खास तौर से शामिल हो रहे हैं जो इस सब्जेक्ट के ऊपर जबरदस्त तरीके से अपनी राय रखेंगे। डॉक्टर आगा परवेज मसीह साहब के अलावा जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सेक्रेटरी हैं, मिस्टर साजिद काजमी, मिस्टर काशिफ, मिस्टर डॉक्टर सूफिया तालिब। तो बहरहाल डॉक्टर आगा परवेज मसीह साहब ने मुझसे गुजारिश की, मुझसे कहा, तो मैंने कहा कि मैं जरूर इसके अंदर शामिल हूँगा। बहरहाल ये एक ऐसा सब्जेक्ट है कि जिसके ऊपर जितना भी बोला जाए वो कम। एजुकेशन की हर शख्स को आजकल जरूरत है। पहले रस्म रिवाज इतना नहीं था तालीम के ऊपर। जो तालीम इस तरीके से दुनिया तरक्की करती चली जा रही है, दुनिया आगे बढ़ रही है, जैसा कि मुझे बताया गया है कि पहले अभी जैसे बच्चे ने BA किया, BSc किया, बीच में उसकी तालीम छूट जाती थी। अब गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से एक सर्टिफिकेट इशू किया जाएगा, तो जिससे कम से कम उसका तालीम जहां भी वो जाएगी तो वो सर्टिफिकेट उसके वास्ते काम आएगा, जो पहले बिल्कुल नहीं हुआ करता था। बहरहाल तालीम एजुकेशन के सिलसिले में हर एक को मिलकर कोशिश करना चाहिए। हर एक को इस सिलसिले में कोशिश ये करना चाहिए कि जितना हो सके आने वाली जनरेशन को, आने वाली नस्ल को हमें तालीम से आरास्ता करना है, एजुकेशन से आरास्ता करना है। इस वास्ते कि एजुकेशन ही वो है जो अंधेरे में रोशनी का काम करती है। कि जब हम अंधेरे में चल रहे होते हैं तो सिर्फ सिवाय ठोकरों के कुछ नहीं होता है। जब ब्लैकआउट हो, जब चारों तरफ से अंधेरा हो, समझ में नहीं आता है। मगर अगर से हमारे पास में टार्च है, अगर से हमारे पास में रोशनी है, तो हम कम से कम इतना तो कर सकते हैं कि हम ठोकर खाने से बच सकते हैं। वैसे ही बिल्कुल जहालत अंधेरा है और इल्म रोशनी है। और इल्म के मैदान में जो शख्स भी जहां पर भी जो काम कर रहा है, वो किसी दुनिया के किसी खत्ते में, किसी हिस्से में, वो एक अजीम काम है जिसको सबको मिलके करना चाहिए। इसलिए कि एजुकेशन, तालीम जो है वो नस्लों को संवारती है। जहालत बिल्कुल इस तरीके से है जैसे जिसके अंदर हजारों चुन्नटें पड़ी हुई हैं, चुरसे पड़ी हुई हैं, और तालीम बिल्कुल प्रेस किया हुआ, जैसे आप लिबास पहने हुए हैं, एक भी शिकन नहीं। ये तालीम काम करती है। लिहाजा एजुकॉन 2020 इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए मैं डॉक्टर आगा परवेज मसीह साहब को, इनकी पूरी टीम को अपनी जानिब से मुबारकबाद देना चाहता हूं कि आपकी ये कॉन्फ्रेंस इंशाल्लाह बहुत सक्सेस हो और आप एजुकेशन की फील्ड में, क्योंकि आप एजुकेशन की फील्ड में अरसे दराज से जुड़े हुए हैं, आपके वालिद ने भी एजुकेशन के सिलसिले में जो काम किए उसको जितना भी बयान किया जाए वो मेरे बस से बाहर है। बहरहाल इस सिलसिले में मेरी यही गुजारिश है आप तमाम हजरात से कि एजुकेशन के मामले में जितना हो सके उतना आने वाली जनरेशन को, आने वाली नस्ल को तालीम दिलवाइए। जितना जितना आप तालीम दिलवाइएगा उतना उतना आपका घर, आपका शहर, आपका सूबा, आपका मुल्क तरक्की करता जाएगा। इस वास्ते कि आजकल का जो दौर है वो इंटरनेट का दौर है। आजकल का जो दौर है वो सोशल मीडिया का जमाना है। बच्चे किताबों से दूर होते चले जा रहे हैं, मगर जो ये तालीम है, बेशक ये तालीम है और इससे आदमी सीखता है, इसे इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता। मगर जो आपके बुजुर्गों ने जिस तरीके से आपको तालीम दी, जिससे बुनियादें मजबूत होती हैं, जिससे फाउंडेशन मजबूत होती है, उसी तरीके से आपको भी आने वाली जनरेशन को, टीचर्स को, चाहे टीचर्स हो, चाहे पेरेंट्स हो, चाहे अज्जा हो, उनको आने वाली जनरेशन को, आने वाली नस्ल को उसी तरीके से तालीम दिलवाना है ताकि उनकी बुनियाद मजबूत हो जाए। एक बार जब बुनियाद मजबूत हो जाती है तो इमारत उसके ऊपर चाहे आप जितनी ऊंची ले जाके खड़ी कर दे वो एक अलग बात है। अगर से बुनियाद कमजोर है तो तालीम की इमारत बहुत ऊंचाई तक के नहीं जा सकती है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
Shukriya, sir. I would now I would now extend a heartfelt welcome to our honorable keynote speakers of today's conference. Dr. Hassan Walji, researcher and educator, Hudson, Texas. Professor Raza Mir, William Patterson University, New Jersey, USA. Professor S. M. Johri, Director and Professor, Amity School of Mass Communication, Amity University, Lucknow. Professor Nasreen, Chairperson, Education, Aligarh Muslim University. Professor S. Z. H. Zaidi, Professor and Director, Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, Amity University, Lucknow. Professor Padma Rani, Director and Professor, Manipal Institute of Communication, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal. Professor Gagan Prakash, Director, Symbiosis School of Photography, Symbiosis International University, and Professor A. Shamshi, Head of Department, Munger University, Bihar. We welcome all our honorable keynote speakers.
Today's session will be moderated by Ms. Divya Rai and Ms. Nandini Sharma. To lay down the rules, each keynote speaker will be provided a time duration of 20 minutes to share their valuable views with us. The question answer session will be conducted at the end. After completion of the session, the participants are requested to post their questions in the chat box as session folds. I would want to welcome our first keynote speaker, Dr. Hasnain Wajli. Dr. Hasnain Walji is a researcher and a writer involved in developing professional training and e-learning applications in the field of nutrition and integrative healthcare. He is president of Integrative Quest Incorporated, which specializes in formulating and marketing probiotics. He has authored 26 books, all written from naturopathic perspective, endorsed by the Natural Medicine Society of England, translated in several languages including Spanish, French, German, Turkish, Hungarian, Portuguese, and Chinese. A contributor to several journals on environmental and third world consumer issues, he was the founder and editor of the Vitamin Connection, an international journal of nutrition, health and fitness, and healthy eating, and has written a script for six-part television series, The World of Vitamins. Before handing over to Dr. Hasnain Walji, I would request my participants that regarding this presentation, please post your queries along as the session unfolds because Sir will be leaving after the session, so we will conduct his question answer round side by side. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying to share my screen. If you allow me just a couple of seconds. I hope you're able to see my presentation. Yes? Can you just confirm that you
can? Yes, we do, Dr. Wal.
Thank you so much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be amongst this very august panel of academics and people in academia. I would like to put a caveat here that I'm not an academic. I am merely a social entrepreneur. And my subject today really relates to Education 4.0 in some ways, which is Educate a Girl, Empower a Nation. What I'll be sharing would be a case study of how we've been able to look at one very small pilot project where we made some significant difference in the lives of the participants. So just to give a little bit of a background in terms of where this idea emerged from. Basically, to educators, I may be preaching to the choir when I say that there is an emerging global consensus that for poverty reduction and economic growth in developing countries, the global community must help educate our girls. And to that end, a range of public and private initiatives have formalized around this logic. For example, Nike Foundation has a Girl Effect. The Coca-Cola company has got the Half the Sky movement, Goldman Sachs, Nike Foundation, the World Bank, amongst others, have made certain moves to try and see that we help educate girls, particularly in the developing countries. In the United States, and I'm based here in Houston, Texas, in the United States in 2015, the US Department of State decided to scale up its US initiative called Let Girls Learn. And it sought to ensure that particularly adolescent girls get the education that they deserve. And their strategy involved three pillars. One, increasing access to quality education. Number two, reducing barriers to success. And number three, empowering these girls to actually get into the workforce. This was the three-pronged strategy that they had. I do not want to, in the time that I have, I do not want to go into details of the various findings in the global consensus. I just shared this highlight with you that there are many people in the world, there's a global consensus developing more and more in terms of educating our girls. And there is a piece of research that I was reading which suggested that an extra year of secondary school for girls can increase their future earning by 10 to 20%. What does that mean to a nation? Because when I began, I started with educate a girl, empower a nation. For example, if India enrolled just 1% more girls in secondary schools, the GDP would rise by 5.5 million. If anybody is interested in learning more, go to the springaccelerator.org website, and you will see a whole host of different statistics that is going to, tell you exactly, what something like this can do. So, as introduced, my name is Hasnain Malji. I am the executive director of the United Global Initiative. This is a nonprofit NGO based in Houston, Texas, that I founded with partners. And in that context, the UGI, in pursuance of its mission of women empowerment, we have two missions: women empowerment and children's health. As part of our women empowerment mission, we created a pilot project to actually see what we could do. Like in the introduction, it was said that Education 4.0 really is something that we need to think out of the box. Just like, disruptive technologies in industry, like Uber, for example, or other technologies have literally disrupted and brought about new ways of transportation, for example, in case of Uber. I believe that there are many disruptive technologies in the field of education which can assist us in moving from the traditional methods of imparting education to the new way. In particular, the COVID area today suggests to us that distance learning, the very conference that we are having right now, all this is going to increase, and there will be more and more opportunities of distance learning, delivering content in different ways that we could not even have imagined 10 years ago. So, with a mission to get more girls from lower middle class families into the tech sector, we created a small pilot program to see if this could succeed. And if it could succeed, then we'd be able to scale it up and go for bigger grants to be able to scale this on an international level. Realizing that there is an estimated 250 million adolescent girls who live in poverty worldwide. And therefore, to focus on girls' education is not only an economic imperative where girls can have the freedom to learn, to earn, to save, and to be valuable members and consumers of a society, but to me, much more importantly, there is a social imperative. That when girls are educated, when girls are empowered through education, families become stronger, both economically and socially. And this small experiment that we have has suggested to us that it has been a game changer in some of the homes, as I will relate to later. And then, of course, there would be better mothers who would be able to nurture children within that home. An educated mother is a better mother. So it is with that said, I'd like to go into the case study in the time that I have. So what is it? What is this case study about? This is a fully funded coding and business skills boot camp for women with a focus on inclusion in the tech and the economy. What we have is a specific target audience where we take girls and women between the age of 15 and 30 who are from middle to low income families who have no prior technology training. And our goal is to give them access to professional training and the environment so they can start their career in technology, which is an excellent equalizer. It is lucrative and has more opportunities and a comparatively friendlier work policies for women. This is what the tech sector is. Traditionally, women percentages in the tech sector has been very low, while this is the very sector which could tremendously benefit women if they were to enter this. Now, let me also preamble this, that this is not another computer science course. It is not another theory coding course. What it is a hands-on vocational boot camp where within the span of 12 to 24 weeks, the participants actually become useful members within the tech sector. And the costs, as we will show you, are much lower than the other courses that we may have. So it could be a disruptive way of educating. We have no textbooks when we train them. We have all we have are computer monitors and keyboards, and they sit on those for a certain number of hours, being trained by specialist trainers so that this is actual vocation training in the field of IT. Why did we choose tech training, in particular as the United Global Initiative? Number one, as I said before, it's lucrative, has one of the shortest track to learning with the fastest growing pay. It has more opportunities due to freelance marketplaces like Fiverr and Outwork and all that, and outsourcing trends which have become more and more common now. And of course, they offer, firstly, possibilities of working from home, friendly work policies for women, and with facilities which have daycare centers, etc. So this is where the women would be able to do much better. Here is a case study that we looked at it. What is the trajectory of someone who becomes a beautician? And every profession is a worthwhile profession. Every vocation is a worthwhile vocation. Every trade is a worthwhile trade. This is not to denigrate any trade. It is not that the beautician is any lower than the developer. But the reality on the ground is that year one, both a beautician and a developer from our research would earn about $150 in a developing country. Year two, it goes from 200 for a beautician to between $600 and $350 per month, and so on and so forth. So at the end of 5 years, while the beautician would continue to earn between $500 and $600 a month, somebody in the tech sector would actually go earning above $1,500. So you can see that there is an economic imperative here, which enhances the scope. Why is it so unique? What is so unique about this boot camp that I'm talking about? Firstly, the curriculum is designed and vetted by software industry experts and is constantly upgraded. It is not something in the ivory towers, forgive me for using that word amongst academics, but it is not mere theory. It is actual practice as to what is happening in the industry today. And it is being constantly upgraded based on the needs of the industry. So the participants coming out of this course would be well versed with what the current trends are. Secondly, the trainers are either professional developers or entrepreneurs who are serving in the specific domain. What do I mean by that? These are not teachers who would stand in front of a class and teach a class. These are vocational trainers who will be in a class of 15 to 20 students, holding their hands as they develop whatever the coding mechanism may be in a very practical manner, so we can shortcut all the theory and go directly to coding and developing. And thirdly, the business and the core skills workshop that we offer, and I'll go through that just in a minute, along with coding, is a confidence booster which adds tremendous value to the participants because they come out as confident young women who are able to take on a job or a contract with every training that they have received. This is the value. What do we do? How do we do it? I do not want to go into too many details. Suffice it to say that this is done in 3 phases. The very first phase is like 101 hours, where we have a basic tech workshop. Those of you who are familiar with the IT industry will understand what HTML5 means, or CSS, JavaScript, etc. The second phase is a tech workshop where we take them to the next level of training, where we do PHP, software quality assurance, WordPress development, and so on and so forth. Each of these is 101 hours of training. At the same time, for each phase, we have non-tech workshops, which is what we call soft skills. So we teach them financial literacy, we teach them marketing, we teach them about workplace harassment, and so on and so forth. And the last phase is 125 hours of a tech workshop where you build your profile, you build your portfolio, your personal brand, you do some pre-sales activities. So you actually try and become an entrepreneur, and it's much easier to actually do this kind of thing if you're trained into the right way of marketing. At the same time, you're able to set up payment methods and so on and so forth. So that really gives you the lay of the land as to what we do. Um, just to share before I end very shortly, I'm very conscious of the time that I have. The participants' performance in our first batch, we enrolled 514 participants, 411 were retained. And out of that, we were able to graduate 355 in phase one, 56 in phase two, and this is ongoing. We actually had 70 industry placements in the first year. And for each of these courses, the top 10 performers actually get a laptop so that they're able to do that business and become entrepreneurs themselves. And we give them tablets and so on and so forth. What is the impact? The impact of this is that within a family home, which is bringing about $300 to $400 or $500 a month, the entire family, these girls are able to bring in $150 to $300 per month. This is a game changer in a demographic that we are working with, where an extra $150 or $300 per month is a huge amount that goes into the home, which improves the entire family's well-being. They also have multiple work from home opportunities which are created once they start learning. What is happening is that we need to make sure that the industry becomes actively involved and backs the initiative. And this is something that we have been able to do. What does it cost? What are the financials? $120 per girl for 4 months of training, or 360 if they're to do all the three phases for 12 months of training. This is as cost effective as it can get for the results that we've been able to produce. So far, as a very small nonprofit, as a pilot, we specifically raised $60,000 in funding in 1 year for training 500 girls. And we raised about $12,500 for the 25 laptops which have been given out. So the program aims to train for the second year about 1,000 girls, which was to be by the end of 2020, and to then scale further to 2,000 girls in the next 2 years. What this would do would be to give us significantly important information and data to be able to present this and to be able to scale this on a global basis. Unfortunately, like everything else, the 2020 program is held back because of COVID-19. But what we're doing is we're using technology to be able to make sure that at least for the phase two girls, we cannot take phase one totally online, but the phase two girls, are actually taken online, and we are continuing with our efforts. What is a long-term sustainability plan for something like this? Well, if we were to have non-profit registration in each of the developing countries, they would be able to then obtain certain grants and setting up of endowments for self-sustainability. So I will stop here in terms of the presentation. Suffice it to say that there is an economic imperative, which is important, but there is also, as I said before, the social imperative. To be able to make a change, to be able to make a difference in lives, we need to have more projects of this nature, which are disruptive projects in the sense that this is not the traditional way people are trained in IT. You take a computer science degree, it takes you years before you'll get behind and start doing some coding and become employable. Here we're looking at fast-tracking the entire project, looking at doing this for a cohort which does not normally have the opportunities to get into the tech sector. So we are doing two things. One, the economic imperative, the social imperative. At the same time, we are balancing the imbalance within the tech sector. And as we all know, we don't need to be need to have a crystal ball to actually see that it is information technology which truly is going to take us further, particularly for the developing nations, we need to look at the opportunities that IT gives us, that the internet technology, or be it social media, as was mentioned by Maulana earlier on. These are the days and these are the times where we need to think out of the box. And I'm delighted to be part of this Education 4.0 and the foresightedness of the leadership to actually think in those lines. And it's an honor to actually have had the opportunity to present this. So once again, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I apologize, it's almost past midnight, long past my bedtime here in Houston, Texas, but I will try and stay online as long as I can keep my eyes open and continue to benefit from the other speakers also. So with that said, I'd like to say thank you very much, and I'll be open for any questions that there may be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful discussion on transformation in education with regard to women. We haven't received doubts or queries from our participants so far. So I would personally like to ask one question, that since it was specifically regarding education of women. Now, there's still a major part of society, especially in Asian countries, who believe that women are technologically backward as compared to men. And that is a stigma that is still prevailing in the society. And even in the well-educated society, the stigma is there, where women are considered technologically backward as compared to men. So how can we overcome, or how can it be included or implemented as a part of these policies when we are trying to implement some programs for the improvement and betterment of education of women?
I have only 3 words in terms of the response that I would give: awareness, awareness, awareness. Because the myth that women are any less significant in any sector, not just the IT sector, is a complete myth that needs to be exploded in every sector. And at UGI, we are passionate about this idea of women empowerment. And truly, the world is looking at it. Things are changing. But as I said, it's awareness, 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 which is going to make this change. You're absolutely right. Certain traditional societies and even families would say that, well, computer or IT or technology is not really for women. I say that it is ideally suited for women because they have the choice of being able to work from home. They're able to work from anywhere. Not only that, but it is something that we have proven that within 36 weeks at the most, we're able to create a cohort of students whose background was not technology. They had basic high school education, and some did not even have high school certificates. They were brought in as long as they were computer literate or their skills were upgraded to that. It is absolutely amazing that within 36 weeks, when we have these confident young girls talking tech, talking IT to a client, anywhere in the world, and you can see that this can be done. We have proved it, and we are more than happy to actually share this on a one-to-one basis with anyone. So thank you for that great question. Awareness, awareness, awareness.
Thank you so much, sir. I would not just say that it was an enlightening session, it was even an empowering discussion for us all. Since we still have 5 minutes time to go, and you have very well summed up your presentation within time limits, I would request if our other esteemed speakers, if they want to contribute or if they want to discuss anything regarding this presentation, I would request them to come forward.
Good afternoon. No, still good morning.
Morning, yes.
For a learning speaker, it is a good night. And I thank you very much for sharing your experience. Well, sir, in India also, we had certain programs like this. When I was working in Government of India about 3 years back, I was monitoring one scheme that is known as Modular Employable Skill Schemes, MEES, with the same objective and with the same procedures, that when we identified a number of small modules of employable skills, instead of going for the full range of program, full range of curriculums required for any certification or diploma or engineering, we identified few skills, need-based, and we provided short-term training, which was more practical oriented. And our syllabus curriculum was industry endorsed. Rather, we asked industry to give your requirement. We were only trainer, and the consumer of those students, trained persons, as well as the syllabus creator were the industry themselves. And initial experience was very encouraging. We could provide jobs and livelihood to many persons. I even went up to the level of covering mentally subnormal, intellectually impaired children, hearing impaired children, because for having the full-term program was difficult for those days, even now. So they were very much appreciating this program. But the only program which we have experienced was the sustainability of that employment. Initially, it was very much welcomed, but it could not sustain for a longer period, maybe because of the rapid change of technology or the employment market or products which they were producing. That was the only thing, but we have good experience, and the Government of India was funding monitoring initially, then it was transferred to state government as well as the NGOs. Right now I am away from this thing for last 3-4 months, 3-4 years. What is the status right now? But I'm sure that state government must be taking care of even now. Thank you very much, but it was a very good case study which you shared with us.
Thank you very much. I think you made a very good point about sustainability, and we looked at that. This is the beauty of the IT sector, that as long as people are able to continuously enhance their education through technology and the new things that are coming in, they would still remain relevant. And therefore, it's slightly easier within the tech sector to be able to have that level of sustainability. And also, once you're, in that particular train, as it were, then you actually move on with the rest of industry. If you're a good employer, then the employer is going to continually train you. For us, it's really to put them into the tech sector so that they're on the first rung of the ladder, and then they move on. And this really is something that can easily be replicated in almost any part of the world. And UGI would be very willing to share our curriculum, with certain conditions, of course, in terms of the maintaining the quality, to be able to see if we can implement this elsewhere too. But it'll take us 2 years to really prove, to have the proof of concept. After that, we can come out and say, we proved the concept. It's been 2 years. This is a result. These are the outcome studies. This is where they started, and this is where they are today. So we need another year and a half to be able to complete our pilot study.
Thank you so much, Professor Zedi, for sharing your hands-on and practical experience with us. And thank you, Walji sir. We just have one more very interesting question that has come in the chat section, where it is being asked that, is there any similar plans for boys as well?
At the United Global Initiative, our focus is women empowerment. And we stay very much in our lane. We do not move from our lane as UGI. But there is absolutely no reason why something similar cannot be organized and initiated by another organization for boys. We have nothing against boys. But in terms of our focus, it's primarily women empowerment and children's health. And we have many children's health projects that are going on around the world. Women's empowerment is, within the tech sector.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope the question was clear. Uh, I think we will end this session, this part of the session here, and we'll be proceeding to our next speaker. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate it. And thank you for accommodating the timing. Ordinarily, I'm sure there are worthy speakers and august speakers before me. So I'm thankful that I was given the accommodation. I appreciate
So it has been our honor to have you as a part of this conference.
Thank you.
We will now move on to our next speaker, and I would like to invite Professor Raza A. Mir.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I would just want to briefly introduce you once. Professor Raza A. Mir is Professor of Management at Kotsakos College of Business, William Patterson University, New Jersey. He did his PhD, Strategic Management from University of Massachusetts and PGDM from Indian Institute of Management, India. He received the William Patterson University Award for Outstanding Scholarship, university-wide, in May 2008 and Beta Gamma Sigma Award for Best Teacher, School of Business Administration, Monmouth University in 2001. Professor Mir is currently the editor-in-chief of organization. He was editor general of Business Ethics and associate editor, qualitative research in organization and management. He also held the position of division chair, critical management studies division of Academic of Management, AOM, in 2015. Over to you, sir. I would also request the participants to keep posting their questions in the chat section.
Thank you very much, Nandini. I heard your extremely generous introduction, and I myself got very excited about what I would have to say. It's rather late at night, and you will excuse me if, in my delirium, I crack a few jokes. But, a smile on people's face is not an impediment to learning. And I also wanted to say that while it kind of sort of sounds like an obituary that he is a professor of management and he did his PhD from the United States, मैं बिल्कुल आप लोगों में से हूँ, and I just feel very much part of the gathering that's right here. And I would like to speak to you as one equal to another. However, I think that it is rather important to sort of lay the groundworks. I was asked when I was asked to give the keynote address to talk about the global implications. And there is no way to understand the global implications of Education 4.0 without looking at it as a broader socio-technical system. So I will talk more on the socio-technical side of it. But as a preamble, I would like to talk about the extraordinary economic damage that we are slowly realizing has been inflicted on the global economy by the coronavirus. The latest news that came out from the United States was rather grim, which is to say that the second quarter of the United States, the US economy contracted by almost 10%. And it is said that in the 6 months that we have been experiencing coronavirus, the economic gains of the past 5 years have been wiped out. There is no reason to believe that this is an isolated case. We are, after all, a globally integrated economic setup. And so I would imagine that every economic system in the world, every nation in the world can safely assume, A, that they have contracted around 10%, and B, that the gains of the last 5 years have been wiped out. But those quantitative gains apart, the qualitative integrations that have happened in the economy over the past several years cannot really be rolled back. We do live in a world which is extraordinarily integrated at the level of the supply chain, at the level of ideas, at the level of financial technology, and therefore at the level of education. I also want, by way of preamble again, to say what is Education 4.0? Of course, we can define it in certain specific terms to say that in the year 2015 at Davos in the World Economic Forum, people defined something called the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and they said that the educational institutional mechanisms have lagged behind the economic systems, as a result of which we are not able to teach to the economy. We are preparing students for jobs that may not exist, and we are not preparing for the jobs that might emerge, and so on and so forth. So there's this whole element to reorient the education system towards the socio-technical paradigm. 4.0 implies there was a 3.0, and there was a 2.0, and perhaps there was a 1.0. There actually wasn't a 1.0. When people wanted to reimagine the world in the context of the post-personal computer era, they called it Education 2.0. And then when we got integrated through the internet and began to use massively, online courses, and we thought that education would become something that would be subject to the technological economies of scale, we called it 3.0. And 4.0, nobody really knows what 4.0 is. We just know that we need to do something differently. So in this context, we will spend a little bit of time talking about how we reached 4.0. That's what I want to talk about. I don't want to take more than 20 minutes. I would imagine I've already taken 5. I have a small set of PowerPoint slides. Please keep writing down any ideas that occur to you, and I'll be happy to discuss them in the Q&A period. So, like I said, the world today is characterized by a lot of socio-technical change. Socio-technical change is socially and politically embedded. So there are innovations that are happening. They are incremental in the sense that anything that you use, if you're driving a car is an internal combustion system. It used to be an internal combustion system. It is an internal combustion system. But the car from 20 years ago is not the same as the car that you drive. This one is quite improved. That is an incremental innovation. But there are some radical innovations. We use mobile phones, and the phones are smart, and they have evolved completely differently from, let's say, cellular phones of the 1990s. That's a radical innovation. We also have changes in the global system, and the global system often gets a lot more integrated. The European Union occurred in front of us. On the North American side, we had the NAFTA. In South Asia, we had the SAARC. And then we were moving more and more towards an integrated global economy. But right now, it appears that it's also going apart. The United States, in particular, has not been a very great friend of globalization in the current Trump administration. And so you really see that sometimes things go forward, sometimes things go backward. The great Urdu poet Firaq Gorakhpuri had said, "Dekh raftare inqilab firaq, kitni ahista aur kitni tez." Sometimes it's really fast and sometimes it's really slow. But the most important thing we need to understand is that there are changes in the socio-economic and techno-economic paradigm. Any innovation goes through what I call the S curve. Right at the beginning, we have divided it into 3 parts, and there might be 4. The first one is when very few people are following a paradigm. So as time goes by, not many people are adopting it. That's called the introductory phase. And then the large, high slope part of the curve is the growth phase, where people understand it and they begin to adapt to it and they begin to, accept it. And then the final is the stage of the maturity, where now everybody is using it. And while it provides a lot of benefits, there's no real growth in the benefit. There might be a 4th stage, which is the decline, which is when a technology dies out and new technologies come in. Now, in the 1950s, there was a Russian scientist called Kondratiev who suggested, who predicted, who theorized that capitalism goes in cycles of prosperity. And by his analysis, he said it takes roughly 50 years for each stage. So he said there are 5 stages of production, and we are in the 5th stage, which is somewhat similar to what the people at Davos said when they said that we are in the 4th industrial revolution. I'll just show you a representation that I have made of the Kondratiev long waves, actually in historical time. And what we see is that the first industrial revolution, which came around the early 19th century, really was based on the mechanization of industry, and it was based on water power. Then slowly went to steam power, electrification, the Fordist mass production, and now we are in the 5th Kondratiev, which is called the information technology. And now that itself, if you broke it apart, it would have multiple waves going up and down, especially since the turn of the new millennium, with the arrival of companies like Google, and with the emergence of cloud technologies, companies like Amazon offering, Amazon cloud services, and so on and so forth, we are seeing a complete new reimagining of what it means to be a producer of technology. And likewise, very different to understand what we are doing as a consumer of technology. You do know that whether people are rich or poor, they're all on WhatsApp. When they are on WhatsApp, they are really, really integrated with the global economy in a very, very organic and actually a very visible way. Likewise, along with the Kondratiev long waves, I'm sorry I'm doing a lot of this sort of, what's the word, helicopter view, but it's really important to understand, and I think that's what keynote speeches are for. I don't really want to get far too specific because other speakers will do that. As a keynote, I'm just offering certain very large scale sort of understanding. Now, if you look at information and communication technologies, we call it ICT. What I put was below, I put the computer technologies and all the computer innovations that happened, from the time we had single function computers all the way down to, ultra intelligent systems. And likewise, on top are the communication technologies. Somewhere along the line, there was an integration of the information and communication technologies. Now, the simple thing that you can say is in countries like India, there are very few people now who have landlines, right? Everybody uses their telephone, their cell phone as their primary telephone. And that is the mobile phone that we have is really communication technology. It is CT, but because it has such a large amount of processing power inside it in its chips, it also becomes IT. And so the cell phone that we have is the true, should I say, best and most visible paradigm of information and communication technology and their, convergence. And that's a very important element of the new landscape. And this is something all of us will have to understand if we are to be professionals in this new world. And what has made this possible, of course, is the exponential growth in the capacity of microprocessors. I went to do a PhD in the University of Massachusetts in 1993, not very long ago, mid-1990s. At that point in time, the entire School of Management where I was doing my PhD was operating off a hard drive that was 3/4 of a gigabyte. Right now, I have a phone in my hand which has about, I think it has 64 gigabytes, my phone, and my son has a phone that has 128. He thinks I'm not very cool because I have only 64. So obviously, not only have the microprocessors become more powerful, they've also become cheaper. They've become so cheap that I can afford it. You can afford it. We can all afford at least some sort of processing power that used to be considered something that a supercomputer would have not very long ago. And that, of course, increased with a, should I say, change, paradigmatic shift in transportation technology has led the world to become really, really small. I stopped there at the 1960s because if I were to take it a little further, then that globe would become so small that it would not look very nice. But about 6, 7 months ago, it had become so easy to transport yourself across the world, and it's still easy to do so by video conferencing and chatting. But man proposes, they say, and God disposes. So really, this coronavirus has come and has caused us to take a huge, huge pause, right? That Ghalib had said, "रहिए कुछ ऐसी जगह चलकर जहाँ कोई न हो, कोई हमसाया न हो और पासबां कोई न हो." I don't know what he was talking about, but I think he was talking about the coronavirus. We are all sitting here. My mother lives in Hyderabad, and I am terrified. I am terrified that if she falls sick, that all this transportation technology and all this sort of advances in the world that I had begun to take for granted will no longer work for me, and I won't be able to visit her. But one hopes that this is a small scale issue. And I just have two very short slides to show that the internet usage has gone up exponentially. One would say that by 2030, half the population of the world would be internet enabled. We still have a long way to go, but half the population of the world will be about 4 billion. And that's a huge, huge amount. And that really opens up a lot of possibilities. Likewise, internet growth is very high by regions. But when you look at certain other criteria, like internet domain names, you still see that some of the major players remain major. I think the internet domain names show us that it's not enough to be plugged into the technology, but you really need to have it backed by financial power, and that will take a little while for things to get equalized. Now, by way of conclusion, this is all internet penetration. This is stuff that you all know. I don't really want to go a whole lot, but you just see that the number of patents granted by nation shows that Europe is huge, United States is huge, China and Japan are huge, and then the rest are very, very medium-sized. India is quite medium-sized but growing. Now, there are two more slides, and I just want to talk about something very, very specific right now. The first one is, what are the drivers of change? There are two drivers of change that Education 4.0 needs to keep track of, and you need to keep track of. One is workplace automation. Rote, repetitive tasks are slowly being nudged out. That does not mean that we will not have those tasks. It is quite ironic again that coronavirus has shown us that the most rote and repetitive tasks, like the delivery of food, like the frontline health workers and so on and so forth, are in fact and in reality the most important workers in the global economy. But it's very important whether you are a Ola driver or whether you are a executive in a high-tech company, you need to be ready to work with machines. I have a friend who unfortunately is illiterate. His old friend of mine from Hyderabad works as a driver, and he said it took me so much time to understand how these sort of interfaces of companies like Uber and Ola work. I wish somebody had taught me that, but now I know everything and now I can do the stuff. So even he was forced to work with machines. Then there is new media ecology. When we communicate with each other, right now we are doing it by, some sort of Zoom-based technology, and I'm sure that people are able to watch on YouTube and Facebook and so on and so forth. I felt that if I am talking to a lot of people from so far away, it's very important for me to have certain visual aids. So I use this PowerPoint presentation. So the new media ecology says not just text, but learn a little video production, learn things like what it means to edit in media and virtual reality and so on and so forth. The people who do that will always find a place in the Education 4.0 economy. And the final thing I would like to say is, what are the skills that are needed in the future workplace? the skills that are needed in the future workplace can be divided. There can be many. I just want to concentrate on 5 of them. One is social intelligence. Social intelligence is very important. You need to connect with people. As you know, intelligence is not just one criterion. There is, of course, IQ, which is your ability to compute and your ability to process information, the ability to do data analysis. But there's also EQ, which is emotional intelligence, the ability to engage with a diverse group of people and get work out of them, to motivate, to lead, and to get work out of people. That's emotional coefficient. And then there's also PQ, physical, should I say, intelligence, the ability to use your body well, the ability to have the discipline to, deploy your body in multiple ways, because many jobs have a physical component, not just, like labor jobs, but even work like, white collar work. There are a lot of occupational injuries that we see. People really need to take care of their bodies in multiple ways. And finally, there is the spiritual, SQ, spiritual quotient, which is very important. I don't necessarily mean that I'm not talking about religiosity, or religiosity might have a small part to play in it, but you really need to understand the higher purpose of your life and try to make sure that the work that you do engages with that higher purpose. So social intelligence will be of great importance, much higher importance in the education 4.0 than in the other ones. Then there's cross-cultural competence. Globalization implies that you're going to have to work with people who are very different from you. A person from the village will work from a person in the city. A person from the east will work with a person from the west. And men will work with women. The old will work with the young. And you really need to. The only way to do that, by the way, is to have a large amount of empathy with the people who you're working with. You have to have the ability to put yourself in their shoes and say, why is that person thinking the way they are thinking? And then you get that understanding, and then you say, aha, that person is just like me, and that would be really great. Then there is computational thinking. The ability to do a little maths in your head, the ability to understand that everything can be measured and the measurement then can be deployed, the creation of graphs and charts, the ability to read a certain amount of basic statistical information, that is a huge, huge skill to have. And it can be there for anything. I was speaking to a person who was a cinematographer in a Bollywood, environment, and they told me they use a lot of data even there. New media literacy, which is you have to be able to assess and develop content. You should be able to tweet information out. You should be able to represent things, whether it's Instagram or Snapchat or even simpler things like email. You really need to have an understanding of how to communicate in the new media environment. And the last one is cognitive load management, which is we live in a world where we are constantly being bombarded. We have a surfeit of information and a paucity of time. Your ability to manage time and your ability to prioritize and break up tasks, modularize, and get things through, meet deadlines. Those are really the most important skills that are necessary for the future workforce. I am sure that all of you, the very fact that you are here indicate that you are tremendously motivated to get ahead. But remember, the greatest investment you make will be the investment in yourself. And so I commend you for having joined this conference, and I hope you get the most out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful and knowledgeable discussion on global impact. Keeping in mind today's coronavirus situation, as you have already discussed, this becomes even more applicable in the present scenario. Since we haven't received any questions again, I would just want to ask one thing. In India, with respect to India, the new a new educational policy has also been launched, or it has been applied few days ago only, and the policy has also laid much emphasis on the use of technology and use of digital platforms for imparting education. So it is already becoming an acceptable approach in the educational system, as well as in today's COVID-19 pandemic situation and also the post corona lifestyle. It will be one of the most important need of the hour. So I would just want to ask that what is the applicability and affordability, keeping in mind the keeping in mind the situations in India being a developing country, and where a lot of population, a large number of population still don't have access to digital platforms and internet facilities.
Thank you very much. I mean, I'm not qualified enough. I did read about the new educational policy. I did note that undergraduate will be turned into 4 years. That part of it stuck most in my head. But what I would say with regard to technology, what has happened is that, in the earlier era, technology used to be advanced by states. Countries would engage with countries. When we were growing up, when I was growing up in India, we did not have access to a lot of global technology because the Indian government had an import substitution policy, and large corporations like IBM and others were not here. So the Indian infrastructure, IT infrastructure, was very, very domestic and very, very, actually it was pretty good. It was pretty good. It was, there's this word called jugaad that's used a lot in Indian innovation context. So they'd done some extraordinary jugaad, and they were doing pretty well. Then in 1991, the Indian economy opened up and the corporations began coming in. And every large corporation wanted to have a piece of India. So they used India as a staging ground for a lot of business process development. But at that point in time, large corporations like Microsoft, like Cisco, like SAP, and others began to engage with Indian universities. And they said, okay, we'll give you the technology free. We'll give you the teaching equipment free. What they did want was that the Indian colleges and universities would teach, Microsoft SQL Server or Oracle database management or that sort of a thing to the students in the name of curriculum. That would be short-sighted, because what you really want to know is what are data structures, what are algorithms, what are operating systems, that sort of a thing, rather than teach one particular operating system which is owned by a particular industry. It's been a very, very difficult and a delicate balancing act. As far as students are concerned, I don't think that this business of India is a developing country and won't have access is an issue. It'll be the other way around. The entire world will be like fighting to give their technology to India, because they want all this humongous Indian workforce that we have to be using their technology. But the successful people in the from the Indian workplace will not be those who are great at Cisco, who will not be great at Microsoft, who will not be great at Android app development, but they will be people who understand the fundamental basics of what happens when machines do what they do. And for that to happen, really, universities will continue to have to teach the most important basics of these courses. That's what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now request our other speakers to share their point of view regarding the topic we are discussing.
I would like to say that, I mean, it's perfectly fine. It's kind of early in the morning, people start getting warmed up, and in any way. I spoke very fast like a motor mouth. I don't know what I said. Half the things I don't know what I said myself, because as Dr. Walji said, it's coming up on 1 o'clock for him, but it's coming up on 2 o'clock in the morning for me. And, I'm a little zonked out. But this is a great opportunity for me, and I really appreciate. I am very thankful to everybody for having jailed me for so long. And I'm especially thankful to Nandini for being so grateful in
Thank
her
you so much.
generous remarks. And like Dr. Walji, I'll be happy to sit down and listen to the rest of you in quiet comfort. Good morning to all of you, and good evening to us from this side.
Thank you very much, sir. I think Professor Zaidi is trying to say something, but his mic is on mute right now.
Oh, go ahead, please.
No, I was just clapping. I was clapping in appreciation of your very, very realistic approach, what we have said, India-based amalgamation of India and USA. And something was very, very good. And it has given us a new idea about the practical approach, what are the issues. And we'll discuss it. And I share with you that many things which I would be speaking in my presentation about the challenges and ethical issues associated with this program, which is not a very new. If I remember correctly, in 1935 in New York itself, in one of the magazine on the short waves, it has given a photograph where the professor is giving a lecture on telephone. He is phoning to the students, and the students are getting the lecture out of it. So it was 1935 when this idea was conceived, that distant and remote learning, which is now taking a shape in a big way. So thank you very much. I am enlightened by
your talk, Zaidi Saab. I'll
pardon, sir?
Wait for it. Yeah.
Beg pardon, sir? I didn't hear you. What you were saying?
I said I will really look forward to hearing your talk. I'm sure that I really look forward to hearing.
But it will take another 1.5 hours, sir. It will be still harassment for you.
Chai pee lenge, sir. Chai pee ke.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your spirit and such an enthusiastic participation. I would now like to move to our next speaker. And before introducing our next speaker, I would also want to tell everyone present here that the conference is being live telecasted on YouTube as well. I will request Sajid sir to share the link in the chat section. So if anyone wants to connect on YouTube, they can connect from there as well. So our next speaker is Professor S.M. Jory. He is the director of Amity School of Communication, Amity University, Lucknow. He's received his PhD in journalism from University of Lucknow. His journey from a researcher at one of Asia's biggest drug research institute, CDRI Lucknow, to India's premier new agencies, Press Trust of India, and then a sure-footed foray into media academics has been a roller coaster but fascinating journey in the last 40 years. As a postgraduate in life science, he aspired to chase research in science and on a fellowship from Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR. Joined the Central Drug Research Institute, CDRI, Lucknow in 1980. While switching over to journalism, he presented talks, discussions, interview, and news features in All India Radio, Lucknow every week, and presented a weekly program, Vigyan Samachar, on Doordarshan, Lucknow, for many years. Professor Jory worked for India's biggest news agency, PTI, for nearly 20 years and joined Amity University in 2009, where he followed his first love, that is academics. He is actively involved with teaching and is always eager to share over 2 decades of experience in field reporting with students. He has also authored a book, Out in the Field, a report's guide. Oh, from here on, I will like to hand it over to Professor Jory.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, all the experts who have participated from different parts of the globe, and I can also see my dear friend and senior Professor Zedi from MIT University, and also Dr. Padma Rani, who has joined from the Manipal University. And this virtual platform has brought all of us together. So I'll start straight away with the theme of the conference, that is Education 4.0, Opportunities and Challenges. This particular Education 4.0 concept has been there with the education for past many years. But at MIT University, I think there's some trouble with my voice.
So your voice is echoing.
Yes, it is echoing. I don't know.
Maybe, sir, you can once mute and unmute.
No, I have done that. Hello? Yes, it is coming back.
Yes, sir, it is echoing. Sir, are you online from your phone or your laptop?
I am on the laptop.
Sir, if possible, maybe you can use earphones if it is not being resolved.
No. What I will do, if you allow me, I'll just sign out and then join again.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Just a minute, because I'm not comfortable with my voice coming back to me.
Till the time Professor Jory joins us back, I would very proudly say that we have been able to reach a lot of participants for this conference, and we have more than 200, around 216 participants who showed enthusiasm and became a part of this conference. So, a heartfelt thank you to our dear participants. And I will also request you all to keep posting any queries, any questions, or any feedback you have in the chat section side by side. It is just taking a little longer due to some technical issues. Kindly cooperate with us. We will sure start with the next session. Till then, if any of the participants want to talk about something or express any viewpoint, they can come forward. Our our keynote speaker, Professor Nasreen, has joined in the session right now. I would want to extend a warm welcome to Professor Nasreen. Professor Nasreen, ma'am, if you are comfortable, can we start with your session? Nasreen, ma'am, we would like to begin with your session.
बिल्कुल मैं बताऊं जी हेलो जी मैम
Till our next speaker joins us, I would take this time to introduce Professor Nasreen.
Yes, please.
Uh, Good afternoon, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am, indeed.
Good morning.
Uh, Professor Nasreen is the chairperson education at Aligarh Muslim University. With an enriching research experience of 27 years and a teaching experience of more than 20 years, she is renowned in her areas of expertise, which entails methodology of teaching science, environmental education, education technology, and curriculum development. Professor Nasreen has been conferred with various fellowships, including Fellowship Award by the Rajasthan Council of Educational Research and Administration for her outstanding contribution in the field of women empowerment, UGC Research Award in 2009, SARC Fellowship Award awarded in Education 2001, Junior Research Fellowship and eligibility for lecturership, held in December 1991 in the subject of education. Professor Nasreen is an earnest social worker who has immense interest in areas of job stress and occupational aspirations. Her articles and paper have been published in journals of national and international repute. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. Honorable dignitaries. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, okay. Honorable dignitaries, galaxy of academicians, webinar organizers, and my dear participants. Good morning to all of you. I am Professor Nasreen, Chairperson, Department of Education, Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. Basically, I am teacher educator. My working area is school education and teachers training institutes. Here, I am speaking on National Education Policy 2019 with special reference to school education. See the slides. Yes, please, slides. This policy was constituted by MHRD under the leadership of Dr. K. Kasturi Rangan. And accommodations were there, and they framed all the recommendations related to school education. The basic principle on which policy stands are access, that is to provide education to all with equal opportunity, and that is equity in qualitative manner. These other principles, yes, slides are visible. Slides are visible, please?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So the basic principles on which policies stand are access, that is to provide education to all with equal opportunity and equity in qualitative manner that can be assessed and easily available or affordable. The next slide shows that the policy recommends restructuring of school curriculum and pedagogy in new design, that is 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 as per developmental needs and interest of learners at different stages of their learning stages, corresponding to the age ranges, that is 3 to 8, 8 to 11, 11 to 14, and 14 to 18 years respectively. See the next slide. The above-mentioned stages include 5 years of fundamental stage. That I told you, 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So 5 years of fundamental stage or the foundational stage, in which 3 years of pre-primary school and grades 1, 2. Next 3 years of the preparatory or later primary stage, that is grades 3, 4, 5. And plus 3 years of the middle or upper primary stage, that is grades 6, 7, and 8. And 4 years of the high or secondary stage, that is grades 9, 10, 11, and 12. In brief, I would like to say that policy recommends at foundational stage of 5 years to follow flexible, play-based, activity-based, and discovery-based learning as to stimulate the children for better learning. The preparatory stage comprises 3 years of education, building on the play, discovery, activity-based pedagogy, but gradually incorporate textbooks and formal classroom learning. The aim of this stage is to focus on the general groundwork across the subjects, including reading, writing, speaking, physical education, art, language, science, and mathematics, so that students can develop deeper into specialized subjects. The middle stage will comprise 3 years of education focused on discussion of abstract concepts in each subject across sciences, mathematics, arts, social sciences, and humanities. The secondary stage will comprise 4 years of multidisciplinary study and will build on the subject-oriented pedagogy with greater depth and greater critical thinking and greater flexibility as well. Each year of the secondary stage will be divided into 2 semesters for a total of 8 semesters. Each student would like 5 to 6 subjects in each semester. Next, the policy recommends to reduce curriculum load of the students in each subject as to its essential core content in order to make space for more holistic experiential discussion based and analysis based learning. Discussion based and analysis based learning. These are the two basic principles of this policy that it recommends for the school students. The most specific feature of the policy is that students will be given an increased flexibility and choice of subjects to study, particularly at secondary stage. No hard separation of content in terms of curricular, extracurricular, or co-curricular activities. All school subjects to be considered equally important. And the policy also pay attention that holistic development of the learner is very essential as to inculcate scientific temper, encourage evidence-based thinking throughout the curriculum. The other specific characteristics of the policy is that it gives much more importance to the safety of the students also. And along with this, it also says that the student must be understand the languages of India, that is modern and classical. So the study of Sanskrit and knowledge of its extensive literature make available courses on all classical languages of India. And along with this, the policy says incorporation of ethical and moral principles and values. Values like seva, ahimsa, swachhita, tolerance, honest, hard work, respect for women, respect for elders, respect for all people and their inherent capabilities regardless of background, respect for environment, etc. will be inculcated among students in school, and development of ideas of personal freedom and responsibilities among students also. The policy also recommends the much more emphasis on the constitutional values, that is democratic outlook and commitment to liberty and freedom, equality, justice and fairness, embracing diversity, plurality and inclusion, humanness and fraternity spirit, social responsibility and the spirit of service, ethics of integrity and honesty, peace, unity and integrity of the nation, and a true rootedness and pride in India with a forward-looking spirit to continuously improve as a nation. So the policy is very beneficial in order to develop the values among the students, specifically related to constitutional values, and make them to full citizen or a perfect citizen of India. The policy also gives much more emphasis on basic health and safety training as a service to oneself and to those around us. Basic training in health, including preventive health, mental health, nutrition, personal and public hygiene, and first aid will also be included in the curriculum, as it will give scientific explanation of the detrimental and damaging effects of alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. So it is very essential aspect of the policy that keep the students healthy, and instead that the counsel the students in that way that they must remain away from such kind of things. Next is socio-emotional learning. Socio-emotional learning in schools can lead to improved cognitive and emotional resilience and promote constructive social engagement. And the learner must be encouraged to inspire lessons from the literature and people of India. And courses on ethical and moral reasoning may be introduced. Now we come to the computer. As it is a age of computer, and everywhere there is webinar and everywhere there is online teaching. So we must give much more importance to the digital literacy and computational thinking. The new curriculum will also integrate digital literacy for all learners at the basic level, with hands-on assessments and worksheets, keeping in mind the available digital infrastructure on the ground. At a more advanced level, curricula will be developed for a computational thinking, the thought processes involved in formulating problems and solutions in ways that computers can effectively execute, a fundamental skill in the digital age. Programming and other computer-based activities. These are also to be included in curriculum at school level. Next is the physical education. This is the most important aspect related to the learners, because every time we see the learner are suffering from several diseases, anxiety, depression, and weakness, and having sleep for longer time. So such kind of things should be or must be avoided from the learner's personality as to make them healthy and civilized nation. Physical education. Incorporating physical education, mind and body wellness, and sports into the curriculum, it helps students develop the qualities of teamwork, cooperation, problem solving, discipline, perseverance, and responsibility. In general, physical activity is well established to be among the best releases for tension and anxiety, and facilitates emotional stability and resilience among the students. Now we come to the vocational exposure and skills. This is also important aspect of the policy, because you know that everywhere there is the need of employment. So many students are there, those who are well qualified, but they don't have jobs. And they always remain worried that how can we get a good job as per our qualification. So the policy says that include ample vocational courses options for all in secondary school curriculum. And in addition to more traditional academic courses will be offered in the grade of 9 to 12. They start selecting the option at the stage of 9th, and it goes till 12 in secondary schools. Students will have plenty of choice regarding the curriculum, being allowed to mix and match academics with skill education, with sports and arts, and with soft skill training. Basic knowledge of various livelihoods and life skills to be taught at foundational and elementary level, like gardening, pottery, woodwork, electric work, etc. And survey courses on vocational skills and crafts in grade 6, 7 or 8. Next is the knowledge of India. We are the citizen of India, and we must know about culture, tradition, rituals, languages of India. So regarding this, a policy makes an opportunity to the students that at various level we should include Indian literature and traditions contain deep knowledge in a variety of disciplines. These knowledge systems which occur in ancient as well as more recent Indian literature. What our old persons, what our ancient, what the type of culture was there in ancient period, our student must know regarding this. Folk arts, local oral and tribal traditions serve to impart culture as well as valuable knowledge, yet much of this knowledge remains better known outside India and in comparison to in Indian situation. Inclusion of local and tribal knowledge systems in the curriculum and textbook, course on Indian knowledge system, incorporation of Indian knowledge system into the curriculum, and current affairs, that is very essential for competitive examination as well as to assess the personality of the students on the everyday performance of the learner. So the knowledge that the schools impart to students is not an end in itself, but a means to a better and more meaningful and purposeful life in the future. Courses on current affairs for all students in grade 9 to 12 to be developed, and the students will be encouraged to know more about the Indian tradition, more about the world, more about the current affairs that are going around them. Courses on critical issues facing the community, the country, and the world for all students in grade 7 and 8. All students in grade 7 and 8 will take a course, one period per week for one session, on critical issues facing humans in their communities and around the world. The focus would be on content that is slightly dynamic but still introductory in nature in order to get students acquainted with the issues and their potential solution that require awareness and attention from society. That is about the national curriculum framework, that the textbook must be reviewed and they must be evaluated, and the innovative textbook must be developed. Next is support of students with singular interest and talents. Every student has innate talents which must be discovered, nurtured, fostered, and developed as per the identity of the students. Establish a system of centrally funded topic-based residential summer program across the country in various subjects for students with singular interest and talents. Olympiads and competition, students must be encouraged to face the competitive examination as to develop their interest and to develop their scientific mental set, and to make them aware regarding the competitive examination and how to interact in the competitive examination, how to prepare themselves for the competitive examination in order to select the vocation as per their choice. Internet-based apps, assessment, and online communities for students with singular interest and talents. Next is transforming assessment for student development. It must be accompanied by parallel changes in assessment procedure and mechanism. The aim of assessment of our school system must shift from rote memorization and should promote higher order skills. That is very essential for our students, like analysis, critical thinking, and conceptual clarity. If you have all these skills, these critical thinking ability, this conceptual clarity, you will get pleasure when you are learning. So a new paradigm of assessment for learning and development, formative assessment to continually improve teaching learning processes, piloting adapted computerized testing, census examination in grade 3, 5, and 8, restructuring of board examination, national testing agency strengthened to conduct college and university entrance examination. So this is about the school education that I told you. So is the time permit to speak more, or should I finish here? Hello?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am, you have 5 more minutes. So if you wish, you can.
Now I will like to speak on teacher education. Right now I told about the school education, and my specialization is also related to teacher education institutes. So little bit I would like to inform about the teacher education, what the policy says. The following points has been discussed in NP 2019 about teacher education. Say, for example, restoring integrity and credibility to the teacher education system, bringing efficacy and high quality to the teacher education system through strong education departments in multidisciplinary colleges and universities. Closure of substandard and dysfunctional teacher education institutions that only earning money, they must be closed. Rigorous monitoring and review of cleanup of the teacher education sector. It's because the teaching is a pious profession, so the teacher education institution should be completely, perfectly fairness and the justice should be there. Moving all teacher preparation programs into multidisciplinary higher education institutions, building education departments and connections between higher education institutes and schools and the school complexes. There must be one connection between school complexes and the teacher education system. Admission to pre-service teacher preparation programs, creation of substantial new teacher preparation capacity, conversion of independent teacher education institutions to multidisciplinary institutions, department centers of excellence in education at university level, and capacity planning for teacher education, faculty in teacher education, online education, research-based teacher preparation, interdepartmental collaboration for special subjects, postgraduate and doctoral programs, preparation of faculty and faculty profile. See, these are the few slides that show regarding the teacher education or about the teacher. The 5th September is approaching us shortly, so we must pay thanks to our teachers, those who are engaged to provide services to our nation. So what I have wrote on this, it is the supreme art of the teacher to awaken joy, creative expression, knowledge, etc. Teachers encourage minds to think, hands to create, and hearts to love. A good teacher is like a candle, it consumes itself to light the way for others. And next is black color is some sentimentally bad, but every blackboard makes the student's life bright. It is said by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Thank you very much to all of you hearing me patiently. So this is all about my lecture, and I pay hearty thanks to the organizer who gave me chance to speak on this webinar. And thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a detailed explanation about the new education policy. I'm sure since it is the newest thing that we are discussing right now, everyone is having a lot of doubts regarding the policy, and your presentation was quite a detailed explanation regarding many aspects of the policy. So thank you so much for your presentation. I have also received some queries from our participants and would want to address the question. So if you permit, may I ask, ma'am?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. So, ma'am, one of the question is that English is now not the compulsory language as per the new education policy. So, how will it impact the budding and new students?
No, English is not compulsory at the primary stages when the students are running from second grade. But as the grades increases and gradually the English will be inculcated in the curriculum. So let me, is it possible to go through the slides again? I show you one slide that it shows regarding the languages. At this stage, at the primary stage, there is inculcation of English and there is choice of the students. If the student is unable to understand the English, can opt the another medium also. But if he is able to go through English, it is available for the students since beginning. So the bilingual approach for those whose language is different from the primary medium of instruction, and exposure to 3 or more languages in schools, and starting point is home language. At the start, the students will start at the home language, but later on these languages will be inculcated in the curriculum. If it wishes to go through other language, is the opportunity also.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, there's another query that now there's an option being given at college level of various entry and exit points. So, how will it impact the economy of private educational setups in India, specifically private universities in India?
Yes, the main purpose of the education is to bring the fairness in the education system. So economy, as far as economy is concerned, if the private institutions are able to provide the quality education, so definitely the students will go there also. And as far as public funded institutions are concerned, the main purpose is to make the quality education to all, whether they are in private or whether they are in public funded institution. So these all recommendations are to make the quality education to all.
Okay. So I have one last question from my end. As per your opinion, ma'am, do you think the new education policy is inclined towards making us a labor class rather than creators?
Yes, the fundamental principle of this policy is to provide education in access, affordability, and that 5 basic principles are there. So, as you know, the diversity is there in population. Everyone can't go to the higher education. So, those who are having the talent and potential but not able to go in higher education, there is opportunity for them also in order to go through the selecting options like art, yoga, music, and they may earn something. And those who are able to go in higher education, they may be a good scientist, they may be a good teacher, they may be a good professionals, and policy gives much more place to every potential or every kind of talent in order to develop at the best.
Very rightly summed up, ma'am. Thank you so much. I would now request our other speakers if they want to express any point of view regarding this topic of discussion. I think, ma'am, we will now end up this part of the session over here. Thank you so much for giving us your time and for such a knowledgeable explanation of the policy. Thank you for your participation, ma'am. We will be looking forward for more connections with you. We will now be moving on our next presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
I would now once again like to invite Professor Jory. If sir has been able to connect back to us, we will get back to the session of Professor Jory.
I think you are able to hear me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Nandini. Thank you. I'm sorry for the inconvenience caused. I think I can go straight away to the presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The introduction part had been done earlier, so keeping in mind the
No need,
timing.
no need.
Yes, sir.
No need to introduce me again.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I think the slides will be shared. I'm just waiting for the slides to come. Once again, good afternoon,
Yes, sir. Slides are being
everyone.
shared, sir.
And as I was welcoming everyone here on board, I was saying that it's an honor and privilege to be in the company of the esteemed experts from abroad and from India. And I can see Professor Zedi, Director IVAS, and Dr. Padma Rani from Manipal. So I would like to start with my presentation. Can those slides be shared? Nandini?
Sir, the slides are not visible to me. I would like to ask other participants if it is visible to them. It is
Yes,
visible.
now it is. Yes, it is coming now. So yes, I'll move on to the second slide. In this education 4.0, what I was sharing that in Amity University, this focus was given since last 2 years, that whatever we teach to our students, the curriculum should be such that it is industry driven. So in the beginning, I'll just deal with a couple of slides which speaks about the industry education partnership, and the curriculum designing has to be linked with the industry interface, so that those who are at the businesses, they get an opportunity to contribute in the educational program and decision making. Because it is not just that what is being done in the industry, those undergraduates and the postgraduates who go after their courses, they are able to grasp themselves well with the need of the industry. So those partnerships, wherever, whether in the MIT University or in other universities, those are already in practice in other universities also. We have to look at the skill sets. And those skill sets, the new education policy, which has been approved, though there will be discussion in the coming days, but the focus is on the vocational programs right from the class 5th onwards. The next slide. We continue with the partnership, and here it focuses on the skill sets that we have to work proactively with the industry to deliver appropriate skilled and the capacitated graduates to meet the societal and economic needs. So therefore, industry and education partnership initiatives will have a stronger and more cooperative relationship in order to provide those skilled people when they move to the industry. And next we move on to the Indian workplace. It is not just one skill set. It has to be multi-skilled workforce. As one of the professors from abroad in the morning was discussing about those skill sets, I think the first speaker, he was mentioning about different kind of skills which are being provided there globally. So that is the focus here in India also now, that we have to transform ourselves, beginning with the reskilling and upskilling of educators to meet the requirements of the tomorrow's workforce. And next slide, please. Now, here we come to that employability, because if you have skills, we should get the employment. And for those things that the students, they have to be equipped with employability skills that are transferable across a broad range of job opportunities. So in addition to hard technical skills, education curricula needs to be redesigned to polish individuals with thought leadership and complex problem-solving skills so that they can modify their approach as business dynamics transfigure. We at MIT University and in our institution, MIT School of Communication, have been talking to the friends in the industry, and we asked them that what kind of those skills are required, and the students can be trained accordingly. And we have the data of the National Employability Report, which says that the education sector in India is poised to witness major growth in the years to come, as India will have world's largest tertiary age population and the second largest graduate talent pipeline globally by 2020 end. Unfortunately, in the COVID time, we are passing through a very critical phase, a phase where there is no certainty how things will shape up in time to come. But I'm sure this corona is going to give us new opportunities also. And that is what I'm telling my students, that hold on. Yes, there is a crisis in the industry, but try and grab the whatever opportunity you get at this time by way of the internships, so that you are able to upskill yourself. And there are students, intelligent students, who are taking up those small internship. Next slide. This is something which is very well written everywhere. I'm not going to read it out because ultimately it's all government effort and the effort of the other agencies that we deliver quality higher education for knowledge generation, technology development, technology transfer, skill development, which ultimately leads to employment generation or even the entrepreneurship. And people are moving in that direction. Next slide. Now, I'll just sharing, I can say, a kind of case study that how we at MIT School of Communication have been trying to train our students to be ready for the industry jobs. So broadly, our curriculum at MIT School of Communication for different programs, graduate and undergraduate program, deals with these 5 areas. One is the print, something in a normal parlance we call the content. That content is the king. If you are good in writing, so irrespective of any area, you will be able to do well. Second is the electronic media, which is the broadcasting and the television, the radio and the television media. In the COVID crisis, lot many private channels, they had to shut down or they had to cut their staff, and a new opportunity emerged, both with the print industry and in the electronic media industry, that they went to the digital mode of the working. The point number 5, which is new media, which is mentioned here. So the newer opportunities are coming in the new media, and our focus at MIT School of Communication is to train and encourage students in the field of digitalization, digital media, which is coming in every form, even advertising and public relations. They are giving the work from home opportunity. So those who are good in the content, they are able to do some creative work sitting at home. Photography, yes, is something where even the online teaching will not work. This is something which is related to the field activity. Unless you go out with your camera or with your the good smartphone, you cannot take good pictures. But yes, you can edit. So these broadly 5 areas in our UG and PG curriculum, we are focusing on preparing students for the industry. Next. So what we did that almost 6 years ago, we coined a word, via media. Via media was a general word where it was an amalgamation of all these areas, which I mentioned, the 5 areas, where we decided to organize activity round the year. And the basic idea was to have linkages with the industry. And many friends from the media industry, they came forward and they participated in our activities. And they not only delivered a special lecture or guest lecture, but they also told our students what are those nuances which they need to learn while being in the institution, and then they move to the industry with those skills. So next. So one was the industry academia interface. This was one of the activity under Via Media that we decided to have experts from different fields. I mean, you can see one police officer here. you may say that he is not connected to the industry. No, he is not connected to the industry, but he is part of the governance. So what exactly is governance? I remember, we have not mentioned his name. He is Additional Director General Police, Mr. Ashim Arun. And we had called him at the time when there was internet shutdown. We organized a 3-hour brainstorming session, a panel discussion where we invited the people from law, people from police, that is governance, and from the media, that why government had to go for the internet shutdown. So that's a long debate which we held, but all these pictures which I am showing here is those people coming from different set of industry, from different set of organization, coming and sharing their knowledge and exchanging information and letting students know that how they should prepare themselves. Another slide that is from the advertising and the PR industry. So we have been having all these activities, and this education 4.0 says what? Whatever we are teaching, it has to be linked with the industry so that the value which are taught in the institution, they are able to translate it when they move to the industry. Next. These are all our guest lectures. These are all our guest experts who came from different areas. Just hold on, my dear. So they came from different areas and they delivered the knowledge. Another set of activities that we organize every year, round the year, is the alumni interaction. We have got our alumni settled in the industry on some good position. So they do come back to us as and when they are available, and they share their knowledge. Now, this one gentleman is from BBC Production, the other, he is an entrepreneur. Everyone knows his organization now in Lucknow, at least, Noxsense. Noxsense is a leading digital platform. So, and now in this Corona time, it's a blessing in disguise that earlier we were unable to get the experts because of their preoccupation. They were not able to travel from Mumbai or from Delhi or from other places. But now on the online platform, it has become easier that we can get in touch with them, and they are conducting special lectures. Now, another form of industry linkages is that we have got these organizations. These are all national and international organizations, and we have an academic partnership with them. You can call it kind of collaboration on the case-to-case basis. They have been having many activities, and they are inviting our students, whether they can associate themselves in the content writing, or they can do some documentary, or they can be part of some short films or the photo excursions. So they have been associated with us for past 6 years, and that all started with our via media activity. Next, please. These are the productions. You can see the 4 productions, and these are all part of our own productions and also supported by different agencies. Next, please. Now, as this, we continue with our education 4.0 and the case study of our institution. The students should know that tomorrow when they go to the newspaper or to any digital platform, how they have to pick up a particular topic and write a story. So we have a kind of in-house training in our institution. And this is a monthly publication in the name of Expressions. We send it to the industry. And I've just pasted the first page of the July issue, a naughty affair in pandemic times. Now, we all know that how difficult it is to organize marriages or any function in the corona time. So this girl picked up, she had this idea and we asked her to go and develop it in the form of a full-fledged story. So how Indian wedding industry is getting affected and what are the challenges for them. So this is also an activity which is directly linked with the industry. Tomorrow, when an industry wants a student who can write the story, we, at least this girl or some others who have contributed, they are among those who can be part of the content and digital writing. Next one. Next slide, please. Yeah, in the when we were in the campus, now we are off campus. When we were in the campus, we had all these activities on regular basis. The MIT campus is a huge and beautiful campus. So lot many production houses were coming to us and asking for a shoot. Obviously, the production house, when having a shoot, will give opportunity to at least 10 of our students to be part of that. So they got some learning. The radio industry, they have a partnership with us and they organize all these talent and students participate in that. Next. And within the university, we have a digital club. A digital club is an activity or a platform which manages the entire MIT website and the social media page. And here, the club has got students who are on a kind of paid internship, and their selection is through a very rigorous process. So in a nutshell, since the time given to me was about 20 minutes, I only tried to explain the theme education 4.0 and whatever little we can do through a case study with the institution, that how we can help, if not all 300 students, at least 50% of them, we can train them for the industry. And I can tell you that we have got our students placed in the industry and they always compliment that the kind of teaching and the training, in-house training they had in the institution, it has helped them. And I'm sure not only MIT University, but even other institutions are also working on this direction. It is not that only we are doing, everyone is doing, but this was one of the innovative way, you can say, we are doing, and we are going to add on. Now we are going to face a big challenge. It's all online. The next 6 months, I don't see campus reopening. And if campus is not reopening, then can we continue with all these activities? Perhaps yes. It's a challenge, but in the online mode, we have started working, and in the next few months, we have lined up a few of our events. Yes, the bonhomie will not be there. Like I mean, personally, I always feel that the classroom teaching can have no substitute. Online teaching is, at least in India, with the kind of the internet problem we had and the rural-urban divide, the online teaching will not be that effective. Only the smartest students will be able to pick up. Others will have some problem. And moreover, the classroom teaching, the teacher explains through his body language, his expressions. He connects with the audience directly in a classroom. He can see a backbencher indulging, playing some game on his mobile, or the front benchers who are always attentive. In the online mode, we do not know. So there are challenges. And I hope in the time to come, we'll try and overcome with all these things. And thank you very much to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be part of this conference. And I know and I'm sure that the experts who are going to deliberate on the different aspects of the Education 4.0 will be adding value for the participants. And thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a very perspective discussion on an amalgamation between academics and industrial sector. There were few questions that came forward, which I would like to address. One of them being that what key skills you seek to incorporate in corporate sectors?
Key skills in the corporate sectors. I mean,
Yes.
corporate sector generally needs two types of students. One is the corporate communication, and the second is the public relations. I mean, in general terms, we call it as internal communication and the external communication. So the corporate houses, they look forward for such students who can fit in this internal communication and the external communication. So external communication is basically you take the brand to the outer world and establish its market, encourage its market. Internal communication, employees within the corporate, that is also done by the corporate communication division. So we have some of our students in the public relation and the corporate communication industry. And yes, we have a full-fledged program, Masters in Advertising and the Marketing. And even at the Masters in Bachelor's level, this corporate communication and public relation is very much part of the curriculum. And students are trained in these areas.
Okay, sir. Sir, another question. As per you, do you think that industries at present are well prepared to incorporate freshers during this time of pandemics?
Yes, I did mention that industries are facing a lot of problem in their businesses because I mean there is one the thing that there is a job cut. They were having 60 employees, and in the 4 or 5 months lockdown, what they realized that they can cut down this staff and work from home will be a much cheaper option. So why to have such a big setup? And obviously their businesses is more towards the digital media. So openings are coming up. And this is the 6 months is going to be a kind of experiment for all such students who are looking for employment. They are offering internship, but very smart companies, they are saying unpaid. They are giving very nominal stipend, but students should not get disheartened that they are getting internship without any payment or stipend, because after all, you are sitting at home. You have to show your creativity even while at home. And if you are able to succeed, if you are able to let the employer know that these are the skill sets you have, they will absorb you. I mean, just last week, our 3 students have gone to Barkha Dutt media productions. Barkha is no longer with any big channel, that XND TV. She has her own production house, and it's coming as a YouTube. The name is Mojo. She is offering 3,000 rupees of stipend, but mm, I'm sure out of these 3 students who have already joined for their internship work from home, if they perform well, maybe 2 get a job. So there are newer opportunities. Companies are in crisis. They will test everyone, and those who succeed, they have a great future.
So we can conveniently conclude that keeping in mind today's scenario, there's a massive shift in digitalization in workplace as well as in education. So the upcoming generations have to pump up their skills and develop the skill sets that are very much necessary in regard to technology. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you for your time and thank you for your participation. We will now be moving on to our next speaker, and I will be discontinuing from here, and my colleague Ms. Divya Rai will be continuing and taking over from here. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you, Divya.
Thank you, Nandini. So our next keynote speaker is Professor S.Z.H. Zedi. Professor S.Z.H. Zedi is currently positioned as Professor and Head of Department of Clinical Psychology and Director, Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow. He is a licensed clinical psychologist with 42 years of teaching and clinical practice. He is trained at Central Institute of Psychiatry, Ranchi, NIMHANS, Bangalore, and Mental Health Department of Scotland Council, Glasgow, United Kingdom. He is visiting faculty at Central Institute of Psychiatry, Ranchi, Mumbai University, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, and many other national institutes. He has been appointed as member Zonal Coordination Committee of Rehabilitation Council of India, New Delhi, for Central Zone. He has many research publications and book chapters to his credit. He is editor, Indian Journal of Clinical Psychology. He is recipient of National Award in Empowerment of Person with Disabilities awarded by the President of India, and S.C. Kang Orishan Award for his contribution in promotion of clinical psychology in India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Divya, for introduction, and speaking after Professor Johri, after such an excellent presentation and very clear concept, it is becoming still more difficult for me to speak, and but I'll try whatever I could speak. Can I share my slide? You have post disabled participant screening during. So how can I share my slide?
Yes, sir, your slide will be shared.
Who will be sharing?
Sir, the organizing team is looking after it.
Okay, but I have not passed on this slides to them.
So you will be given the access. So you will be given the access.
Please
Just
give
give us
me,
1
please
minute.
give me access. Please give me access.
Sir, you can share your slide now.
Yes, trying. Is it visible to you all? Nandini, is it visible to you?
Sir,
No, sir,
it
not
is
yet.
still not visible to me.
Is it not visible?
No, sir.
Okay, no issue. I'll be speaking right now itself. I think there is some.
Sir, in the meanwhile, you can also mail your PPT to Sajid. Maybe
Okay.
he will share it on his screen.
Okay. Let me. Just for a minute. Sajid, have you received it?
Yes, sir. Just uploading it.
Okay.
Sir, till then, maybe you can start your presentation verbally till the time.
I'm doing. Is that okay?
Nandini, can you see the PPT?
The screen is visible, but the PPT is not yet visible.
Yeah, the PPT is not visible.
Sajid is trying. Okay, I'll start speaking about it.
Yes, sir.
As Sajid, without there is, I want to show one photo. Is very important to this. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Very
Yes,
good.
sir.
Okay. Well, this topic, Education 4.0, have been discussed in different forums. Today, 3 or 4 speakers have already spoken about this, and otherwise also. And it was thought that how far we will be taking the time to implement this concept. But Corona has imposed upon us this system, this concept overnight. Overnight, we shifted from our traditional classroom teaching to digital teaching. Am I audible to you all?
Yes,
Am I
sir.
audible to?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're
Okay.
audible.
But one thing which I would like to share is that this concept is not a new concept. If you go through, if you see this picture where a professor is teaching in a classroom in 1935 through telephone, is it visible to you?
Yes, sir. The slide is visible. The picture is
Okay.
visible.
Okay, so teacher is it is a photo taken from a short waves magazine 1935, where the teacher is teaching from classroom in 1935 in New York University. And he is saying that tomorrow television would be the lifestyle. And you can see the another small photo where students are sitting and a small television of that time is kept and teacher is teaching about this. So this is not absolutely a new concept, that online teaching. But of course, in India, we were thinking, but now it is implemented to most part of India, most of part of the institutes and university, not because of any pre-preparations, not because of any intention to implement immediately, but because of the situation. However, you can say that this concept is that it is not only the students which is involved, the digital system, the online system would be in all the spheres, whether it is a teaching, professor is teacher, whether it is a marketing, whether it is industry, whether it is a media, everywhere it would be basically on digital platform. And this again is a concept about 85 years old. What we have done now, this R 405, 4.0 concept is focusing teaching to learning and preparations for employability. The basic focus in that. Instead of teaching, we have to develop, we have to prepare our students for employment and for the industry readiness and employability. And with what things we are focusing, remote learning, personalized learning, because all this term has been used. So this is not the main issue of discussion. I will be focusing on more the challenge and ethics, but still I would like to recapitalize project-based choice of education tools, field experience, as Professor Jory very rightly said that it has to be field experience, data analysis. Data analysis means the research activity. Our learning would not be completed unless we teach our students online collection of data and data analysis. And for that, we are doing my students have dissertations have been done online collection of data, Google Forms and all these things. So it is going on. But on the top of all these things, which we have not yet finalized, which we have not yet worked out very effectively, that is change in examination system. We have tried remote learning, we have tried personalized learning, we have tried project based, but still change in examination system is still under process. Many other universities, many other institutes have tried to conduct examinations, but how far it was foolproof, how far it was students friendly, how far it was industry friendly, that is still a big question mark. However, the main purpose, objective of this learning 4.0 is to make your students computer literate, maintain his motivation level and self-efficacy, persistence, communication skills, and much more than that. What I have mentioned on this highlighted is adaptability. We have to make our students adaptive to the change scenario of industries and the requirement of industries. We cannot give any more the traditional lectures, which is years old, half a century old, and the system which is the syllabus which are outdated may not have any requirement. So we have to be extremely adaptive for the new situations. But is it that simple? Is it that so easy? There is a lot of challenges, and it is an ethical challenges. What is ethics? Ethics, as simple as this: what we should do, what we should not do. But there is a difference between the rules and ethics. Ethics are situational, professional oriented. You have to follow it, and you have a lot of liberty to violate it also, though it is not a good practice. But there are very, very dicey issue of ethics. For you, same behavior could be an ethical behavior. For me, it could not be ethical behavior. If your subject, if your profession is allowing you, it could be ethical for you. But for me, it cannot be ethical for me because of my professions are different. And ethical issue becomes still more challenges when there is emotional turmoil, when there is anxiety, when there is a sudden change of scenarios. You know, for my juniors, for my students, for my juniors who may be sitting over here, during the World War II, for a psychologist, for clinical psychologist, of which I belong to, the first ethical formation, the first ethical committee was set up in 46, 45, immediately after World War II, because there was a huge mental distress, emotional problems, and people were searching for some help. So that was the time to finalize, to enlist what should be done, what cannot be done, because everybody was extending the hand for the support without knowing that the person who is catching your hand is going to help you out or going to exploit you finally. So that was the time when international societies, American Association of Clinical Psychologists, American Association of Psychology, develop ethical issues. I think this is again the time to review our ethical issues so far that teaching is concerned. Teachers are also having a very, very strong ethical issue. They should have it. And they are having, and they are following it also. But in order to implement this 4.0 scenario, particularly during this stressful situation, we have to follow certain ethics. And what are the ethical challenges? Number one is inequality. Inequality is already existing in our society. And let me very frankly mention that I'm not against of 4.0, though some of the slides, some of the presentation might give an impression that I'm criticizing. I'm not criticizing, I'm analyzing. There is a difference between criticism and critical analysis. I'm trying to analyze that what are the problems which we are going to face, and this is not only a challenge of fiscal challenge, a financial challenge, but there's a lot of ethical issues are also involved into this. The one is inequality.
We are already imposing, we are already practicing a lot of inequality. Here, because of having or not having equipments, having or not having connectivity, having or not having facilities, you are going to make a big difference between two set of students. Inequality in all respect, inequality in all background, and hence it has to be addressed. We are enforcing this system without realizing, without providing the infrastructure to two set of students. I would say it is unethical practice so far the implementation is concerned. Number two, socially nurtured platform for education. We believe in India, we believe in Guru Chela relation. It is our system. We believe in following, obeying, and getting the appreciation, getting the encouragement, getting the persuasions from our teachers, our mentors. We believe in mentoring system. In online system, though we claim that we are having a feedback system, though we claim that we have a mentoring system, but to have a socially nurtured platform for which we are already used to and we have been practicing is lacking and would lack still more, because we are keeping the distance. After, if the system continue, after some time, student will not recognize who is your teacher, and teacher will not recognize who is your students. So socially nurtured platform are minimized, are damaged, are being damaged, and to repair this thing is an ethical issue. Disadvantages would become still more disadvantaged. I have mentioned disadvantage plus plus. All those persons who have issue of literacy, computer literacy, who have issues of their sensory system, maybe visually impaired, maybe hearing impaired persons, maybe intellectually impaired persons. And where the students, I have touched this thing in a detail because this is my area, I have touched this thing in detail, but just in short, I'm mentioning that those disadvantaged persons would still be more disadvantaged because of no one-to-one relation, no face-to-face contact interaction with their teacher and their mentor. Breach of confidentiality. Who is listening my lecture? How my comments are being taken? How my sharing of information, my sharing of research findings are being utilized? Teacher is not aware of it. It is informed consent in many of the subjects, in many of the professional programs, particularly the clinical psychology and all these things. We work on total confidentiality. Students share their cases. Students go and work out their patients. They share their cases in one-to-one. Sometimes even we do not allow her or his colleague to share with the session, because if the confidentiality level is so strong, so high. Here I am talking to someone who is sitting next side of the screen, not known to me, and the students is also not aware that whether my professor is listening the case which he is sharing to me, or his wife is also sitting next to him, his children are sitting next to him. So there is no confidentiality and there is no private protection of privacy. A digital conversation has no emotions. There is no emotional reactions. There is no, Professor Johri rightly mentioned that classroom gives you a lot of body language, body emotional expressions, which digital conversation can never achieve. So these are the issues which have some problems into this. Now, another thing is particularly for teachers, intellectual rights on ownership of the content. We have developed in Amity University, it is for sharing to all my colleagues sitting over here, we have developed e-content by doing right day and night, by work like anything, and that is our intellectual property. Intellectual property of our university, intellectual property of our faculty. We don't have any intellectual rights, that who is taking, what is being taken, where it been utilized. So we have to work out this also, how far we are using somebody else's brain, somebody else's knowledge without taking any permission. Because once you are online forever. You are online for everybody. It is no limited platform. And significant impact on overall quality of education. For all these things, faculty and the students both would have always a big question: how far the evaluation of quality of, though we have developed a system of quality inspection, we have developed a system of peer review, and MIT University, a very vigorous system of peer review. We are doing this thing, but it's not, MIT University is not the universal. There are many institutes, there are many people who may not be where the students would not be in a position, the parents who are the investor, because education is a big investment. The quality of education would not be evaluated because that content, the information which he is getting, how far it is logical, how far it is valid, and what is authenticated. And with all these things, the moral of faculty is likely to be on the lower side because he is not getting the satisfaction level, feedback. I am teaching my students. Every minute I'm getting my feedback that how well I'm teaching, whether I'm teaching effectively or not teaching effectively. Because the students' expression, students' questioning, students' facial expressions are giving me the background. They are giving me, it is just like standing before the mirror, that how I'm look like, how my lecturers look like. We see, all the teachers see the feedback on the face of the students. So that is the moral of the faculty are not as high as it should have been in the distance learning. Academic dishonest practices in both sides, students as well as for the teacher side. One can speak a lot on this, and which is very, very simple is proximity. Proxy, whether the student is sitting or he has kept only a recorder, voice recorder, and he left the classroom somewhere else and simply he is logging, put a recording. Has already system is nowadays all the platforms having the recording system, and he's not at all bothered about what being taught. So the attendance, so the presence, so the regularity of students is on the proxy system, and there cannot be any foolproof, transparent check. So these things are slightly dicey and needs not only challenge, it has a lot of ethical color also. And now come to the last slide from my side is mental health and rehabilitation education, which is a very, very specific, my area of interest. Mental health, whatever training, whether it is assessment, whether intervention, it has to be supervised clinical training under the act, under the law. From distance, we can only share some basic theoretical input, but we cannot supervise the assessment which the student is doing. Though even in 4.0, there is a provision of face-to-face interaction, but here it has to be 75 to 80% supervised training, then only one can say participating observations. We simply sit in one corner and see how the patient, how the subjects, how the students are interacting in the teaching process. We participate without telling them what we are noticing, which under no circumstances is possible with 4.0 unless we develop a very, very sophisticated equipment, very, very sophisticated system of camera and all these things, which may give a very minutest possible detail of the students and his expressions and his questioning. Inclusive education. For years together, we struggle for inclusive education where all type of persons should sit together, particularly the children and students with the special needs, with the so-called normal population. And when we started realizing the importance of inclusive education, Professor Nasreen is here. She is an educator and teachers of teachers. She can appreciate what I am saying. Inclusive education is thoroughly is likely to be undo whatever efforts we have made to include our special children with a mainstream education system classroom, it is not only for any political reasons or not any other issue. It has an impact. Many students have shown the positive impact of interaction with so-called normal children. You know, the autistic children. Autism is the children where the children are not willing to interact. But if you put him under the integrated system, stimulation made them reactive. It is a well-established observation, well-established research. But here he would again confine to his screen, if at all he would be concentrating. Hyperactive children, ADHD children, how he would, because as a matter of definition, they are overactive, hyperactive, they cannot make him sit on one place unless you engage them in some constructive activity. They can be engaged in activities, but cannot be made him sit against any computer and for hours together to get the lectures. Other categories like slow learners, even UGC NAC has a special provision for slow learners, and they have recommended the remedial teaching for slow learners, that the teachers and students ratio should be minimum to it, and the students should be supervised if they are slow learner, if they are diverse group of students. Intellectual impairments are being trained on graded learning and continuous reinforcement, that the whole operation is distributed in different grades, in different difficulty level, starting from less difficult to the higher difficulty level, and every step which a student is achieving is to be reinforced very effectively by the teachers. I do not know how this online learning, online teaching of 4.0, I'm not talking in the terms of COVID, I'm talking in terms of 4.0 in general, how this reinforcement of students who are intellectually lower side would facilitate reinforcement, encouragement of those students. Low visions to the totally blind persons. Low vision, I can understand that you increase the font size. And I can also appreciate the blind persons, that he has no sight, that he would appreciate the lectures. But what about embossed prints through which he can feel the size, he can feel the size, he can feel the contours, he can feel the shape, angles, triangles, how he can do this thing? Because he is feeling this thing only by touch, only by fingers. He is reading by fingers. He can only listen. He cannot feel, he cannot visualize the concept of different angles, depth, three-dimensional perception. He can get only through touch, which he cannot see it. So it is not that it is only challenge, it is unethical to teach a lesson, to deliver a lesson to the group who is not receiving it. And so is the hearing impaired person. How far it would be face lips reading. He cannot hear your voice which you are speaking. He can only see the signalings, and not all the students. There are many students who are not very good into that. And there's condition like which I have not mentioned over here, that is deaf blind, is still very, very difficult situations. He can neither touch, he cannot see, he cannot listen. He can only be taught through touch sensation. Helen Keller's script, when the tutor is putting the finger on their palm and writing something, and she is understanding. So these are the issues which not only a simple challenge, it has a very, very wide range of ethical issues. If it is not addressed, implementation of 4.0 without addressing to these needs would be rather, in my definition, unethical practice, and we have to be very, very systematic in implementing though COVID has imposed upon us this system overnight without any preparations, it is just like that. You throw somebody in the sea, even if he doesn't know how to swim, by reflexes, by the instinct of survival, he may save himself, he may drown himself. We are trying to sail out of this turmoil, but if we have to implement this thing, we have to address all these challenges, which is getting the shape of ethical issues. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your knowledge with us. There are few questions
Yes.
for you. I'd like to
Yes,
mention
yes,
that.
please. Yes, yes, please.
Yes, sir. So the first question is, while the online future education 4.0 replaced the traditional conventional pattern of learning, earning education degree, how far teaching fraternity will accept it?
I have already showed you, I've already discussed this thing that there have to be radical training, vigorous training into this. And if it is legally bound, we have no other option. But if it is optional, we have to decide that which profession can go easily out of it, which profession needs some modification, and which profession would require in between system and a mixture of both. Whenever we talk about the extreme situations, either this or that, which may not be applicable in this.
Yes, sir. I hope your question is answered. So the next question that we have received is, lockdown and Sushant's death has got lots of self-declared therapists ready to talk and help. How to control and spread positive awareness about mental health in India?
Well, one thing is very clear by this: COVID has not created, has luckily, thanks God, the illness has been injected to only 1 or 2% of total population, even less than that. But 100% population is suffering from stress. And during stress, all type of ideas, all type of therapy, all type of supports are being offered, sometime logical, sometime illogical, sometime quackery, sometime unethical. So it is government to regulate. We in RCI are been trying to regulate this thing. Our Association of Clinical Psychologists, they are also continuously issuing the guidance, advisory, and all these things. It is a massive ethical and understanding and the character of individual who can save others in exploiting or not exploiting the situation. As I told you, that it is a very highly turmoil situation. Our ethical norms, our ethical character should be very strong to save person getting still worst setback in the form of misguidance, in the form of propaganda, in the form of media-oriented stress. So it is all we have to take care of. But naturally, overnight, disaster can be overnight, but the recovery will take some time. Disaster can be overnight, I'm again repeating, but the recovery will take some time.
Yes, sir, very truly mentioned, sir. And the last question that we have received is, the enormous shift to digitalization of education in present scenario has seen an impact on mental health of students as well as on the teachers. Do you think that this effect will be long lasting or is just a phase?
No, I don't think that any stress is a long lasting. Emotional stress leads to emotion, and emotion is a self-limiting phenomena. It would reduce, person will accommodate himself, adapt himself with the stressful situation after a point of time. Both sides, there would be some change in the scenario. I am very, very positive. Government is working very sincerely, seriously. There would be some containment of the disease, some check on the disease, as well as we will develop our own tolerance system, coping mechanism. We will develop our resilience. We talk about resilience means adaptability with the stressful situation. As we are talking about the immunity for having more vitamin C, vitamin this and that, and more food and all these things. A psychologist talks about development of resilience because it is the immunity system for their stressful situation, emotional reaction to the stress. So the situation would improve. How much time? It is difficult to calculate, but definitely it is the short-term things, and ye waqt bhi guzar jayega. I am 100% sure that we will again resume the normal situations. Anything which has the emotional touch is time bound. It is self-limiting. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your knowledge and sparing time for us. We are really grateful to you.
Thank you, Divya. Thank you very much, and I must thank you to all the organizers and the esteemed audience, particularly the one who has come from abroad, who has joined from abroad. That it's not the time for them to interact with us, but it is almost midnight, and they are there. And thank you for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward, I would now like to I would now like to invite Dr. Padma Rani ma'am for her keynote lecture. Dr. Padma Rani is Director and Professor, School of Communication at Manipal Academy of Higher Education. With a PhD in Sociology from Jawaharlal Nehru University, Dr. Padma Rani has experience in academics for more than 20 years. Her areas of expertise include internet and new media, political communication, media management and policy, communication research. She has a keen interest and experience in various research areas, including cities, gender, media effects, human rights, alternative media. Her list of achievements and contributions include life membership of Indian Sociological Society, life membership of Indian Women's Studies, membership of International Sociological Association, Asian Media and Information Center, and membership of International Association of Media and Communication Research. She is also entitled as the Chairperson, Communication and Journalism Research Committee, Indian Social Science Congress. Her contribution in the field of research includes publication in journals of national and international repute. We welcome you, ma'am, and over to you.
Thank you, and for such a elaborate introduction, and also warm good morning. No, sorry, it's good afternoon already. Good afternoon to all the keynote speakers and the attendees. As I share my screen, I'll keep talking so that we could Can you see my presentation?
Yes, as it is
Not
visible.
visible. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am,
ma'am.
your
Now it's
presentation
visible.
is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I would like to thank the organizers, Amity University, Indian Mental Health and Research Center, and Shia PG College, Lucknow, for organizing this conference at a very apt time. All my all the keynote speakers before me, they have touched on different topics. Like we started off with a very interesting presentation on vocational education and women empowerment. Then we went on to discuss about how in this current times the digital technology is very necessary, and then about teachers training and school education. And we had Professor Johri talking about how the academia industry interface is important. And the talk before me of Professor Zaidi was very relevant. I think this is he highlighted some of the serious issues that both students and teachers are facing currently. But I deviate a little from all that they were talking about. It's very relevant to my topic, but a little different. Here in my presentation, I'm going to talk about what makes a top university in the 21st century. I would, take it, the flow of my presentation would be that I'm going to talk about how did the term university originate, or the idea of a university originate? What's the philosophy of education behind an university? And what would be an university in the 21st century? Uh, all these things that my keynote speakers before me have spoken about is very important for a 21st century university to dwell upon and discuss. But one aspect that I would completely stick to is about the multidisciplinarity of the university. I'm primarily focusing on that the 21st century has to be a multidisciplinary university with multidisciplinary teaching. Now, if you look at the word university, it basically originated from Latin, and it meant the whole. The word universitas meant the whole. And the term universitas apply to diversified corporate bodies and throughout time, particularly in the mid 18th century, universitas literarium, was particularly attached to the teacher student corporate organization. And gradually, the term universitas magistrorum et scholarium, the university of master and students, stands for organized communities of individuals who are responsible for higher learning and study. Now, so the general understanding of the term university is that it's a place for higher learning and institution, and where there has to be an academic environment where a community of scholars can engage in study, teaching and learning, research, and community service. It is also a center for professional training to serve society, socio-economic, political, and cultural needs. Now, based on these ideas of the university, when we look at the philosophy of education, that's what defines what kind of education the universities would impart. And there are two important questions that we need to address. What is education, and what is education for? There have been a lot of philosophers who have talked about education and the need for education, and what education in their sense was: Aristotle, Confucius, Plato, and others. But I would not go into the details of that, given the paucity of time. I would now like to focus on in the 20th century, when massification of higher education has become a global phenomena. And this happened during the second half of the 20th century. University has become multiversity, that has multiple purposes, performs multiple functions, constitutes multiple people from inside and from outside the academia. And this is where you can see that university is not only about education, but it has a wider role to play in society and the community. With, the massification of higher education, as well as the multiversity of higher education, also came a change in perception, and that has caused a major shift in the way education is perceived, or university and higher educational institution is perceived. Universities are now considered as service providers, and students are consumers or customers. And everything is becoming very outcome based. What is the result of it? Now, this is a new change that we've seen in the last few years in terms of higher education in India. Yes, when you look at, when I'm talking of an university, there are various things that we can look at in university. What does an university, an ideal university, if we want to break it up, what all do we break it up under? One is, what kind of system does the university have? What is its structure in terms of its organization? What are the courses offered and the method of teaching that that particular university uses? Research, internationalization, innovation, all these are various aspects that make up an university. But like I told you in the beginning, I would like to focus on one aspect of the university, and that is multidisciplinarity. If an university system is multidisciplinary, and that is what the 21st century, I believe, universities should be doing. A university, which is a multidisciplinary institution of higher learning that offers undergraduate and graduate programs with high quality teaching, research, and community engagements. In the current scenario, globally, even education system needs to be tied up with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And therefore, the university of the 21st century should also provide opportunities for lifelong learning. Not all the 17 goals can be directly addressed by the universities, but I feel that the SDG 4, which is about lifelong learning and experiences, the universities can think about providing people, especially if you take the COVID situation now. There has been a lot of changes in the way industries are working, in the way research is going to happen, and there will be a lot of knowledge gap of people who have worked for 5 or 10 years in the industry from the current. They may not be as digitally equipped as their counterparts now, or they may not be, in trend with what is being happening around the world right now. And universities can pitch in for lifelong learning, because new forms of knowledge are always being developed in the universities. Now, this multidisciplinary learning that I'm talking about is not a new concept. Okay, it existed in ancient India. Banabhatta's Kadambari described it as a good education as a knowledge of the 64 kalas or art. Not only subjects such as singing and painting, but also scientific fields such as chemistry and mathematics, vocational fields such as carpentry and clothes making, professional fields such as medicine and engineering, as well as soft skills such as communication, discussion, and debate. The knowledge of all these creative endeavors is the kind of education that we require in the 21st century. Yeah. And for this, if we are going to mix up all the disciplines, and I think even our new education policy is hinting towards it when they say that, a person can take any kind of combinations of subjects at the school level itself. They are kind of promoting this kind of a multidisciplinarity that Banabhatta talked about. Now, research also needs to be improved and enhanced through a holistic and multidisciplinary equational approach. A human being has to develop all his capacities, let it be intellectual, aesthetic, social, physical, and moral, emotional, in an integrated manner. I think the second speaker, he clearly emphasized that today, the capabilities that a person requires are multi-dimensional to work in a working environment, because things are much more complex now than earlier. And therefore, as students in a university, all their capabilities need to be looked at, and they have to develop into well-rounded individuals with critical capacities. Then multidisciplinarity will also provide rigorous research-based specialization and would also provide opportunities for multidisciplinary work, including academia, government, and industry. Now, let me take an example of, if you have to study climate change. Climate change is not something that can be studied only by one discipline. It is something that if we have to understand it in totality, a lot of disciplines would be involved. It could be chemistry, could be physics, it could be, aquatic biology. It will be, even in terms of diplomacy and international security, environmental science, civil engineering. A whole lot of disciplines are involved in this. And meteorology. And therefore, if you need to solve these complex problems which mankind is facing currently, I think multidisciplinarity is the way forward. The other thing is that, even if you look at the data of especially in US and European countries, the number of people after PhD pursuing academia, it's not that everybody goes into academia. People are also joining government and industry. And India also needs to move towards in that direction, where PhD is not only for, teaching and research. It also needs to be, something that the policy planners, the policy makers, people who are involved in various other industries, if we want to bring in better technology, be ahead in terms of research, I think that is one focus that we have to lay great emphasis on. Now, if we are talking of multidisciplinarity, then there has to be a lot of changes in our curriculum. Today, we are all working in very watertight compartment, which means that if a starts doing media and communication, he is only studying a particular set of subjects. Media and communication is still a little multidisciplinarity, but if you're doing engineering, you're only doing chemical engineering, or you're only doing civil engineering. You're not studying beyond anything else. And that flexibility in curriculum needs to be there. Only then will a student develop a broader perspective of things. And internship of various kinds, internships with industries, with NGOs, or with local craftsmen, or it could be just research in their own institutions with their professors or some other professor in another department which interests them. Now, these kind of internships will also help students, uh, develop some of their capabilities, like I was talking about intellectual capability, even their cultural competence, cross-cultural competence to deal with a wide variety of people. Because if you meet people from different disciplines, you realize that each discipline has a different kind of jargon or a different words that they use. You get a broader perspective to a lot of things. Now, the idea of blended learning. Okay. Yes, COVID has made us all go online in a jiffy. It was just crisis management. It was not planned at all. But then the online teaching is here to stay. I'm sorry, I also as a teacher do not enjoy online learning. I love to have my students in front of me and teach them. And like all my other colleagues were saying, that the whole body language, the interaction of the student, the personal contact of the student, yes, we all miss it. But the reality is that in future, if you want your education to be more inclusive, I think we'll have to go in for the blended learning mode, where we have online classrooms. A university without a student on campus is not a university in the true sense. So we will have, online classes, but with that, there should be also a flexibility that students can take in some physical classes as well as some online courses, and they can supplement their, learning, or they can supplement their ideas from those kind of blended courses. The credit bank system, which the national educational policy has said, I think that's a good idea. And that will help in two ways. One is that students can leave whenever they want to, in case of, there are situations where students have to leave because of so many issues, and then they have discontinued their education of a sort. This allows them to come back and continue their education from wherever they have left, and also makes them employable in the market. Because right now, unemployment is something that, India is really struggling with and will struggle in for some time. And these kind of things will help students to, pursue their education, keeping their other factors in mind, the socio-economic or the socio-cultural factors in mind. There has to be a greater emphasis on cross-disciplinary and interdisciplinary teaching and research. And like I said, of climate change, even things like poverty, you cannot address it only from an economic perspective or a sociology perspective. You also need to look at it from a medicine and other perspectives. So if we have to solve some problems which have been persistent with us, which will benefit mankind, we need to look at cross-disciplinary and interdisciplinary teachings. The next point, internationalization. Internationalization is something which is very important, because it exposes, when we are talking of a world-class university, internationalization is what will expose both the faculty and the students to whatever is happening around the globe. And in the process, there's a two-way exchange of knowledge and information. Yes, and there's a third angle to it. It's a kind of a soft diplomacy. Today, that you start, see so much about racial prejudice, nationalism, and so many other things being discussed, I think internationalization is a very soft answer to deal with these problems in a very subtle way. And this will also help in internationalization is not something that's been new to India. We've had, international students studying in Takshila and Nalanda in the ancient times. Today also in a lot of universities, you find international students, but internationalization in the true sense, where there should be a free flow of students from both the sides, faculty and researchers, joint collaborations and things that helps the people to people contact, would help us reduce some of these, biases and prejudices that are prevalent in society today. The next point is about community engagement. It's the duty of university that wherever is placed, I still believe that a lot of privileged people, maybe in terms of knowledge, whatever, are the ones who reach the higher education system and are involved in, teaching and research and learning and collaborations. And they should do something for the community and society around them. Maybe the knowledge that they create, they should see how that could be made available to the community, how it could improve the standard of living of the community, or if there is any specific problem that the particular community faces, they could help them overcome it, create awareness about it. And that would also reduce a lot of complexities and problems. Solutions to it would come from the community itself, because I believe if the solution comes from the community, the adaptability to the solution would be much more easier. And then in a very subtle way, in our small own ways, the university would be repaying something back to society. These might sound idealistic, but I think it's practical. We can take up small things and be able to do it. Okay, moving on to the next thing, that's about research and innovation. How does a university promote research and innovation? By setting up incubation centers and technology development centers where they help students and young researchers to develop newer ideas, create knowledge in frontier areas of research. They could set up research centers in various areas like virology, infectious diseases, tropical medicine, travel medicine. I'm giving all these names from an Indian point of view, or also climate security and diplomacy, a center on substance and drug abuse, various kinds of centers which could focus on research and trying to solve problems from these specific areas. Because only when there is innovation, when the university environment promotes innovation and research, will a vibrant culture of research and innovation emerge. And for any knowledge to grow, I think research and innovation is very essential, irrespective of the field that one comes from, whether it's a science, technology, or social sciences or humanities. Now, okay, we talked about the academics part of it, the research, the curriculum and things, but also the university has a larger role to play with respect to students. And the university needs to provide for the complete well-being of the student, both his physical and emotional and social well-being of the student, and nurture an overall rounded personality. And for those, the university will have to provide some recreational facilities for sports, games, music, art activities and things, as well as student spaces where they can interact among themselves. Students from various subjects can meet, discuss, debate, whatever they want to do, and also have counselors and support systems for students. Because over the years, I've been seeing that the students undergo a lot of stress, various kinds of mental health issues, and a university will have to pitch in these areas, because it's important that all these students, the young minds, are away from a lot of stress which could cause harm to them. And career counselors, because when they come from school, they are sometimes not, most of them are not aware of what they want to do, what would be the opportunities available to them in the future. And universities need to do this on a very proactive basis. It's no longer only about classroom teaching, grades, semesters, but the university will have to play a much wider role in the lives of the students. We have to go beyond the classroom teaching, go beyond academics and research, and also look at the growth of the overall personality of the student. And for that, these facilities are needed in any campus. I think, these are some of the aspects that I wanted to discuss on. Now, coming to the conclusion, to me, the 21st century university will be an institution of higher learning that brings human beings to a high level of intellectual development in all areas, irrespective of the discipline. And this knowledge should create a source. The university should be a source of universal knowledge, not something that is only to an individual, but something which we could share and everybody. It's a universal knowledge and a highly skilled human power for the professions, and it could be any professions. Yeah. Thank you for your patient listening. I'm ready to take in the questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening us with your knowledge. It was really grateful to hear you, the content which you have shared. I have received few questions. I'll be taking them one by one. The first question that we have received is, don't you think that the universities nowadays are more interested in the number of students rather than the quality of education?
No. See, yes, the number of students do matter, because without students, you can't do anything. Especially if you look at private universities, it's the number of students do matter. But then the quality of education also needs to be looked at, and it has to be given equal importance, because in due course of time, we can already see the trend. All these rankings, the Times Higher ranking or the India Today ranking or whatever it is, all these rankings have, started having an impact on the students choosing the universities. Today's students do a lot of homework before they choose a course or a university, So, just saying that only the number of students is enough. No, if the quality of teaching is not good, if you're not able to provide your students with, the required inputs, I'm sorry, it will not function.
Yes,
in the long run. It might be only a short-term arrangement.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. The next question that we have received is, when we talk of research, why all the focus is mainly on index journals like Scopus and Web of Sciences, and not on the quality of the paper?
See, I think the Scopus and Web of Science is because, you know, they have established a metrics that, okay, these are the quality of papers are published in these, because today you find a lot of papers are, a lot of journals are indexed either in Scopus or Web of Science or other kind of, you know, citation things. But yes, if it's a well written, if it's a good paper and in a particular subject, I think it gets a good amount of read, even if it is not in Scopus. But then the quality is when we are, you know, competing with it internationally. And these matrices has been set up by, you know, it has not been set up simply like that. They have worked into it and they have set up certain standards. And it is, but it's a fact that we have to go by those standards. But if your paper is good, I'm sure that even if you are not publishing it in a Scopus or a Web of Science journal, you will have a good amount of read on other platforms if you put it.
Yes, ma'am, very rightly said. The last question that I have received is, with respect to 4.0, what is your view on the reservation? Most of the private universities don't have reservation.
Yeah, most of the private universities don't have reservation. And I can tell you, in my university, we don't have reservation. We have no reservation, but it's not that we don't have students from OBCs or SC or STs. They are there. So,
Thank you so
know, it's, yes, and lots of universities, and lots of universities are also providing to, you know, economically need students. There are different kinds of scholarships available today for people from the economically disadvantaged backgrounds.
Yes,
and you know, a lot of times as a head of an institution, I can vouch for it that sometimes I do not have students to apply for them. And I feel bad that there are such good scholarships, but I do not have students who can apply for it. But then there is available. It is just that people are not aware about it and things.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, one more question is there. Since universities play a very important role in research sector, how will Education 4.0 impact the research sector in this regard?
See, the Education 4.0, I think, is going to give more importance on research, and research with multidisciplinary angle, where research is not about just one thing. Research is about solving a problem. You know, it could be solving, like right now, the whole vaccine race that is going on for COVID. It is not just that one team is working on vaccine. There are different groups of people, from pharmacy to life sciences to, you know, doctors. All of them are working on it together in certain places. So I'm just giving a COVID example because it's most thing that all of us are now talking about. Even, you know, other things. Now the research will be more solution based, because people want, you know, certain complex problems to be solved with this. Yes, there will be basic research, because if basic research is not happening, then basic
I think we have lost connection.
Yeah, I think it got disconnected. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. So basic research will be there, but it will be more of applied research, more about solving certain complex problems, or as simple problems as, you know, a physiotherapist and an engineering department trying to, make some diabetic footwear or some artificial limbs and things of that kind. So all these research is going to be focused on that, trying to solve human problems.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sparing your valuable time and joining us and sharing such a great knowledge with us. We are really grateful. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving further, now I would like to invite the next keynote speaker, Dr. Gagan Prakash sir. Dr. Gagan Prakash sir is the director of Symbiosis School of Photography under the Faculty of Media and Communication of Symbiosis University. With MS in Communication from Manipal University, he did his PhD in Visual Media Ethics from Symbiosis International University, where he studied the violation in Indian news visual media's coverage of Uttarakhand disaster. He has been an academic for the last 10 years in the area of photography, cinematography, and visual communication. Prior to his academic journey, he worked as a freelance photojournalist and documentary filmmaker. His research interests are in the areas of visual media ethics, identity, media and education, and media and spirituality. He has authored a book on visual communication, written several chapters, and has published his research work in reputed journals. Prior to the current responsibility, he was heading the audiovisual department at Symbiosis Institute of Media and Communication, Pune. We welcome you to the panel, sir. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Divya. Just tell me if I'm audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. So I'm just gonna share my screen. Just give me a second, please. I hope all of you can see the presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your screen is
Right.
visible.
Right. Thank you very much. So, okay. So I'm just gonna go quickly to my next slide. Yeah. Okay. Is my presentation moving? Is the presentation moving?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. All right. All right. Thank you very much. So, right. So I'm just going to be talking about, of course, I have to defend, digital education. And firstly, of course, I hope all of you are safe and had a nice Eid. Speakers before me had, they have voiced their issues with online education, and I'm here to defend it. It gives me some little bit of pressure, of course. Well, I feel it is the right time that we're talking about education 4.0 in the context of higher education, of course, when national education policy is now on the dining tables and we are discussing, and of course, part of prime times and podcasts in India. In fact, many of the ongoing education changes in education, of course, in world are indicative of exciting words of Irish poet William Butler, who says, education is not to fill the bucket, but to ignite it. And I'm sorry that I'm going to be starting with a gloomy figure, which I'm going to present, which talks about that it is predicted that at least 50% of the jobs will be lost to technologies. And here we are talking about technology saving the fourth wave of education. It is ironical, I know. So how can this current generation be educated for this change in knowledge, skills, abilities that will be required in next 15 years is the big question. To discuss this, we need to understand the link between IR 4.0 and, I would say ER 4.0. See, the gap between each industrial revolution has been decreasing from 70 years between 1 and 2 to 30 years between 2 and 3, even lesser between 3 and 4. This gap indicates more of a wave rather than a revolution to me. And as the next change in the way industries are going, it might happen even sooner than the last change. And India, of course, the long awaited NEP, which was recently cleared by the Union Cabinet, which also tries to base education system in the country based on the demands of IR 4.0, where changes are made in curriculum, courses, and medium of instruction, as most of you would know. Of course, there are doubts about it, but it's okay. We're moving on. We have, we look at ER, or rather Education 4.0, and cyber system in higher education, where it focuses on technologies such as Internet of Things, cloud technology, or just let me see if I'm trying to, yeah, sorry. Yep. And, cloud technology, as I was saying, AR, VR, an impact of which on higher education is seen in various areas such as teaching, infrastructure, of course, curriculum administration, research, and of course, many more. But here the actors and beneficiaries are students, teachers, university management, researchers, digital platforms, parents, etc. See, most studies today discuss about user interface, that is our students, and processes, that is how will teachers use the technology. But there are limitations to that as well. Uh, See, it's very interesting that we focus. It's very important that we focus on preparing students for evolving industries such as social media content generators, Zumba instructors for that matter, or venues which are unknown to us. It will be crucial to take into consideration the principles of how companies change the game in IR 4.0, and how can we apply that to the world of education. See, areas like personalized learning, free choice of what one wants to learn, using what method, and by whom will be the future questions one need to be ready for. Another very important area is data interpretation, which has been the talk of higher education in professional programs for about 5 years now. See, other areas, of course, like field experience, student ownership in forming their curricula will be very crucial in times to come. Let me just quickly talk about where is education 4.0 in India. You see, of course, we have advantage of demographic dividend, but on the same hand, it is estimated that around 50 crore population would be added to the list of labor market in 2030. Now that's a big figure. Well, government needs to be to give employment to these people. Current current sorry, yeah. See, current job scenario is of a population where people are willing to work, but they lack the skill set required for these industries. And India needs to train the students to cope up with the challenges in new era. There will be structural and regulatory issues for sure. But the big problem is the inadequacy of curriculum and non-availability of well-trained faculties in the future. Also, due to this technological breakthrough, the work task performed by humans is making shift to machines as well. All of a survey suggests that was done in 2019, which said that an average of 69% of tasks was performed by humans in 2019 in industries, which will be reduced to 58% in 2022. That's a big jump, right? So let's just quickly talk about cyber system tools that we use in higher education or will be using in higher education. Well, I see them being used already. Like according to the research done in 2017 in India, there is a great use of demand of mobile devices and digital tools among students. Mobile devices like tablets and other apps change the method of teaching, learning, and can be considered as a powerful tools, of course, to create 3D graphics presentations featuring videos and textbooks. Of course, mobile devices also allow students to access ebooks, quizzes, projects, and many more things in the labs or otherwise. Of course, even outside the classroom in well-defined areas, universities can also use these and is using using Wi-Fi network devices to monitor their students and their activities, which also gives them safer campuses. You see. Recently, companies such as Smart or IBM have demonstrated their interest in introducing Internet of Things into academia, right? Developing smart university projects. Google, as we know, of course, launched several applications in the field of education. Another very important cyber tool is cloud computing, as it has various advantages like improving institutional productivity, making academic processes more efficient by giving it, or like in a way democratizing the sharing of data. We all can use it, we all can see it. It also reduces expense as storage becomes cheaper day by day. Again, Google is a great example where they provide ample space online for various academic activities to us. It also boosts collaborative work as students and teachers are on the same platform and accessing the same information together. Of course, it has its own disadvantages, like there is a cyber risk, there is a lack of control in a way sometimes, there is dependence on network performance, especially in our Indian context. um, of course, there are these problems. Another major tool that we talk about in higher education is AR, where it is possible that students are plugged into a digital landscape today and access the required information. Like it is more interactive, of course, it is more immersive, it is more informative. A great example is Google Lens. We all know Google Lens. It has been there in market for some time, and educational institutes and universities have been using it. Where another example was a Kerala school teacher. She invited animals through AR in her classroom, online classroom, to teach these young kids about wild animals. You see, it also is very helpful in research, as it can supplement reality via superimposing computer generated information over physical context in real time, you see, which can facilitate results exploration and interpretation. Of course, virtual reality is another important tool in the cyber system used in higher education, where it could be more important from revisiting past and also to reimagining the future. Yeah. Uh, let- of course, there are irony. Of course, let's just quickly talk about the paradox in the digital higher education. First is the what paradox. See, this talks about new versus the traditional literacies. As speakers before me were talking about how they love the physical classroom, lectures, and where they can one-on-one talk to the students. Of course, there is a big irony, there's a big problem, there's a big debate going on recently, but all of us are of course using it. It relates to what students need to learn in the new digital classroom. Like, some scholars imagine a digital future in which multimedia literacy or lack of it brings about a new divide between those who have knowledge to fully engage with it, understand it, and create influential media content for the future. Of course, those and of course those who lack such ability will render them passive consumers of this information. See, second paradox, as I see, is how paradox, which talks about autonomous versus mentored learning. Like, you enjoy your own time, that we all talk about. The students probably are not really learning. Simply put, the belief is that some best that the best form of digital learning involve autonomous learning, following the mantra that the teacher must be a guide on the side rather than a sage on the stage. Yet the paradox is that people develop the ability to work freely, whether in online or offline realms, only through processes being instructed or mentored by others. Finally, the where paradox, which talks about how it talks about out of school versus in school learning. Like, it is also really connected with the how paradox. Autonomous learners can learn anywhere, whereas there would be others who would enjoy and need rather in school learning. So I see a great combination, or rather a mixed method of teaching. I'm sure most of us are planning that. Like, I am into the visual communication and the visual arts school, where our faculty is, of course, right now depending on the online classrooms and online teaching, because we are doing a lot of practical classes, but we can't do them online. So we are of course planning the mixed methods, where we engage with the students one-on-one, with demo classes, with some discussions, research work, but then also wait for them when they can come on campus and do the execution of the research work that they do. See, to close my talk, in a way, I would like to just point out a few challenges in the cyber system, in higher education, of course, and also some opportunities that it has. You see, current education system is in most countries, especially in India, needs to be adapted in line with technology, and we all agree to it, to provide the right graduates with the right skills for the future, keeping in mind the fourth industrial revolution, or fifth or sixth. You know, we are talking about fourth revolution, but we're not really far from the fifth or sixth, uh, where there is more immersive learning and everything else. Higher education system must change to suit the needs of the younger generation, and education institutions need to be flexible and ready to anticipate the future of education, as many jobs are not centered in the past or in conventional education, such as Zumba instructor for that matter, or cloud specialist for that matter, or even a social media influencer. We tend to ignore this. Like, for example, we have been ignoring the area of arts, where photographer probably was not an a profession, let's say 20 years back or even 10 years back. Or, for example, filmmaker or a journalist was not a profession or a very attractive profession, even in academics or in education 30 years back. But now times have changed. We are agreed to it. So we have to be ready with things which are probably, we are not imagine we don't really imagine that those exist today, but we have to be ready for that. We surely need to think about training the teaching staff and decide how and what students role will be in this whole setup. What will be the new educational tools and resources, skills required by the students for the industry 4.0, 5.0, and usage of things like MOOCs, university as a platform, collaborative learning, education as a system, like how will we teach these students, and tools of engagement. And finally, the mentoring. Is going to become a huge what do you call tool of engagement, and very important, in fact. Speaker before me also spoke about it in a way that we were just involved in our induction activities, huge induction activities over 6 days, where the maximum questions and queries came in the sessions of counseling and mentoring, where the maximum queries were about one-on-one mentoring or otherwise. So we know where is it going. It's really important that we understand both challenges and opportunities that the digital education has to offer to us, and cyber system it has to offer to us. And of course, we move forward accordingly. See, we are talking about education 4.0 and IR 4.0, but the way I see it, we're not really far from IR 5.0 or 6.0, as the gap is reducing every day. So, that would be it. Actually, I've taken a lot of time of everybody. So thank you very much for giving me this time. I appreciate your gratitude, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us about the topic. I have received few questions. I'll yeah. Cyberbullying of teachers is being seen as a frequently occurring phenomena, especially from the time this pandemic has started and online classes have started in our country. So, what is your view in this?
Of course, cyberbullying, or it is cybersecurity, these are problems, and of course, these are problems, and there are ways to curb that. For example, more control. If we have more control, if faculty and the management has more control over it. Of course, these are early days. you know we all know that India woke up to this digital education when we were hit by coronavirus. Before that, we were not really paying attention to it. Hardly 5% of our education was, or in our interaction was, online. We were, in fact, we didn't really pay attention to it, and we thought, okay, it's not really important. And now we are 100% in online currently, at least. So yes, it is a concern, And yes, we are in the early days where we are trying to figure out ways to fight that, where we have more control. As I said, cloud computing or Internet of Things, where one problem is the control, and control with the faculty and or the management or the people who run it. So when we have this control on this online tools, probably it will be reduced. And see, uh, we are our culture is not yet elevated in that sense to understand and take advantage of this online tools, where a student feels that if I have my own space, I can do anything. It has to be part of our culture. If we start this where we say that you should behave well with girls, and it's supposed to be taught at your home and then in school. Of course, in how do you behave online, like it is taught how do you behave in class, it has to be also taught in the school days, like early. So I guess that's probably the route. I'm sure other speakers would also add to it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So the next question that I received is, do you think massive open
Yeah.
online courses are
Yeah.
successful?
Well, there's a mixed impression that I have of this. As I said, it may work uh, for courses like management, or for courses like at least in courses like management, or courses in some other areas, probably in research. Uh, but in many areas of arts, in medicine, it may not work. So it is a success in few areas, and it is not so popular or so successful in other areas. We have known students just completing those courses, whether it is Coursera or any other platform, completing those courses without even understanding those courses, and that is the big problem. So yes, there is a concern there, but as I said, there are areas like management where it is possible to enjoy and take a lot of it from those courses. But in some areas like arts and visual arts, medicine, where it is really really difficult. For example, we have a department in culinary arts, and it's so difficult to run a course to MOOCs for culinary arts or photography or filmmaking. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. So the next question that we have received is, how is the current political turmoil on international level putting an impediment in the way of knowledge sharing?
Could you repeat it, and also let me just get the context to it. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, yes, sir. How is the current political turmoil on international level putting an impediment in the way of knowledge sharing? This is a question that we have received in the chat box.
Okay. Of course, one has to first of all understand what context this is in, because we're talking about knowledge sharing, and I'm not really sure in what context this question is asked, whether what kind of turmoil we're talking about. Is it about COVID? If it is about COVID, I think it's a wave or it's a phase, and it has to end, and it will end. I mean, see, COVID is not going to stay forever. If that is the international turmoil that we're talking about, or any other turmoil for that matter. I mean, those were the days when we spoke about 2012 as the last year of existence, and we are here, uh, and there will be more predictions about it. But you see, these are phases. As the technology changes, as societies change, as cultures change, as we all evolve, we overcome those problems and turmoils. So I don't really think there is a problem in that sense. Of course, we are moving ahead to 5G and 6G, where knowledge sharing is going to be easy and autonomous and personal, where you will have control over things in terms of knowledge sharing with you. So I see, in fact, it's going to be more personal and more easy. Of course, there's a problem. Like people say that social media connects individuals. It gives you personal connect. But I see social media also increases this gap where, for example, if I say something about somebody, but if on social media people discuss, they make it even more awkward and difficult for those two people to interact, uh, who are involved in the conversation. So there are many sides to it. As I said, we are in the early days of this, IR 4.0 and education 4.0. So I just see it as a phase and a wave.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering this question. The last question that has come up is that with the online classes system and after this pandemic, an increasing trend in online internship and training programs has been observed. So, and also where we have, there are a lot of frauds and unethical practices being seen in this online training programs and internship programs. How to put a check on this?
A very similar problem that we spoke about. How do you check to those people who are, see, I call those students who bully frauds, their faculty, right, or their teachers. And similarly, there are frauds anywhere, even if it is offline. But I see the brighter side here. Recently, our university students who are, I'm just talking about media students right now, and the visual art students, they were on the internship, and it was completely 100% online, and all of them completed that. Of course, there has to be a reliability check, and that has to be there in place. And I see the brighter side. We are all engaging online, and there are new avenues coming up online. For example, the research is going to be so important, as Padmarani ma'am was speaking about it. Research is going to be the area which is going to run in this IR 4.0 and education 4.0. So I see a great change and a very positive change as well in the digital space. So yes, there are issues, and I'm not going that side right now because I see a lot of advantages of that.
Yes, definitely. It has a lot of advantages as well, with few disadvantages, obviously. So the last question that I have received, if you allow me to take that also.
Please.
So the last question is: digital platform comes with loads of distraction in the form of games, social media. How can
No.
digital classes or education ensure discipline?
uh, could you repeat it, because there was a lot of problem in the just
Yes.
could you repeat that?
Yes, sir. Digital platform comes with lots of distraction in the form
Okay.
of game, social media. How can digital classes or education ensure discipline?
Okay. I see a lot of questions. I mean, in fact, most of the questions, as you notice, are talking about problems. You know, what is a problem and a disadvantage? A disadvantage becomes a disadvantage, or a problem becomes a problem once you experience it, once you go through it. And I repeat that we are still in the stages, at least in India, where we are trying to just figure out. It is so new that we are not even qualified to call it a problem yet, because it is an observation. It is those days we are trying to figure out. So there are distractions. For example, okay, there are distractions when you're in the physical class, but you have ways to overcome those, and you find out those strategies to do it. uh, One-on-one interaction in online is so beautiful. For example, I do this chat every evening with the students, which I call, cafe with whatever. It could be anybody. So I just run that with my students, where I sit with them one-on-one, because I have a single window in front of me, and that person is chatting just with me. He or she can open up so well because he knows that there is nobody watching it. So of course there are risks where somebody can hack it, but at least for that time, he or she is looking at the brighter side of it, or the positive side of it. as I said earlier, we are still in those initial stages. So in Indian context, these problems are not problems. These are just observations we haven't experienced, researched, and tried to overcome. I'm gonna give another year to Indian researchers and all of us to, in fact, find out whether what to do with these things, and then probably we can discuss.
Yeah, very rightly mentioned by you, sir, that we shall also focus on the positive aspect of these online classes and the change in the education system that we all are experiencing, and then maybe we'll be able to focus on the then the problems will definitely reduce. Thank you so much.
I would just say one thing, because uh, yesterday there was an interaction on counseling. There was a counseling interaction session where there were 40 odd students in one class, and I was part of that class, just an observer. There was a counselor. Usually when you have 40 students or 40 participants in a counseling class or a session, there will be silence because nobody would like to disclose or bring out those things in front of others. But that online platform, where everybody felt that I am in my own space and I can actually speak out. There are these things as well. So we are, as I've been saying, we are in the initial stages, and then let's see where it goes.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your valuable time and joining us and sharing your knowledge with us and answering the questions.
Thank you.
We are really grateful to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Now, moving forward, I would now like to invite the next keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Afzal Shamsi, sir. Professor Dr. Afzal Shamsi, sir, is the head of Department of Industrial Relation and Personal Management, Munger University, Bihar. He is an esteemed member of National Monitoring Committee of Higher Education, Ministry of HRD, Government of India. In addition to this, Professor Shamsi is also a nominee visitor at Manu Central University, Hyderabad, syndicate member of Maulana Mazharul University, Patna, ex-vice president, PM 15-point program, and has been former director of New India Assurance Company. He also the reputed president
Responsibility to make this world a better place. No matter how bad it gets, we will always come back stronger.
हेलो हेलो
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
हाँ हेलो हाँ बोलिए हेलो
हेलो
हाँ हाँ आ रही है आवाज हमारी
जी सर आ रही है जी सर
जी 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 आवाज आ रही है शुरू करें
जी सर बिल्कुल शुरू करें
आज तो मैं सबसे पहले मुबारकबाद देना चाहता हूं कि आप लोगों ने इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और ये सेमिनार का आयोजन किया और इस आयोजन के लिए मैं खास तौर से आगा परवेज साहब, साजिद साहब, काशिफ साहब और अमेठी यूनिवर्सिटी और शिया कॉलेज और सभी लोगों के कोलैबोरेशन से आपने इस वक्त इस चीज का इनेकाद किया और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आपने लोगों को जोड़ने की कोशिश की, क्योंकि आज जो वक्त है वो हमारे कंट्री का हो या इंटरनेशनल लेवल का हो, सब लोग कोविड-19 को फेस कर रहे हैं। और इस सिचुएशन में भी आपने कंट्री ही नहीं इंटरनेशनल लेवल से भी बहुत सारे एमिनेंट स्कॉलर्स, एकेडमिशियंस, पद्मा रानी जी हो, जाहिद साहब हो, जाफरी साहब हो, गगन प्रकाश जी हो, जौहरी जी हो या प्रोफेसर नसरीन हो, ऐसे लोगों के साथ आपने इस प्रोग्राम्स और इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया, इसलिए और उसमें मुझे भी आपने शरीक किया, इसका मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं। आपका टॉपिक भी हालत हाजरा पे है, यानी कि जो प्रेजेंट सिचुएशन है उस प्रेजेंट सिचुएशन को देखते हुए आपने इस टॉपिक को रखा है, यानी एजुकेशन 4.0 और आज के सिचुएशन में। मैं अपनी बात शुरू करूं उससे पहले यह जरूरी है कि हम 20वीं सेंचुरी से लेकर के 21वीं सेंचुरी के लीडरशिप को उभार रहे हैं, यानी जो 20th सेंचुरी में एजुकेशन था, लर्निंग था, वो एजुकेशन और लर्निंग को हम तैयार कर रहे हैं 21st सेंचुरी के स्टूडेंट्स को और लीडर को। यानी कि जो हमारा फ्यूचर ट्रेंड है, हम उस फ्यूचर ट्रेंड में केवल एजुकेशन की मीनिंग ही नहीं, यानी एजुकेशन का मीनिंग, एजुकेशन मीन्स ऑल राउंड डेवलपमेंट, फिजिकली, सोशली, इकोनॉमिकली, प्रोफेशनली, रिलीजियसली, इथिकली, ये सारी चीज थी, ऑल राउंड डेवलपमेंट था। और आज फिर जो लर्निंग का मतलब है कि लर्निंग इज ए मॉडिफिकेशन ऑफ बिहेवियर थ्रू एक्सपीरियंसेस। लर्निंग इज ए मॉडिफिकेशन ऑफ बिहेवियर थ्रू एक्सपीरियंसेस, यानी अनुभवों के आधार पर। अब वो नहीं चलेगा क्लासरूम टीचिंग में कि बाबा ब्लैक शिप, हैव यू एनी वूल, यस सर, 3 बैग्स फुल। ये जो रटने वाली प्रोसेस था, वो प्रोसेस में चेंज हो करके हमें लर्निंग बाय डूइंग, प्राइमरी लेवल से लेकर के हायर एजुकेशन तक, यानी करके सीखो, प्रोजेक्ट करके सीखो, स्पॉट पर जाके सीखो, और उन अनुभवों को जिसको नैरोअर सेंस में लर्निंग इज ए मॉडिफिकेशन ऑफ बिहेवियर को ब्रॉडर सेंस में लाया थ्रू एक्सपीरियंसेस, नॉट ओनली प्राइमरी लेवल, जो कि न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में आपने देखा है कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने 3 साल से लेकर 18 साल तक जो शिक्षा का अधिकार दिया है, उस अधिकार में हम प्राइमरी से लेकर के 18 साल तक में इन सारी चीजों को, जो हमें चैलेंजेस हैं, जो हमारे सामने चुनौतियां हैं, और उन चुनौतियों को, उन चैलेंजेस को हम किस प्रकार अवसरों में बदल सकते हैं। यह इत्तेफाक की बात है कि यह चैलेंज कोविड के पहले भी था, और कोविड के पहले उस चैलेंज को हम अवसर में बदल नहीं पा रहे थे। यह इत्तेफाक है कि जब देश में कोविड और दुनिया में कोविड आया, तो वो चैलेंज ने मुझे अवसर दे दिया, मुझे मौका दे दिया उसको अचीवमेंट में बदलने के लिए। यानी जो चुनौतियां थी वो अवसरों में बदले, और जो अवसर हमारे पास अभी हैं, उन अवसरों को हम अपने स्टूडेंट्स को किस प्रकार से अचीवमेंट में बदल सकते हैं। आप भी लोग जानते होंगे, आप जानते हैं कि दुनिया के अंदर में there were so many revolutions, like French Revolution, Russian Revolution, Indian Revolution, स्वतंत्रता संग्राम, and as well as industrial relation. तो revolution means changes, परिवर्तन। फ्रांस में क्रांति हुई तो राजा बदल गए, खून खराबी हुआ, वॉर हुआ। लेकिन जब इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन हुआ, औद्योगिक क्रांति हुई, जो हाथ के काम थे उसको मशीनों ने ले लिया, इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन हो गया। और औद्योगिक क्रांति जब आई तो दुनिया के अंदर में जो मार्क्सियन थ्योरी थी, वो थ्योरी भी थर्रा गई कि दुनिया के मजदूरों एक हो, कि नहीं चलेगा। आज जब इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन हुआ तो अब हो गया कि जो मार्क्सियन थ्योरी थी, हमारी मांगें पूरी हो चाहे जो मजबूरी हो। लेकिन मॉडर्न कंसेप्ट में जब इंडस्ट्रियल रिलेशन हुआ और ये जो मॉडर्न एकेडमिक चेंज हुआ, एडुकेशन रिवॉल्यूशन जो अभी आया 4.0 की तरह, तो कंसेप्ट बदल गया कि हम राष्ट्र हित में करेंगे काम और काम के लेंगे पूरे दाम। यानी कि जो सिस्टम था इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन ने, उस रेवोल्यूशन ने पूरे के पूरे सिस्टम को चेंज कर दिया, अप्रोच को चेंज कर दिया। ट्रेड यूनियन राइवलरीज जो इंडस्ट्री के अंदर हुआ करती थी, उसको छोड़ दिया और नए टूल्स और टेक्निक्स जो इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन से आए थे, वो नए टूल्स और टेक्निक्स आज जो अवसर मिला है, हम एजुकेशन के द्वारा, हम नए नए मेथोडोलॉजी के द्वारा, हम नए नए टूल्स एंड टेक्निक्स के द्वारा, हम ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन के द्वारा, हम वेबिनार के द्वारा, हम सेमिनार के द्वारा पूरी दुनिया को जोड़ सकते हैं। और इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि आपने जिस प्रकार से यह कॉन्फ्रेंस किया है, ये पूरी दुनिया के अंदर में आपने जिस तरह से इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन ने हाथ के काम को मशीन में किया, हाथ के काम को नई नई टूल्स एंड टेक्निक्स और टेक्नोलॉजी ने लिया। इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन ने हमारी प्रोडक्टिविटी को बढ़ा दिया और हमारी प्रोडक्टिविटी जब बढ़ी तो ऑटोमेटिकली, इसलिए कि किसी भी मुल्क के लिए का चलते रहना, इंडस्ट्री का आगे बढ़ते रहना, इंडस्ट्री का स्पीड अप रहना, वो कंट्री के लिए भी, वर्कमैन के लिए भी और मैनेजमेंट के लिए भी जरूरी है। उसी तरह से एजुकेशन के अंदर जो नए हम 21वीं सदी के लड़कों को तैयार करेंगे, 21st सेंचुरी के जो स्टूडेंट्स को तैयार करेंगे, 21st सेंचुरी के जो हम लीडर को तैयार करेंगे, हम किस प्रकार से नए 21st सेंचुरी के स्टूडेंट को प्राइमरी लेवल से लेकर के हायर एजुकेशन तक हम किस प्रकार से नए टीचर्स को, नए स्टूडेंट्स को किस प्रकार से हम टेक्नोलॉजी को यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं, किस तरह से हम उस मेथोडोलॉजी को नए तरीके से अपना सकते हैं और नई मेथोडोलॉजी को अपना करके हम बच्चों के द्वारा 1-to-1, यानी हम जिन बातों को क्लासरूम में रखते थे उन बातों को हम 1-to हैं और सारी दुनिया को हम उसमें जोड़ सकते हैं। इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि जो इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन हुआ, दुनिया में जो क्रांति हुई और जो दुनिया के अंदर जो कम्युनिज्म की विचारधारा थी, उस विचारधारा को समाप्त करते हुए, इस विचारधारा को समाप्त करते हुए कि जिस देश से दहका को मुयस्सर न हो रोटी, उस खेत के हर गोशे गंदुम को जला दो। यानी व्हाइट कलर एंड ब्लू कलर के अंदर जो स्ट्रगलर था कि अगर मुझे मेरी मजदूरी, मुझे मेरा वेजेस नहीं मिलेगा तो हम सारी प्रोडक्टिविटी को जला देंगे, ये मार्शियन थ्योरी थी। आज के डेट में नहीं चलेगी। आज चलेगा वर्कर्स पार्टिसिपेशन इन मैनेजमेंट, आज चलेगा वर्कर्स कॉपरेशन इन मैनेजमेंट, आज चलेगा टीचर स्टूडेंट का रिलेशनशिप, आज चलेगा टीचर स्टूडेंट गार्जियंस का रिलेशनशिप, आज चलेगा टीचर स्टूडेंट सोसाइटी एंड एज वेल एज कंट्री का रिलेशनशिप। यानी कि जो क्लासरूम टीचिंग थी, हम आए और हमने 50 मिनट अपना लेक्चर दिया, बच्चों ने 40 बच्चों ने क्लास के समझा के नहीं समझा हायर एजुकेशन में। और अगर किसी बच्चे में, मैं ठेठ बिहारी भाषा में बोल रहा हूं इसलिए सुनने वाले जरा गौर से सुनिएगा कि अगर क्लासरूम के अंदर किसी बच्चे ने पूछा कि सर a+b² का फॉर्मूला क्या है, तो टीचर कहते थे बिहारी भाषा में, अरे तुम्हारा बाप पढ़ा है जो तुम पढ़ेगा, तुम पूछता है। यानी कि डिमोरलाइज कर देते थे स्टूडेंट को और वो बैक बेंचर्स हो जाता था, वो लड़का हिम्मत नहीं करता था पूछने का। यानी वो जो कंसेप्ट था, वो कंसेप्ट के टीचर और स्टूडेंट के रिलेशनशिप का जो गैप था और उस गैप में जो एक टेरर था, यानी जब हम उसको इंडस्ट्री से जोड़ेंगे कि मैनेजमेंट और वर्कमैन का जो गैप था, टीचर और स्टूडेंट का जो गैप था, उस गैप में हम क्वेश्चनायर नहीं कर सकते थे, हम पूछ नहीं सकते थे और हम 40 मिनट लेक्चर देके चले गए। किन बच्चों ने समझा, किन बच्चों ने नहीं समझा, कोई मतलब नहीं। जो बच्चे एब्सेंट हुए, जो बच्चे वेस्टेज हुए, जो बच्चे ड्रॉप आउट हुए, यानी ड्रॉप आउट, वेस्टेज और स्टैग्नेशन, ड्रॉप आउट, वेस्टेज और स्टैग्नेशन प्राइमरी लेवल से हायर लेवल में हुआ और उसके बाद एब्सेंटिज्म के कारण उनका सेशन बर्बाद हो गया, वो पढ़ नहीं सके, वो एग्जाम्स नहीं दे सके और उन्होंने बिहार और बंगाल से जाकर के जोधपुर में नॉन अटेंडिंग क्लास को चुन लिया। तो ये जो पद्धति थी, वन साइडेड पद्धति जो थी, एक रूट जो चल रहा था, इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन के आने के बाद एजुकेशनल रेवोल्यूशन, न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में लाई है, और ये मैकाले पे आधारित नहीं है। न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी मैकाले पे आधारित नहीं है, बल्कि इसका भारतीयकरण है, बल्कि इसका इंडियनाइजेशन है, बल्कि इसको नए टूल्स और टेक्निक्स के द्वारा, ऑनलाइन के द्वारा, नए मेथोडोलॉजी के द्वारा, अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर के बच्चों के द्वारा, बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन के बच्चों के द्वारा, गांव और ग्राम में बैठे हुए लड़कों के द्वारा हम किस प्रकार से उनको व्हाट्सएप से, वर्चुअल से, ऑनलाइन से जोड़ सकते हैं, जिसकी कल्पना भी नहीं की जा रही थी। तो ये जो सिस्टम आया, यानी कि एडॉप्टिंग टू ए न्यू रियलिटीज, हमने उस न्यू रियलिटीज को चुनौती के रूप में लिया। न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी जो भारत सरकार ने लाई और जो हम 21वीं सदी के लीडर को तैयार करेंगे, तो हमने न्यू रियलिटीज को, न्यू टूल्स एंड टेक्निक्स को, न्यू मेथोडोलॉजी को, न्यू वे ऑफ टीचिंग को, लर्निंग बाय डूइंग को, क्लासरूम टीचिंग से उठा करके इसको पूरे देश और दुनिया में पहुंचाने की कोशिश की, ताकि हमारा जो एक्सेस है, वो रिमोट लर्निंग जो है, यानी हम वहां तक पहुंच सके। और वो हम तभी तक पहुंच सकेंगे जो हम एडॉप्ट करेंगे जिन चीजों को पर्सनलाइज्ड वे में। और पर्सनलाइज्ड वे में हम किस तरह से हम इन रिमोट लर्निंग को करेंगे, हमें ये देखना पड़ेगा। इसीलिए हम जब पर्सनलाइज करेंगे, तो हम किस प्रकार से हम ट्रैकिंग करेंगे स्टूडेंट का, उनकी ट्रेसिंग करेंगे स्टूडेंट का, और ट्रैकिंग ट्रेसिंग के बाद हम उनको किस प्रकार से नई मेथोडोलॉजी के द्वारा, नए टूल्स और टेक्निक्स के द्वारा हम अपने स्टूडेंट को, जो रिमोट लेवल पर भी हैं, उनको हम ट्रैकिंग करके स्टूडेंट को हम जो है, हम एब्सेंटिज्म को, ड्रॉप आउट को, वेस्टेज को और स्टैग्नेशन को हम समाप्त कर सकते हैं। इसलिए जो एजुकेशन 4.0 है और देश के अंदर जो नई शिक्षा नीति आई है, उस नई शिक्षा नीति को स्वीकार करके हम विद्युत जन को, हम एकेडमिशियंस को, हम स्टूडेंट्स को, हम टीचर को, हम फिलोसफर्स को, हम समाज के लीडर्स को, और मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि ये केवल इससे काम नहीं चलेगा, क्योंकि जब कोई रेवोल्यूशन होता है, अगर आज एजुकेशन का रेवोल्यूशन हुआ है, तो उस एजुकेशन के रेवोल्यूशन में या इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन हुआ है, फ्रांस से भी बदतर हालत यूरोप के दूसरे देशों की थी। फ्रांस में लुई 16 से किसी ने पूछा कि राजा, मुझे रोटी नहीं मिलती, तो लुई 16 ने कहा कि इसमें कौन बड़ी बात है, तुम्हें रोटी नहीं मिलती है तो तुम केक खाओ, तुम्हें रोटी नहीं मिलती है तो तुम ब्रेड एंड बटर खाओ, तुम्हें रोटी नहीं मिलती है तो तुम चिकन और मटन खाओ, कौन प्रॉब्लम तुम लेकर के आए। लुई 16 के पास फ्रेंच रेवोल्यूशन जब होने वाला था, उसके पहले यह स्थिति की थी राजा की, क्योंकि राजा को समझा जाता था कि राजा को जन्म भगवान और ईश्वर और खुदा ने दिया है, यानी ओरिजिन ऑफ द स्टेट जो था, इसका मतलब था कि राजा जो है वो गॉड का प्रतिनिधि है, अगर वो अच्छा है तो ठीक है, तो आपको उसके बात को मानना है, अगर वो बुरा है तो भी आपको उसकी बात को मानना है कि अगर उसकी बात को आप नहीं मानेंगे तो आपको ईश्वरीय पाप लगेगा। यानी ओरिजिन ऑफ द स्टेट के अंदर जो कंसेप्ट था राजा का वो ये था, लेकिन दुनिया बदली, राजतंत्र बदला, माइट इज राइट आया, समझौते का सिद्धांत आया, और देश और दुनिया में बड़े बड़े फिलोसफर्स, चाहे वो उन लोगों ने जब अपनी किताबें लिखी, वॉल्टर ने कहा कि भ्रष्ट चर्च को नष्ट कर दो, मॉन्टेस्क्यू ने कहा कि एग्जीक्यूटिव्स, जुडिशियरी, कार्यपालिका, व्यवस्थापिका और न्यायपालिका तीनों अलग होने चाहिए। और इसीलिए जो है,
एक्सक्यूज मी सर,
जब हेलो
हेलो सर, आपको बीच में रोकने के लिए माफी चाहूंगी सर। 20 मिनट सर टाइम था और वी आर रनिंग शॉर्ट ऑफ टाइम एंड टाइम।
अच्छा ठीक है, ओके ओके ओके, कोई बात नहीं है, मैं बहुत शॉर्ट उसको करता हूँ, ठीक है। चूंकि एग्जाम्पल दे रहा था, आपने समय इतना कम दिया, क्या मैं बताऊं। बहरहाल चलिए ठीक है, तो ठीक है। तो रिमोट लर्निंग जो है वो कोविड-19 के वक्त की जरूरत हो गई, और रिमोट लर्निंग जो है हम इसको ऑनलाइन के द्वारा, यानी कि इसको हम अडॉप्ट करके उस चीज को हम अचीवमेंट में बदल सकते हैं। ये हमारे लिए जरूरी हो गया, और हम क्लासरूम के अंदर जो है लर्निंग पैटर्न को चेंज करके हम उसको प्रैक्टिकली और एक्सपीरियंस के द्वारा हम उसको नॉलेज देंगे, और स्टूडेंट के पर्सनल कैपेसिटी को पहचान कर उसको बढ़ाएंगे। उसी तरह से चॉइस ऑफ एजुकेशन में हमें टूल्स और टेक्निक्स को देखते हुए हमें जो है प्रैक्टिकल के साथ साथ लर्निंग बाय डूइंग और प्ले वे मेथड को अपनाना पड़ेगा, और इसको हमको प्राइमरी लेवल से लेकर के हायर एजुकेशन तक हमको जाना पड़ेगा। और इसके लिए हम टीचर की ये जरूरत होगी कि हम लर्निंग बाय डूइंग के लिए पहले से वीडियोस तैयार करें, और उस टॉपिक्स को वीडियोस के माध्यम से हम लड़कों को पहले से दे दें, ताकि लड़के उस वीडियोस को पहले देख लें, और जब स्टूडेंट क्लास में आए या कहीं भी हो तो स्टूडेंट उस वीडियो को देख करके क्लास के अंदर वो डिस्कशन कर सकें। और उस वीडियोस में जो हमने लेक्चर को फीड किया है उसमें जो हमारे क्वेश्चनायर होंगे, यानी 2 वे सिस्टम चलेगा, 1 वे सिस्टम नहीं चलेगा। इसीलिए जो है इन चीजों के लिए जरूरत होगी कि हम उस वीडियो को डालेंगे और क्लासरूम के अंदर जो है वो 2 वे करके उसको डिस्कशन के रूप में हम करेंगे, ताकि बच्चे जो हैं वो होमवर्क के आधार पर आएंगे, और टीचर भी पूरी तरह से प्रिपेयर्ड होकर के आएंगे कि हमें जो है इस वीडियो में हमने ये चीजें दी हैं, अब हमसे कौन कौन से सवालात हो सकते हैं। साथ ही साथ प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड होना भी बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि जब तक प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड नहीं होगा, टाइम मैनेजमेंट के हिसाब से हम नहीं चलेंगे, हम अपने स्किल को डेवलप नहीं करेंगे, हम स्किल का कोलैबोरेशन नहीं करेंगे, हम लर्निंग नहीं करेंगे, हम सबको मिलाकर प्रोजेक्ट को तैयार नहीं करेंगे, तो हम आज के जो चुनौती है उस चुनौती को हमको लगता है कि उस चुनौती को अवसर में बदलने में हमें मुश्किल हो सकती है और मुश्किल आ सकती है। इसीलिए ये बहुत जरूरी है, चूंकि संचालिका महोदय ने कर दिया है कि आपको बहुत शॉर्ट करना है और 20 मिनट का वक्त है, वक्त भी निकल गया है, इसलिए मैं बहुत शॉर्ट करते हुए अपनी बात को मैं लाना चाहता हूं कि जैसे फील्ड स्पेशलाइजेशन जरूरी है। आप करिकुलम के अंदर पढ़ते हैं, और जब आप पढ़ते हैं तो उसके लिए एक्सपीरियंस की जरूरत है, ट्रेनिंग की जरूरत है। चूंकि मैं कॉर्पोरेट से जुटा रहा हूं, चूंकि मैं न्यू इंडिया एश्योरेंस कंपनी का डायरेक्टर रहा हूं, और आज मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी जो 64,000 करोड़ की कंपनी है उसका भी मैं प्रेसिडेंट हूं यूनियनाइज्ड मैटर का। नतीजा क्या है कि जो बच्चे एक्सेलराई में पढ़ते हैं, जो एशिया का प्रसिद्ध मैनेजमेंट स्कूल है, वो एक्सेलराई से आईटीसी आते हैं, आईटीसी लिमिटेड आते हैं और आकर के फील्ड एक्सपीरियंस लेते हैं, कि यूनियन और मैनेजमेंट का क्या रिलेशनशिप है, उस पर वो डिसर्टेशन तैयार करते हैं। इसलिए आज के एजुकेशन के लिए ये जरूरी है कि फील्ड स्पेशलाइजेशन हो, फील्ड का एक्सपीरियंस हो, ट्रेनिंग हो, और हम जिस चीज से रिलेटेड हैं उस रिलेटेड से हम उसकी जाकर के, अगर हमारा बैंकिंग सेक्टर है तो हम बैंक में जाकर के ट्रेनिंग करेंगे, हमारा रेलवे सेक्टर है तो हम रेल इंडस्ट्री में जाकर के करेंगे, अगर हमारा एग्रीकल्चर है तो हम खेतों के नए टूल्स और टेक्निक्स को देखेंगे कि हम कम इनपुट पर मैक्सिमम आउटपुट कैसे फसल को पैदा कर सकते हैं, इंटर्नशिप हम किस प्रकार से कर सकते हैं। ऐसे हमें कॉलेजेस में, यूनिवर्सिटीज में, कैंपस में माहौल को बहाल करना पड़ेगा, तब हम जा करके जॉब ओरिएंटेड स्टूडेंट को निकाल पाएंगे। और कैंपस सिलेक्शन जो आज 2, 4, 10 जगह हो रहा है, पूरे हिंदुस्तान में कैंपस सिलेक्शन होने लगेगा फील्ड स्पेशलाइजेशन के तौर पर। इस चीज को भी हमें सीखने की जरूरत है। मैं बहुत कंक्लूड करते हुए, संक्षेप करते हुए मैं ये भी कहूंगा कि इन सारी चीजों को जो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में आया है और एजुकेशन 4.0 में जो आपने रखा है, इसके लिए डाटा एनालिसिस भी बहुत जरूरी है। आप बोलेंगे डाटा एनालिसिस क्यों जरूरी है? डाटा एनालिसिस जरूरी है, हमें कंपेयर करना पड़ेगा। हमने इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन की बात की, हमने फ्रेंच रेवोल्यूशन की बात की, हमने रशियन रेवोल्यूशन की बात की, हमने भारतीय स्वतंत्रता संग्राम की बात की, और आज हम कोविड-19 की बात कर रहे हैं। तो हमें डाटा कलेक्ट करना पड़ेगा, डाटा एनालाइज करना पड़ेगा, चाहे वो गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर का हो, चाहे वो प्राइवेट सेक्टर का हो, बड़ी बड़ी मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी का हो, और उसी डाटा के हिसाब से हमें प्लानिंग करनी पड़ेगी पढ़ाई में। हम इंटरनेट के माध्यम से, हम ऑनलाइन के माध्यम से, हम गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में, हम प्राइवेट सेक्टर में, हम एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में, हम सारी डाटा को कलेक्ट करेंगे और उसी डाटा के हिसाब से हम प्लानिंग करेंगे, और प्लानिंग जब करेंगे तो हमें उसमें कामयाबी मिलेगी। और अंत में जो हमारा एग्जाम सिस्टम है, हमें उसमें भी चेंज लाना पड़ेगा। एग्जाम सिस्टम में इसलिए चेंज लाना पड़ेगा, जो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में इन चीजों को रखा गया है। आप आ रहे हैं, नहीं आ रहे हैं, 10+2+3, आप आए, फाइनल एग्जाम दिया, आपने पास हो गए। आपको इंटायर एनालिसिस और असेसमेंट आपको शुरू से करना पड़ेगा। अगर 1 साल का क्लास है तो उस 1 साल के क्लास में आपका परफॉर्मेंस पूरे सालों तक कैसा रहा, और आपने पूरे सालों में कैसा परफॉर्मेंस किया, उस हिसाब से हमारा एग्जामिनेशन प्रोसेस होगा और रैंकिंग होगी। और वो जो ट्रेडिशनल अप्रोच एग्जाम का है कि हमने 2 साल में 1 बार ले लिया, 5 साल में 1 बार ले लिया, हमने 5 और 10 सजेशन दे दिए, और हम टीचर ने सजेशन दे दिया कि ये 10 सजेशन है और इसमें 5 क्वेश्चन आएगा, इसको हटाते हुए हमें जो एग्जाम प्रोसेस है, एग्जाम के जो पैटर्न है, उसको ईयरली वाइज जो है एनालाइज करके, एसेस करके हम उसको करेंगे, तभी हम उन चीजों पर सही हासिल कर सकते हैं। और जो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी और जो एजुकेशन 4.0 है, उस चुनौती को हम अचीवमेंट में बदल सकते हैं। इसीलिए ये जरूरी है कि ऑन द best thing about technology is that is a consultancy changes as technology changes, so will the effect it has on education. For instance, in the late 19th century started offering more computers in the classroom, and this was the only technology they had. Today just about everything in the classroom can be done electronically, and this can help to streamline education, grades, and most aspect of the class. While this effect is most noted in the Northern America and Europe, the impact of the technology can be seen around the world. इसलिए मैं आज पुनः अंत में आप सभी लोगों को मुबारकबाद देते हुए इस बात को कहता हूं कि आपने बहुत अच्छे टॉपिक पर ये इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस किया, और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है आपके टीम से भी कि आने वाले दिनों में इसके अच्छे आउटकम आएंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। खुदा हाफिज।
धन्यवाद सर, थैंक यू सो मच। आपने बहुत इलेबरेट करके सारी जानकारी दी। सर, कुछ सवाल हैं जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स ने भेजे हैं।
हाँ बोलिए।
जी सर।
बोला जाए।
Yes, sir. My question to Honorable Dr. Shamsi, who is a member of National Monitoring Committee for Higher Education. Respected sir, when the entire country and world is facing COVID-19, why the central government launched new education policy at that time?
देखिए, बड़ा अच्छा क्वेश्चन किया है।
सर सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट, वी वुड सर आपसे एक रिक्वेस्ट होगी, आप इसका जवाब थोड़ा शॉर्ट रखें क्योंकि हमें अगले सेशन के लिए प्रोसीड करना है।
भाई अब तो मैं आगे से आपको कहूंगा वो ओके, क्योंकि कोविड-19 है और कोविड-19 में सारी चीजें स्टॉप हो गई हैं, सारी चीजें रुक गई हैं तमाम, और इसको देखते हुए नए टूल्स और टेक्निक्स के हिसाब से जो सरकार ने नया एजुकेशन पॉलिसी लाया है, जो पुरानी कुछ मैकाले के जमाने की जो डिफेक्ट्स थे उसको खत्म करते हुए इंडियनाइजेशन और भारतीयकरण के आधार पर और नई टूल्स और टेक्निक्स के आधार पर जिसका रीच जो है पूरे देश में पहुंचे, इसीलिए न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी लाई गई। नेक्स्ट। हेलो
सर, धन्यवाद सर, थैंक यू सो मच for sparing your valuable time and sharing your knowledge and experience with us. We are indeed grateful to have you as one of our panelists. I extend my heartfelt gratitude from the organizing committee. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, namaskar. समाप्त हो गया।
Over to you, Nandini.
धन्यवाद सर।
ओके, नमस्ते।
Well, it has been a very informative and illuminating session, leaving us with food for thought to ponder upon. I would like to extend a final, sincere, heartfelt thanks to all our eminent speakers for sharing their light of knowledge with us all. I would now request Dr. Aga Parvez to grace the event by giving a vote of thanks. Dr. Aga Parvez is an assistant professor at Shia PG College and an organizing team member as well. Over to you, sir.
First of all, I am very thankful to all speakers and participants for such a wonderful, real, informative and motivating lectures and the patience hearing given by the participants. I have no words to thank all these eminent speakers and scholars and the leader of their respective field. But I like to thank all the participants like Maulana Yasu Abbas, an eminent speakers, Maulana Yasu Abbas Sahab, Hasnain Walji Sahab, Mr. Raza Mir Sahab, Professor Padma Rani from Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Professor S. Zafar Zaidi from MIT University, and Professor S.M. Johri Sahab, an eminent personality in the field of journalism, Professor Nasreen from Aligarh Muslim University, Professor Gagan Prakash from the Symbiosis University, and Dr. Azhar Asfar Shamsi Sahab from Bihar. All these learned speakers have provided different informations and valuable information in their lecture. And on the behalf of organizing committee, on the behalf of Shia Postgraduate College and Indian Mental Health Research Center, I am heartful thankful and gratitude for all these speakers and participants. And I again wish them good luck in the coming future and thanks for them. Thank you all participants and speakers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. We will now be proceeding to our technical sessions. So all the participants who have their names in session 1 will remain in the Zoom platform, while those who have in their names in the technical session 2. They will move over to Google Meet platform. The link has been shared with you all already. In 2-3 minutes, we will be starting with the technical session. So the first participant, kindly be prepared with your presentation and keep the option of screen sharing open. Technical session 1 will be chaired by Professor Dr. Shubhra H.S., Manipal University, and Dr. Arina Mirza, Amity University. Gagan sir, if you wish to be a part of the, if you wish to chair the session, you can be a part of the session, technical session, or if you wish, you can take a small break and break for lunch. Totally depends on you, sir.
I'm sorry, I just missed it. I'm just sorry. I missed it
Sir, I'm
completely.
saying
Yeah.
we are beginning with the technical
All right.
session. So if you wish, you can chair the session along with other
Okay.
faculties. Otherwise, if you wish to take a break, you may break for lunch right now, and then later you may join as per
Sure,
your
sure.
convenience.
Sure. Thank you very much. I'll get in touch with probably you or Kashif to understand that.
Sure, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much, sir. I will lay down the rules for technical session. Each participant, each presenter will be given a total time duration of 5 minutes to present the paper. We would request you please stick to the time duration as we are already running a little late. After 4 minutes, you will be prompted to conclude, and it has to be concluded in by 5th minute. And then 1 minute will be given for the chairperson to discuss about the paper. So this is the basic rules. The first presenter in this technical session is Dr. Sanjeev Tyagi, who will be presenting on technological and academic issues in education. So I would request Dr. Sanjeev Tyagi to kindly come forward and share his presentation. After that, the presentation will be given by Mr. Abhijit Barua. So I would request you also to be prepared with your presentation. Shubha ma'am, with your permission, shall we begin with the technical session?
Yeah, Nandini, I'm here. I'm ready. We can start.
Okay. Also, Dr. Arina Mirza, we would also request you to initiate the beginning of the session. Our first participant, Dr. Sanjeev Tyagi, kindly respond. Mr. Abhijit Barua.
Yes, ma'am.
Abhijit, can you, I'll request you to start the session. Kindly
Okay,
share.
okay. Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen, ma'am? Yes. Hello.
Your presentation
Can you
is
see?
not, the screen is visible. You are visible, but your presentation is not visible as of now.
Not visible. It is visible,
It is not
ma'am.
visible.
No,
Not
it is
visible.
not visible.
It is not visible. Mr. Abhijit, आपकी screen
Yes.
visible है, but your presentation is not visible.
Okay. I think some network problem.
Try once again.
Can you share my screen, which I submitted yesterday? Okay. Can you share my PPT? Yes.
Wait, we are
Hello.
coordinating. Till then, you also try.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Actually, ma'am. Hello.
जी अभिजीत, हाँ जी बताइए.
Host disable attendance screen sharing.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yes.
I would
Yes.
request the
Yes.
host to kindly enable screen sharing of the participants. Wait, just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, try now. Try to share your screen now.
Okay. Okay. Now visible, ma'am.
Yes, yes, your
Yeah.
screen is visible now. You can start with your presentation. Remember, you
Okay.
have 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Myself, Abhijit Barua from Kumar Bhaskarama Sanskrit and Ancient Studies University. So let me introduce about my topic. My topic is importance of women education in the rural areas, a study of Bargasa village, Nalbari district, case study. So introduction part is that getting education is the fundamental human rights of every individual, irrespective of gender. Educating a woman means educating the family and the nation. 2011 female literacy rate in India stood 5.46. So there is an obvious increase in the female literacy rate, but India is far behind as compared to other countries at global level. Family literacy rate is varies within the state. In Kerala, 86% of women are literate. Women literacy rate in Assam 66.27, whereas literacy rate in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh is just between 50 to 60%. Shockingly, the rural areas of India have the lowest female literacy rate. Rural Rajasthan has less than only 12% female literacy rate. The objective of the paper is that condition of the rural women to understand gender, to find out the problem of female students and find out the decision-making capacity of the woman. And for this paper, descriptive method has been adopted. The use are what secondary and primary. The secondary resource include book, journal, and article, and newspaper, and primary resource included field survey. So there are current studies that are the gender discrimination, socioeconomic condition. The first status of sample student, first level. So see that the literacy elite in the village proposed area, women is 15%, and primary education have 68.33%, higher education 16.67%, and so we see the most of the women have lack of educations. They most of the women not get opportunity to educations. So after that, socioeconomic status of the respondent. See the in the table, upper middle class 3.33%, lower middle class 21.67%, and lower class 7.75%. Most of the people belong to the only profession.
Abhijit Barua, you are not audible.
Okay, now I'm audible.
Yeah.
Now I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible now. Please continue.
Yes. Sorry for some technical issue or network problem here. So finding is that inequality in the proposed research areas, girls are required to help in the household work since most of the families are poor and hence they cannot afford to provide education to all their children, and they are forced to keep girl child for their household work. On the other hand, those who are they are interested to provide education to their male child as future investment, but they deny the education of their girl child since they believe it is the unless because after marriage her destination will be another home. After that, we see that socioeconomic condition of village. The socioeconomic condition is very poor. Most of the basic needs of the rural people are not fulfilled. Today, the work speaks about a reasonable level of living, but in the India, even the minimum substance level of for living is not fulfilled in many cases. So lack of participation in the decision-making process. In the proposed research area, women do not actively participate in the decision-making process. The eldest male person is the head of the family. So without his permission, they cannot take any kind of decision. In earlier time, the women of the fisherman family is in this area, some of fisherman families. So fisherman families casted their valuable food only with the permission of their husband, disregarding the basic meaning of democracy. Their husband forced them to cast food of his favorite candidate. So various schemes such as Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao have taken initiative for taking care of girl child and providing education to them. But this scheme has not yet reached in the proposed research area. Lack of infrastructure. In the proposed research area, infrastructure level is very poor and unaware about their education rights. Most of the women of the village, they don't know about their educational rights. So factor for poor literacy rate is the gender-based inequality. This is highly prevalent in gender-based inequality, occupation of girl as domestic violence. So necessity of education, empowerment of women, increasing the economic growth, and better educated children, better range of job for women. It will bring equality in society and it leads to the development of the nation. In concluding that, we know that students are the root of development in countries. Students play an important role for development of a country. So it's time to take care of student community. Everyone have to responsibility to encourage the students community, boy or girl, community for their better future in the time. So education for women is very important for the society. An educated woman can be a better human being, successful mother, and a responsible citizen. Educating women result in promoting self-respect and also help in raising the status of women. An educated woman will be aware of her rights. Education for women is very important because it makes them independent and builds their confidence. Thank you so much. Am I audible? Am I audible? Ma'am?
Yes, Abhijit, you are audible. Over to the chairperson.
Finally, I conclude my presentations.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Abhijit.
organizer,
Over to
for
the chairpersons now.
Thank you, organizer. Thank you, organizer. Okay.
So Nandini, do we have time for question answers or should we go to the next presentation?
Ma'am, we have 1 minute allotted for question and answers for each participant. So we can proceed with that.
Okay, I don't know if Arina ma'am also has a question, but I think I missed when he spoke about his sample size and the exact methodology. I request him to please repeat it. Abhijit?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your sample size and what was the exact
Yes,
methodology for data collection?
Yes, ma'am. So for this paper, descriptive method has been adopted. I use sources both secondary and primary. Secondary sources include books, journal, and article, and newspaper. And primary resources include field survey between the 60 respondents. And they are willingly participate. 60 respondents, and they are willingly participate in the seasons, interview seasons.
So you conducted interviews with 60 participants.
Yes. I have asked some questions, and they answer me.
You have an interview schedule? Did you have an interview schedule?
Yes.
How many
No,
questions?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I actually, I think is that is pandemic time. I live in rural area, so restriction is very strictly restricted in my area. So I going to the village area and wearing masks. So some problem kids in this time. But I have only make a questionnaire and ask them some questions that what problem face there as a woman, is discrimination happen or not, how their mother and father treated them, and equality before them. So it's some question.
Mr. Barua?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Barua, can I ask a question? What was your sampling technique that you used? Because you're saying that you selected some 60 participants. So how did you select those 60 participants? Was it convenient sampling or some other sampling technique that you used?
Simple random sampling, ma'am.
Simple random sampling?
Yes.
Okay, so you had the sampling frame with you?
No, ma'am, no.
You had the sampling frame? So how can you go for simple random sampling when you don't?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I'm saying, how can you use simple random sampling when you don't have a sampling frame with you?
I cannot understand your voices. So due to network problem,
I think he
maybe.
means convenience sampling or snowballing. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Don't know.
I think. Yeah, right. Okay, fine. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Yeah, same here. All the best.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so
We
much.
will now move to our next participant, Dr. Sanjeev Tyagi. I will try to unmute you since you're facing difficulty in that. Sir, are you able to unmute now? But you're not audible, sir. Your mic is on, but you're not audible, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible now.
Now it's fine.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
ma'am.
Yes, sir.
So I'm sharing my screens.
Yes, sir.
It's fine, ma'am. It's coming.
Yes, sir, the screen sharing is started. Yes, sir, it is visible. After 4 minutes, I'll prompt you.
Okay, ma'am. Fine. No problem. So, good afternoon, everybody. The topic is technological and academic issues in education 4.0. This is basically education. Our education has been basically a very conventional education since long, but due to the industrial revolution, that revolution first came in early 19th century, then second revolution, third revolution, and finally we are entering, or we have already entered into the fourth revolution. So we will discuss what are the exact requirements for industrial revolution as far as our education is concerned. So this is a parallels between education 4.0 and industrial 4.0. We can see over here 1.1088, the first European university established as far as the modern history is concerned. Then education 1, education 2, and then in 1989, this wave 1 means the internet came, and up to that the industrial revolution 3 has already been come. Then up to 2020, now wave 4 means we are using our internet in a variety of different manners for education, and simultaneously our education revolution has already been evolved. Now, what are the technological requirements for this industrial revolution that we have to adopt in education 4.0? First of all is digitization, Internet of Things, smart cities, big data, disruption. So many things are there and so many technologies are available. Okay, so only thing is that we have to apply those technologies into our, you can say, in education. But we are still far behind to put our available technology, which our industry demands as far as industry 4.0 is concerned. We are very much lacking behind. For example, the skill requirement in 2015 are listed over here, that complex problem solving, coordinating with others, people management, and so on. And as far as 2020 is concerned, the skill requirement has changed abruptly. There is a paradigm shift in the requirement. Then we have to go for critical thinking, creativity, people management, coordinating with others, emotional intelligence, and so many other things there which are to be embedded into the education system. So education as of now, as per the World Economic Forum 2016 survey, 65% of children entering primary school today will ultimately end up working in the completely new job type that they don't yet existed. So our education must be at par or to cope up our system, whatever our industry is required, because the backbone of our economic is industry. So it is a kind of education versus industrial revolution, that how education has been starting from education 1. In education 1, the students were largely consumers of information resources that were delivered to them for absorption, जिसको हम normally बोलते हैं रट्टाफिकेशन. एक टीचर ने बताया, you can see from the pictorial view that teacher is saying something and students are only hearing. This is a one-way traffic only. Then education 2, it is in around 2005, the website increasingly allowed and enabled people to interact and collaborate. And this is a kind of slightly, we have taken the student into the loop of the education. Okay. Then education 3 came, in which we have taken the digital lives and mobility and so on. And now in the era of industrial 4, education 4, there are a lot of challenge also, and we have to connect a lot of things by our internet. Up to here,
Kindly
internet
conclude, please.
Okay, ma'am. These are the challenges. Not enough time to cover syllabus. Must teach them. I might lose control. I'm comfortable teaching in this way. Not familiar with ITs, and these are the need for changing in the educations. The need for changes in education continue. It is for the higher order thinking now. It is the Bloom's reverse taxonomy here. Now the education has to be student centric, not for teacher led. Now these are the changes that is needed for the education to cope up for the industrial needs. And these are the some of the challenges which we cannot discuss because of the short of the time, but students should be central to the education. This is the basic thing now. And thank you. Okay, ma'am. Now I'm
Thank you so much, sir. Over to our chairpersons now.
okay, ma'am. So I'm open to the any queries there. Hello, I'm audible.
Shubha ma'am and Shubha ma'am, any queries, any doubt?
Yeah, I think I mean, it seemed to be an interesting presentation, but then it had to be rushed. I just want to know your opinion about the paradigm shift that you see from what your understanding is about the education 4.0 to how it's going to, how the new education policy is going to affect it. If you can say something about that.
Actually, ma'am, जो हमारी education policy है, still it is not very much clear. और to be very frankly, जो हमारा education 4.0 है, still it is not fully materialized. It is in some, you can say, it is some prospective coming. But as far as I understand, you can see that up to here we are only using my internet for Facebook, chatting. And these are the all distractions. Okay. Now we are using our internet for IoT based education, in which the several sensors or several person has been connected to each other as we have connected in this COVID-19 time. I am sitting here in Bareilly and talking to someone else. So many people are there linked with virtually. So these are the paradigm shift which has to be taken place in education also. But there are certain restrictions also that we cannot go fully virtually in education. We have to be blended type of teaching in the in education 4.0, and hopefully this education policy which has just been announced by the government is basically a kind of support to this education 4.0, as I assume.
Because I think as a reaction to what you presented and what you just said, when you mentioned education 1.0, you spoke about rote learning. But
it is one way actually.
Yeah, how I look at it is, if you can trace the Indian education system backwards, and you look at the Gurukul system of education, where everything was only verbal, and it was also blended. If you notice that the student had to stay in the in the middle of a forest or wherever the rishi and his family lived, and learn everything, which included farming to cooking to learning to everything. Yeah, so it's that kind of a blended form of education coming back in cycle? We don't know. We need to see.
Yes, that is required also, man. That is also required also. Although my presentation was not going beyond that point, it is 1088, 1100 की बात की मैंने बात की है. So इसलिए मॉडर्न मैंने वर्ड यूज किया था इसीलिए कि मॉडर्न केवल जो हिस्ट्री है उसी की हम बात कर रहे हैं. ऑफ कोर्स हमारी जो एंशिएंट कल्चर था that was far better than this present one, and of course we are coming back to that one also in education 4.0.
I request Arina ma'am to also give her comments.
The presentation was really interesting, and ma'am, since you have already covered, you have already asked the question that I wanted to ask, so I have no other questions for it.
Okay,
so we can
thank you, ma'am.
Move forward. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next presentation, please? Thank you, Dr. Shubha. Thank you, Dr. Arina. We'll proceed to our next presentation. Mr.
Yeah.
Barkat Hussain, I would request you to kindly share your presentation. After that, I will request Dr. Shaukat Ahmed to be prepared with your presentation. Mr. Barkat Hussain. Okay. I think Mr. Okay, I'll just unmute. Give me. You are already unmute, Mr. Barkat Hussain.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible now.
I'm audible. Okay, ma'am. I'm share my screen now.
Okay. I'll prompt after 4 minutes are over.
Okay, ma'am. No issue. I am sharing my screen. Is it visible, ma'am? Screen?
Your screen is visible. Your presentation is not
Hello.
yet visible, but the screen is visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Today I am going to deliver on my topic, promoting education through virtual spaces during conflict and pandemic, a myth or reality. Due to the time lapse, we will go scope and purpose, as we know that education is considered as a cornerstone for the development of any nation. The virtual space made it much faster and easier to get connected with knowledge explosion within a single click. During the conflict, and especially on the ongoing pandemic COVID-19, it becomes the need of every country to import education through online mode. And in fact, India has also made much progress in e-learning and virtual spaces. And students receive online class, submit e-assignments, teachers use online grading. Thus, the oral education are imparted through virtual spaces now. So the objectives of this paper are to highlight the importance of virtual spaces in promotion of education, and what are the challenges faced while receiving online classes in conflict and pandemic situations. And the third one is, does virtual spaces bring inclusions to all students? If yes, how? The methodology for this paper was used is an analytical come descriptive approach. Also, some personal observations, unstructured interviews, and some case studies were followed. And to be brief, I will go on my findings now. Some of the findings of this paper were that education is itself a conflict area. The education sector, both ways, directly and indirectly hampered and impacted badly. So conflict leads to several negative effects on education sector in Kashmir. For example, curfew, lockdowns, suspension of classes, communication blockage. And due to curfew and lockdowns, it creates a gap between students and teachers due to the suspension of classes, because there is no regularity there between teachers and students. Teaching effectiveness also gets declined due to the long curfews and hartals there. Students' learning skills and teachers' pedagogical skills also gets vanished, which results psychological depressions, frustrations, and lack of confidence. Also, we are facing from last 1 year, August 5 till now, the whole internet blockage here, phone network was not also here. But due to this, we are facing so many problems as students. And due to poor internet network, we cannot even participate in one hour webinar or conference because the voice gets cracked. And it also fading the job opportunity of our youngsters. For some days before, my friend, he qualified written exam, he qualified all the formalities, but then he go to the low internet activity on 2G speed, he cannot conduct his viva. So he lost his job opportunity. So this is not a single example. There are a number of examples like that. Also, the ongoing exam like 10th and 12th standard here, the students are not even to submit their exam due to this low network connectivity. So also while the students of whole India are enjoying their online classes with full-fledged gadgets and high internet speed, the students of Kashmir are still surfing and waiting to connect their IDs. And now today we are facing the world's high pandemic COVID-19, and all countries and nations want to study more about COVID-19. But here the doctor community also involved in leaps and bounds to find the solutions of this. But here in Kashmir, it takes more than 2 hours to complete a single paper. Then how can our doctors help people to fight against this? But despite of this, despite of no internet, no good speed.
I would request you to conclude, please.
Okay, I'm going to conclude now. Lack of virtual spaces also results here downfall of economy. Many research scholars who are working with UGC projects, due to the low access of internet, they cannot complete the work on time. So the resulting withdrawal of the projects. To conclude, it can be informed that Kashmir is suffering from since past 7 decades by facing many uncertainties, insecurities, and continuous internet blackout. From last 1 decade, which makes virtual space very useless here. Thus, in order to protect the future of students and get confidence and motivational level of teachers back on track, we need to help each other. All the stakeholders, for example, student associations, teaching fraternity in Kashmir and all over India should have to intervene and perform their roles. As humanitarian grounds, we all need to appeal and give representation to central government and Supreme Court regarding the restoration of 4G internet services, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic, so that our students and teachers may also excel in their respective roles with the whole world. Thanks a lot for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. I would now.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much. I would now hand over to our chairpersons, Dr. Shubha and Dr. Arina, ma'am.
Okay.
Again and again forget your name. Sorry.
That's fine. No problem at all.
Shubha, ma'am, would you like to ask or shall I? Shubha, ma'am. Okay, Mr. Hussain, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I can hear.
Okay, just wanted to know the sample size because the primary data that you have collected, you said that you have carried out some structured, unstructured interviews and you have also done some case studies. So can you just,
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't include here that I have constructed the Google questionnaire, the unstructured questionnaire before 10 days. To collect the responses and also collect more than 15 case studies from different backgrounds. For example, 5 scholars and 5 these high school children and all over that who are residing present here, Kashmir, ma'am.
Okay. And the rest of the data that you have presented is from secondary analysis or?
Yes, ma'am. It's both. The rest of data is both primary as well as secondary data, ma'am.
Okay. So you're saying that your sample size was 15 interviews you have carried out, right?
No, ma'am.
Sorry,
it's 15 case studies plus. Yes, ma'am. 15 case studies plus and unstructured interviews. I randomly got at least 25 unstructured interviews, ma'am. And this is like a qualitative paper, and I also collected some secondary data. For example, Reuters Foundation reports also there, but due to the shortage of time, I cannot see all about this. That's time due to time limits, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Mr. Barkat Hussain. Shubha ma'am, would you like to add something?
Yeah, thank you for unmuting me. Just wanted to reassure you that the digital divide or the problem with digital technology is not unique to Kashmir. Everywhere,
Yes,
all
ma'am.
children, many children are facing similar problems in rural
Yes, ma'am.
areas. Though I belong to an educational town, I know people here are facing problems because they can't afford mobile phones for their children's education. That
Yes, ma'am.
apart,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just wanted to find out from you, did you see a difference in gender in the data that you collected?
Yes, ma'am. It was both. I have covered in among 15 case studies. Among 5 to 6 were from females, and rest were from males. And unstructured interviews were also conducted on both female and male. Ma'am.
Yeah, so is there any difference in the way they responded?
There is no difference, ma'am, in the way they respond because both are facing the same problems, especially due to some sort of person, not much of that. Females are getting more hindrance than their male counterparts because one fully they are not fully able to first off know to how to connect, or if they connect then the voice breaks also, and some male counterparts know the more tricks, for example the VPNs etc, how to connect. So that's the little bit of difference, not the high difference, ma'am.
Okay, because I was thinking that maybe generally the phones might be owned by the male members of the family, so that's why the female might be at a disadvantage. That was what I was presuming.
No,
Okay, fine.
ma'am, actually, what there from last 2 to 3 years, due to this online teaching, there is some facility. For example, their male counterparts, they are able to now give the smartphones to their daughters, to their sisters also. So this is not the big issue here. They are dealing with the male phones also to father or brother if they are not studying. So it is not issue, but the issue is only the 2G with low access. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move forward to our next participant, Dr. Shaukat Ahmed Dar. I would request Dr. Barker to stop screen sharing.
Regarding. Let's see.
Dr. Barkat, kindly stop screen sharing.
Okay, ma'am. Sorry.
I would now request Dr. Shaukat Ahmed Dar, if you are available to present right now. I would now request Ms. Mohita Verma to start her presentation. I'll be unmuting you.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, Ms. Mohita, we can hear you. Kindly proceed with the screen sharing.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present learning strategies and motivation implications for the new generation educational practice. So I would like to start with the need of the study as we are running out of the time. COVID-19 has brought a drastic and unexpected change in the educational practices of institutions at all levels, that is, schools, colleges, and universities. Adaptation to the demands of today's life while encountering decline in motivation can be considered as a central life task of adolescents, one that contributes to their overall sense of well being. Motivation is integral to the learning process. It is the underlying force which drives the student to perform, to continue to learn, and attempt to complete tasks at hand, typically defined as intrinsic motivation or extrinsic motivation. Together with motivation, engagement has been taken as very important for enhanced learning outcomes of all students. Student engagement is a tendency to be behaviorally, emotionally, and cognitively involved in all academic activities. This motivation is seen as a prerequisite of and a significant element for student engagement in learning. Hence, it becomes essential to explore the correlates of motivation and engagement so that the interventions in the domain of academic can be made more effective. Previous researches have explored the relationship between motivation and engagement with factors like gender, personality, parents. There are researches that have explored significance of self-regulated learning strategies in determining anxiety related to academic performance. However, not much researches have been conducted on role of self-regulated learning strategies in motivation and engagement. Thus, the present study was carried out to explore as to what extent do self-regulated learning strategies are significantly correlated with motivation and engagement. The main objective of the present study was to assess the relationship between dimensions of self-regulated learning strategies, that is rehearsal, elaboration, organization, critical thinking, metacognitive self-regulation, time management, effort regulation, peer learning, and help seeking, and dimensions of motivation and engagement, that is booster thought, booster behavior, mufflers, and guzzlers. The following hypotheses were proposed. Dimensions of self-regulated learning strategies would positively correlate with booster thought and booster behavior, whereas negatively correlate with mufflers and guzzlers. Methodology. For the present study, the sample was comprised of 400 adolescents who were randomly selected from various public schools of Patiala, Chandigarh, and Ludhiana. The age range of the subject was 18 to 20 years, with the mean age of 19 years. Correlation analysis was applied. The tools which were used for the present study for measuring motivation and engagement, Martin's motivation and engagement scale with the high school version was used, and to measure learning strategies, motivated strategies for learning questionnaire by Pinterich et al. Was used. As you can see in this table, correlation analysis was applied. Uh, all the dimensions of self-regulated learning strategies was positively and significantly correlated with booster thought and booster behavior. Hence, our first hypothesis has been accepted. And whereas with buffers and guzzlers, only time management and effort regulation was negatively and significantly correlated with mufflers and guzzlers. Implications. Self-regulated learning strategies have very significant implications in the field of education. By using effective learning strategies and test-taking skills, the degree of anxiety gets reduced, which leads to improvement in performance. Students who use self-regulated learning strategies have higher level of the academic motivation and self-efficacy. Such students supervise their own progress as they change their strategies if necessary in order to learn better. Self-regulation is a skill to manage inner states and adapt to environment. Having a sense of control over one's environment is an important predictor of students' well-being, satisfaction, and commitment. The policymakers in the field of education should make provisions for enhancing self-regulated learning skills, thereby enabling students to be academically more motivated and engaged. Technology has emerged to be a savior for students. It's only through technology that students today are able to get education. Thus, it can be implied that building self-regulated learning strategies in students can help students make better use of online education. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would now request Dr. Arina and Dr. Shubha to take over.
Mohita, that was a nice, concise presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you just explain to me with one example of what is a self-regulated education experience for a student?
Ma'am, there are various kinds of different learning strategies. For example, anxiety, time management, effort regulation. Like in today's time, students are getting anxious that how will be covering syllabus, how will be managing time. But a self-regulated learner can manage their time well and can be less anxious, because a moderate level of anxiety is good to concentrate, but
Yeah, so what
like
is that self-regulated learner he or she supposed to do?
a self-regulated learner should adopt few kind of strategies. For example, time management. He or she has to manage the time. He has to be bit less anxious. He has to regulate their efforts so that online education can be practically they can apply those
How is it
things.
different from offline education?
Ma'am, I think it's a bit similar, but if we talk about offline education, students could share their things with teachers also, because few students like to interact face to face with teachers. They tend to be in that comfort zone. But I think while being in online education, they are not able to talk to their teachers like face to face. But being a self-regulated learner, they tend to know that okay, this is the situation, so we have to adapt this time management or anxious strategy. So I think this is a bit difference.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Arina
ma'am.
ma'am.
Uh, I just want to ask you, I mean, I just want you to explain a little about the concepts that you use, like motivation boosters, mufflers and
Okay, ma'am.
guzzlers. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, basically this concept has been with the scale which have been used. It was given by Martin. So he has given a wheel which is described, which is categorized into four concepts. That is that is booster. Boosters consist of booster thoughts and booster behavior. Booster thoughts in context we can say that self-efficacy. The student is high or higher on self-efficacious, and booster behavior, for example, we can say that persistence, planning, valuing school. So those are the factors, positive factors, booster thought and booster behavior. There were negative, maladaptive thought and maladaptive behavior, which are known as mufflers and guzzlers, which includes anxiety, failure avoidance, uncertain control, disengagement, self-sabotage. So in this way, Martin has categorized his concepts.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. We will now proceed to our next presentation, which is by Miss Monita Mitra.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible, Miss Monita.
Okay,
Could you
ma'am,
please...
can you share, because I'm unable to share my PPT which I had sent you yesterday. Can you do it for me? I'm trying to do it, but I'm unable to do it. Hello, ma'am?
I would request the other organizing team members to kindly look into it.
Do it, but anyway, I'm unable to do it. Hello?
Hello, we are trying. The other...
Yeah, can I start with the oral part? I mean, can I say it orally?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sure. You can start with the oral presentation.
Okay, yeah. Okay, well, I'm an assistant professor teaching in an engineering and architecture college in Kolkata. Basically, at first, at the outset, I would like to thank the organizing team for accepting my paper. A warm good afternoon to all of you. My paper is basically all about, just a moment. With the advent of COVID-19, the whole world over felt the impact of the COVID-19 everywhere in every sphere of life, especially so in the education sector. There has been disruption in the teaching learning process, and a paradigm shift took place in the teaching paradigm, in the learning process. Everything faced a backlash. Parents and suddenly the parents and the caregivers and the family members were found to be part of the teaching team, trying hard to help students to navigate their learning schedules, keeping up the motivation level also. At the same time, the institutions were also faced with the problem of having trained their teachers. the teachers also, see, we had this online teaching earlier, but in small doses. Come with the pandemic and the lockdown, with the closure of schools, made all the teachers look into the aspect of online teaching, which took the form of a hybrid form of teaching, which was the flipped and the blended teaching learning process. But there were many problems that were faced. Now, my paper is basically about, I have done a qualitative analysis. I've gone through a lot, it's based on secondary sources. I've gone through a lot of journals, some papers, some documentaries, some reports from the various countries. So my paper basically analyzes the global perspectives of what is the impact of COVID-19 on all the education stakeholders. So basically, let us first understand what happened during the lockdown. We found world over there were 300 million children, but they were missing classes. And this global scale, the speed of the educational disruption, it was unparalleled. United Nations, they came up with many reports, and it has affected around about 290 million students worldwide. A survey was conducted by UNESCO, where they, and they took into 61 countries, and they found that, what are the strategies that the different countries undertook to go into this online mode of teaching. Now, let us first understand what are the disruptions in education. Disruptions like there was an unplanned and rapid move suddenly to online teaching and learning platforms. Like teachers, let us first understand the stakeholders. The teachers, let's take first the teachers. Teachers were suddenly faced with how to give online resource materials to the students, how to make it available. Similarly, the students who were at the learning end, because the teachers also have to keep in mind what is the program objective, the course objectives, and whether they are able to deliver the course outcomes. Then the students, we have to consider the students. The students were faced with, hello? Yeah. Can you hear me, ma'am? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah, yes.
Ma'am, you're
Okay.
audible.
Yes, okay, ma'am. The students, a large number of students worldwide, it's not only in India, where they've had problems in internet. They lacked the right technology. They lacked the skills to use the technology. Coming to our remote learners, even the farthest end, let's say the rural learners in India, also faced a lot of problems because they do not have smartphones. Similarly, in countries like Africa and even in very progressive countries also, they faced a lot of problems. Why? Because they did not, there was no internet facility in many countries. What we were looking into, hello, yes? Okay, yes, ma'am. So the impact, we have to understand what was the impact on the students' learning. There was a material divide, there was a digital divide, there was a skills and dispositions divide, and parental support. Many times it's found that these parents who were, especially in rural, especially in the weaker section, where the parents were unable to, there isn't a, designated a different, computer for each child, so they had, and then even sometimes it is found that these parents had to go to so they could not be a part of the learning process. So this process of online teaching, which went into a lot of paradigm shift. So what happened to it? It affected the weaker section, and apart from this, there was a psychological problems. Also, there was a social impact. There was a mental impact on the students because they were facing anxiety, fear, and they were, especially in Western countries where they go to school, they get a lot of free counseling. People who were the girl child also faced a lot of problem. Mentally weak child in Western countries where they get a lot of counseling and they come to school, not only just like India, they come to school for the food. In abroad also they come to school not only for the food plus free counseling. So they were a weaker section because they lacked the mental support. They lacked at home also. They were mentally weak. So in that case, this added on, the global impact of COVID added on to this problem, and then that raised the problem of and the different challenges, the quality of the e-learning program, the finishing the syllabus. Earlier we had the traditional mode, and now we had to look into the online mode where we could not even we could not access. There was, of course, we
conclude.
Okay, I will just a moment. Give me 2 minutes. So, what is the way forward? The conclusion is that that the world over, everybody faced a problem of the digital device, of the Wi-Fi connection, internet problem, the economic problem, social impact that it was felt. So now, what is the way forward? How can we, strengthen? So we need to strengthen our institutional systems. We need to stimulate teachers' training. We need to allocate funds for the disadvantaged children, families coming from the marginalized learners background. We need to have a proper learning management system, and and we should be able to differentiate instruction so that we are able to even cater to the people with the lower learning needs. And we have to keep in mind the mental health. Apart from the learning outcome, we have to keep in mind the mental health and the social aspect of the virtual learning mode. Thank you. Hello?
Thank
Hello?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. I hand over to our chairpersons now. We have already surpassed the time, so I would request them to keep the question answers very short.
I have no questions.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello. Yeah, we can. Okay, even I have no question. We can move on to the next presentation.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Miss Shalini. After that, the next presenter is Miss Smita Ghosh.
Ma'am, actually, I'm not the presenter. It must be some other Shalini. So.
Okay, Shalini, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you
Hello?
are audible. Okay.
Yes. Myself Shalini, research scholar of HP University.
Okay, Shalini, आप please अपना presentation start करें, and I will prompt after 4 minutes are over.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Good afternoon to all. My topic of presentation is inclusion, a global gesture. So first, what do we understand by inclusion? Generally, we see around us that when we say the word inclusion, it comes in our mind that only a person who has a special abilities, matlab means disabled person only, they should be included in the schools. That means inclusion, but it is not right. Inclusion has started from special education. The development of field of special education has involved a series of stages during which education systems have explored different ways of responding to education with disabilities and to students who experience difficulties in learning. Special education practices were moved into the mainstream through an approach known as integration. The main challenge with integration is that mainstreaming had not been accompanied by changes in the organization of the ordinary school, its curriculum, and teaching and learning strategies. The lack of organizational change has proved to be one of the major barriers to the implementation of inclusive education policies. Device thinking has thus led to the reconceptualization of special needs. It has been argued that schools need to be reinformed and pedagogy needs to be improved in ways that will lead them to respond positively to people's diversity, seeing individual differences not as problems to be fixed, but as opportunities for enriching learning. According to Salamanca Declaration,
Shalini, Miss Shalini, you are requested to skip the introduction part and kindly come to the methodology and result and implications.
And this is a research article. I have no methodology in that.
Okay. Then maybe you can come to the review part where you're discussing the research papers.
Okay, ma'am.
Maybe you can continue if these slides are important. Then continue. Carry on.
Next is process of inclusion. In process of inclusion, we have 4 steps. First step is denial. When there is no provision for the different special child children. Next, it comes acceptance. When separate schools were organized for that special needs person, after that one understanding was developed and integration comes under it, and then last education for all was done in include that comes in inclusive education. After that, I am going to show you the right framework for inclusion when it starts. First, it has come 1948 UN Declaration of Human Rights. It ensures the right to free and compulsory elementary education for all children. After that, 1989 UN Convention on the Rights of Child ensures that right for all children to receive education without discrimination on any ground. 1990, the World Declaration on Education for All, that is also known as Rome Declaration. After that, 1993, the UN Standard Rule on the Equalization of Opportunities for Persons with Disability, Rule 6, not only affirms that equal rights of all children, youth and adults with disability to education, but also states that education should be provided in an integrated school setting and in the journal school setting. And 1994, Salamanca Statement and Framework for Action on Special Need Education, which states that inclusive education, inclusive schools should accommodate all children regardless of their physical, intellectual, social, emotional, linguistic, or other conditions. This should include disabled and gifted children, street and working children, children from remote or nomadic populations, children from linguistic, ethnic, or cultural minorities, and children from other disadvantaged or
Please
marginalized.
conclude.
Okay, at last, I just want to say what is inclusion and what is inclusion not. Inclusion is welcome all the diversities. It is not about that formal and informal education system should be included. Inclusion says that we should benefit all the learners irrespective of their special abilities and special needs. It is not the meeting of needs of children with disability only. We have to include all the children irrespective of their physical, mental, emotional needs, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chalni. Over to our chairpersons.
I have no questions.
I have no questions too.
Okay, we can move forward to our next presenter, Ms. Smita Ghosh.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Smita Ghosh. Before we start the presentation, can I request our esteemed judges and friends to close your eyes and clear mind with a quick breathe in and breathe out and ponder on the following statements for a few seconds. Imagine how different the world would be if we would be reading, writing, arithmetic, and empathy. How do you think society might be affected if empathy was taught in schools? Imagine a world in which everyone, children and adults, knew how to care about others, feel, and what they need, want, and think. Good afternoon once again. I'm Smita Ghosh. I'm a PhD scholar from Ahmedabad, Gujarat. And my topic is empathy as a classroom value, a key to social and emotional growth in early childhood education. Without wasting time, I'll straight away go to the next slide. That is the purpose of the study. The purpose of this exploratory study was to add to the available body of work regarding how emotional literacy can impact learning process in children and reduce social issues like bullying using empathy teaching as a tool. The result of this exploratory study can provide a new dimension to education sector by putting empathy in the mainstream learning. This study will also look at ways to view emotional and social literacy, especially focusing on empathy lessons and its role in building a strong school culture. The theoretical framework and the proposition first. Research and experiments have shown that newborns are also capable of basic forms of empathy. For example, they react with distress when they hear other babies cry. Proposition 2, the bullying empathy connection. Empathetic children are less likely to bully or to be bystanders who watch someone else being bullied. It is proved scientifically that empathetic skills have an effect on preventing bullying among peers. Proposition 3, empathy as a mainstream learning, a global perspective. Denmark, who can forget that country, the happiest country in the index? Empathy in Denmark, they are learning it in school, Klassendel. What else to say? The research questions, which can be for future research also, to study and compare the relationship between empathy and social emotional growth in children, to study empathy as a mainstream learning. Now, the methodology for the study was a non-probability purposive sampling strategy. It was a multi-method approach. There were 2 focus groups with 5 participants each. Pre-structured questionnaire where 120 participants were there. The questionnaire was for questionnaire, Google Forms were used. The samples were selected based on the following criteria. That is, the respondents were retired and working school educators, school administrators, and other like therapists, psychologists, and counselors from different schools in India. Respondents were again a mix of male and female participants. Data analysis, data gained from focus group and questionnaire were analyzed to explore research questions. Analysis of data to assess whether the propositions outlined in theoretical framework can be supported. Key findings, proposition 1, that is empathy teaching to children from a very young age. The findings suggested the study supports proposition 1 as children are born with the capacity for empathy, understanding, and love. Proposition 2, the bullying empathy connection. It was proved empathy is the central component of emotional intelligence. And if taught correctly, empathy can go a long way in preventing bullying. Proposition 3, which is the empathy as a mainstream learning, a global perspective. Empathy in Denmark, they are learning it in schools. As Denmark has made empathy a compulsory subject with a belief that those who can empathize would be less likely to bully others or base their own successes on the failures of others. Summary of the questionnaire, here 97% of respondents felt that empathy should be introduced as a classroom value. It should be the part of the mainstream learning, and it is definitely a key to social and emotional growth. Further, I would like to conclude, or the conclusion of the main findings. The key finding was that teaching empathy to children is teaching them to see the world from another's perspective may allow for a reduction in aggression and violence. In closing, further research needs on empathy in education so we can measure our current perceptions and findings and develop programming that address issues surrounding emotional and social growth. This study is just a beginning. It's time to change the course. Let's create a world where a society in which everyone can drive change, a world in which every child is a master of empathy as they are of maths or language. Teaching empathy is of global importance as it not only enhances lives of individual students, but the society in the whole. empathy will have a crucial and important role in this new world. Developing and creating this new world is not possible without the help of educators, parents, and a 360-degree shift in the mindset across the society. So let the empathy revolution begin. Let these words get saved in the dictionary: empathy lab, empathy library, empathy gym. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smita Ghosh, for your presentation. I would hand over to our chairpersons now.
Nice, interesting presentation, Smita.
Thank you, ma'am.
One observation is that if you can have a larger sample size and
Yes,
have more
definitely, ma'am.
focus group discussions, because two is a little too less, it'll just strengthen
Yes.
your paper, and you can probably send it for a publication if you can have a larger size.
I'm working on that, ma'am, but because of the lockdown and because of lack of resources, the sample size was small. But definitely, this is something which I really want it to happen. I'm an educator of adolescent skills in my school, and I emphasize that this is going to work.
Okay, nice. Also, in your review of literature, I'm sure you would have come across how empathy is taught.
Yes.
Can you just speak for about half a minute on
Yes,
how
ma'am, for example, I'll give a example of what I do normally in my class. So I have this skill adolescence classes wherein I let if children speak, what are the issues that is bothering, and if we take one issue and I let the children only come out with the solution, so it becomes very easy for a class to interact and come to a conclusion. Second is the maids who work in our school. We make it a point, instead of giving a sweet box to the teachers, the children nowadays give a sweet box to those maids. And definitely not calling them maids, but Didi. So these are some things that we have learned or we have talked about, and they have adopted it in our school.
All right.
Okay, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. We will move to our next participant, Ms. Sugyanta Priyadarshini. After that, the next presenter will be Ms. Humaira Kamar.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Sugyanta Priyadarshini. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So good morning, everyone. I'm Sugyanta Priyadarshini from KIIT University. And today I'm going to present a brief of my research work entitled Contemporary Challenges to Transgenders Education, Insights from India. Okay. Okay. So as we all know, education is a panacea for varied socio-economic issues persisting in any nation. So taking into account the gender perspective in India, transgender people are limited from imparting education as they are transgress the binary division of sexes. Education sector is even failing terribly in this obligation towards transgender students. Is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so I have taken a sample of 150 transgenders from throughout India on the basis of snowball sampling, and I have divided them on the basis of educational qualification, and I found out that 38 were illiterate, 45 were illiterate, but they know how to read, and 29 belong to lower primary section, 23 to upper primary, 9 have completed their matriculation, 4 have completed their pre-graduation, and 2 have completed their graduation. So basically, these transgender students are subjected to several societal bigotries, and they face humiliation and prejudices, thereby remaining uneducated or dropped out or less educated. So what I have done is I have selected 9 reasons behind their educational constraints that they are facing in every educational institutes. So given below in bold are the 9 reasons behind educational constraint faced by the transgender students in school, resulting which they do not prefer continuing their education. Thus, a chi-square test is done through SPSS, and the significance of each reason is tested to know how far each reason is valid. However, out of all these 9 reasons, 9 null hypotheses, 2 hypotheses are accepted as their value was more than 0.05, which are in red color. That is, no association between transgender being denied of opportunity to participate in competition with respect to educational performance and being suffered from educational invisibility with respect to educational performance. So these are the reasons that are not justified and are insignificant. So this means that the remaining 7 reasons are justified behind transgender backing out from attending school. So coming to the third slide, that is transgender victimization in educational institute due to actual or assumed status. So transgender students are victimized to violence, hatred, bullying and discrimination in educational institute. I have used this California Healthy Kids survey to find out the degree of vehemence. So the sample items basically include that in the course of schooling or education, either they are mocked, pushed, slapped, kicked, or shoved by their fellow mates. Further, how many times they are subject to victimization was also noted down. So on that criterion, they are divided into 3 levels, that is low level, moderate, and high. Under low, there were 19 transgender students. Under moderate, there were 22, and under high, there are 33. The next one is victimization in educational institute pushed transgender adults to depression, which was identified by observing the constant symptoms such as poor appetite, loneliness, and restless sleeps. So the 20-item measure of Center of Epidemiologic Studies depression scale is used to quantify the level of depression. So by using this, I found out that the internal reliability of the study is 0.94, and it was found that 75% of transgender youth were detected with clinical depression. The next one is about suicidal ideation and substance use in transgender students. So sample items showing suicidal ideation in transgender adults included how often they wanted to end their life due to harassment in educational institute, or have they ever tried committing suicide due to this. So 58% of transgender adults have tried committing suicide due to harassment, and 26% of transgender adults needed serious medical attention due to this. So, 2 measures also evaluated the problem of heavy drinking due to substance abuse and abuse for being humiliated in educational institute. The data collected on the basis of past 1 year accounted how frequently they had any kind of what I can say alcoholic beverage, and it ranged from 0 to 6, and 60% were found consuming more than 6 or more times. It was reported that 62% of transgender respondents fall under the above mentioned category. So, as just 5 to 6 slides were asked to present, so I could only put my results here. Thus, I would like to conclude that education is indispensable to individual and society to inculcate values, skills, norms to shape their personality and develop their character. So transgender are the marginalized community who are basically ostracized from the society. Thus, education is the milestone that they need to attend uh, to empower themselves and to be a part and partial of this civilized society. So, thank you, everyone. Thanks a lot for the patience listening.
Sugandha?
Yes,
Sugandha?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so what do you propose? Because you concluded that education alone can empower them, but then while they, they visit these institutions, they are harassed there. So, what do you propose? How to change the situation? What could be done?
Ma'am, there can be a number of steps that can be taken by the educational institute to empower them or to make them feel accepted. Like I can say, in the schools, the educationalist or the teachers, the administration itself, they should make strict rules so that nobody can taunt them or nobody can bully them. Secondly, the library should include gender inclusive study materials so rest of the cisgender students can also accept them. They should know that there is no bilateral division of sexes. There is more concept apart from that, and they are humans too. They just can't be discarded or they can't be criticized. And further I can say
But
this yes,
as you said that more stricter, rules should be made and it should be followed. But then those whom you're talking about, who makes those rules, the people who make the policies, they themselves are not sensitized enough to make those rules and policies and implement it. So what is the solution to this problem?
the government need to create awareness about it, because this transgender concept earlier it was very much acceptable, but after this colonial rule, this concept of the transgender community, okay, they have completely ostracized them. So it is our responsibility to understand education is the only way through which people will be aware about that there is a third sector of sex. There is a new concept that is persisting in our community, even if they are normal, but they are uncommon. I won't say that they are not abnormal. Most of the people think that they are abnormal, but they are not abnormal. They are normal, but they are uncommon. So people need to
Okay,
understand.
thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot for patience listening.
Shubha ma'am, you have a question?
Uh, yeah, no question as such, but I was just looking at the beauty of it, of how Shalini's presentation about inclusion and Smita's presentation about empathy, how those things play such a big role
I
in,
know.
in something like this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will now move on to our next participant, Ms. Humaira Kamar. After that, the next participant is Dr. Vidisha Vallabh.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Ma'am, from where do I have to share my PPT, or if you can share my PPT, you have it with you. It will be very easy for me.
If it is possible for you, then you may share the PPT. Otherwise, you can even present it orally.
Okay, ma'am, let me try. Just give me 1 minute.
Okay, okay.
Is it visible, ma'am? It's not visible on my screen. Ma'am, I am unable to share.
In the Zoom, there is an option of share screen.
Yeah, ma'am, I have clicked it, but I'm not getting it on the screen right now. Ma'am, you have it with you. I have mailed you yesterday, ma'am. If you can
Okay, I'll cross check.
share.
Ms. Garima, will you please look into the issue whether you will be able to share the PPT of Ms. Humaira?
Yes, I am searching it. Meanwhile, you can start your presentation, Humaira.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Hello, everyone. My topic is determinants of stress among students concerning e-learning. I'm a research scholar from Department of Education, Aligarh Muslim University. So, starting with the introduction. Stress is a feeling of emotional or physical tension, and the word stress was coined by an endocrinologist Dr. Hans Selle in 1963, who defined stress as the non-specific response of the body to any demand. Students have also been victims of stress for a very long time. And in the present scenario of COVID-19 pandemic, e-learning is posing some serious challenges to students. COVID-19 has shattered the lifestyle, economy, and the education system all over the globe. Due to meticulous isolation strategies, social distancing, and national lockdown, there is reduced face-to-face interaction, which is again causing invincible mental pressures. Sorry, mental pressure which again is raising the rate of anxiety, stress, and depression among students. Thus, in the present scenario of COVID-19 pandemic, the only way for teaching and learning process to occur is to teach online. Although it has ample of benefits to offer to teachers as well as students, but it has its own dark side as well. Stress associated with e-learning, maybe with the concentration level. Concentration level is very much required in online learning as compared to offline learning or face-to-face learning. Then technical glitches, it may be associated with when light goes off or with battery backup problem or network problem. Then comes the environmental factors. These may be associated with environment being very noisy and lack of personal space for teachers or students at home, and academic burden. Students usually complain that they feel that they are being burdened by giving lots of homework and assignments and they have to complete it in a short period of time. That makes it very difficult for them to cope with the situation. Then lack of activity-based learning, and this is more prominent and prominently seen in for primary students who are very usual, who are very habitual for having a activity-based curriculum and to do activity in schools. Then lack of physical face-to-face interaction. Here, when students are unable to see their guide or their teachers, they are not attracted towards learning, or they become they are not motivated to learn, and there exists a vacuum between teaching and learning. Then lack of organization. If the teacher has not prepared for the lecture, or there are some technical issues, then there will be problem in the teaching and learning process. Then using laptop or mobile for a long time causes various health problems, like students complain of headache, eye strain, eyesight problems, cervical pain, and many other problems. Then determinants of stress. Students may become tired early as more concentration level is required for e-learning. They may face headache or eye strain or dryness of eyes, or eyesight may become weak. That backache is very common because they have to sit or for a long time as they have to attend classes. Then due to poor concentration level, students learning ability capacity is hindered. Technical glitches lead to irritated behavior and also affects motivation of students. Then students with no technological background may face lack of motivation and anxiety, as they feel themselves as being less than their peers when they are not educated about technology. Then suggestions, cooperation between teachers and students is the key to an effective learning. If there is any problem to student or teacher, then other one should understand it and cooperate. Then online classes should be of appropriate duration to avoid any health issue. Duration should be very appropriate. It shouldn't be too long or too short. Students' interest and attention should be the main concern while organizing the duration of class. Best platform should be used for online teaching and learning. Like many applications are available for online teaching and learning, like Zoom, Google Meet, Cisco Webex, free conference call. But one should analyze the main features required for teaching and use the best one among them. Students and teachers should ensure a peaceful environment for online classes. Each lecture has to be prepared and organized by the teacher. Like a teacher prepares for a face-to-face interaction by preparing a lesson plan that we are taught in B.Ed class. So for online class as well, teacher should prepare a blueprint of the lecture, or we can say a lesson plan, so that everything has to be organized for the class. Students don't become uh, very don't become less motivated for the class. Then use of innovative and attractive multimedia aid by the teacher will lead to effective learning. Teachers can use visual aids, audiovisual aids, and there are many ways to make lesson more attractive, more interesting, more effective. Teachers can use those aids. Then enabling all students to know and use basic computer skills and internet required in e-learning. So enabling students to know basic computer skills like MS Word, MS Excel, and how to use internet, Google, how to use them positively. That's the main point. So another suggestion for reducing stress can be use of blue light protected lens and following proper sitting postures, and enabling student to do that. That will be very helpful. So thank you. That's all. Hello.
Thank you. Any questions from the end of chairpersons?
Thank you, ma'am.
No
Humaira, I
questions
don't
from
know if
my
I
side.
missed the methodology slide.
Hello.
Yeah, Humaira, I'm wondering if I missed seeing the methodology slide by mistake. Did you have?
Ma'am, it's an observational paper. It's not data-based. So
Okay, okay, fine.
topics are like just.
Okay.
No
Okay.
questions
Thank
from
you,
my
ma'am.
side. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. We'll proceed to our next presenter, Dr. Vidisha Vallabh. Dr. Vidisha, you're not audible, though your mic is on, but you're not audible.
टच नहीं करना है ना.
कुछ बोल क्यों नहीं चला?
Dr. Vidisha, you're not audible.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible now.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm really sorry for the delay. So I'll go ahead with the presentation.
Hello.
Hello.
Your voice is breaking.
Okay. Am I audible now? Is it clear now?
Yes, yes, now you're audible.
Okay. Okay, I'll start with the presentation. So my presentation for today is catalyzing changes in medical education. Hi everyone, I'm Vidisha Vallabh. I'm assistant professor in the Department of Community Medicine, Himalayan Institute of Medical Sciences. So let me start with the topic right ahead. Medical education since its inception has been an apprentice-based education. With technology, give me a second, please. Yes. With technology moving leaps and bounds, medical education is also rapidly evolving, right from classroom and theater-based learning to a very heavily technology-driven experience. And this is owed to the evolution in medical sciences, in internet revolution, and also societal expectations. The recent pandemic of COVID has also limited the learner-patient interaction and also the learner-teacher interaction in medical science. Now, this crisis has boosted e-learning within the medical curriculum. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is basically a narrative review of e-learning in medical education worldwide. So what I did was that I went to the Medline database. I used specific mesh terms, which were medical education with a tagline of professional, with subheading trends. And I used the Boolean operator and this produced a list of 16782 articles. After, of course, applying relevant filters, which are listed below, I got a total of 1172 articles, which were then extracted. Now, right now, I'm presenting a narrative review, which is based on these extracted articles. So e-learning has become a boon for medical education. E-learning can be in the form of laboratory simulation, simulated cases, virtual reality, augmented reality situations, e-learning tools, and learning management systems. The use of simulators, VR and AR, self-directed learnings, online synchronous and asynchronous learnings, virtual class, video conferencing systems, all of these, they can facilitate basic knowledge acquisition, better decision making, team learning, and act as a practice for the actual event. For example, if a student has to learn how to insert a pediatric cannula, I can always teach him him or her on a simulator. And then, of course, that person, that student, can practice on a real patient. Now, simulation-based medical education is a disruptive technology in medical education. It can bring threatening emergency to life, yet it can allow learner to take decisions without risking the life of the patient. And it can enhance learning by giving the learner a safe see one, do one, and teach one atmosphere under the expert's eye. Using of standardized patients, haptic devices, head-mounted devices, VR and AR, they can create a near similar environment that this learner will actually face in practice. For example, I can use a standardized patient to present a case of cholelithiasis, which can then be managed via laparoscopic surgery through VR and AR. These are few examples of SBME. I won't go into the detail as we are already running short of time. So educators, medical educators, we can design our courses, manage our schedules, and give formative and summative assessments and grade them in much less time as compared to the conventional methods. Assessment has also become relatively stress-free by giving the online OSCE or OSPE examinations. So e-learning, standardized patients, simulation exercises, they are quickly becoming a norm in medical education due to technological advancement and more so due to the current pandemic. But there are still some limitations to virtual medical education. Though we address the cognitive, the psychomotor, and the skill domain in e-learning, the effective domain still remains a gray area because it is very difficult to teach ethics, empathy, professionalism with simple simulation exercises. So this what we call as the hidden curriculum. This needs development of sophisticated simulation cases and which involves AI or artificial intelligence. The setting up of a virtual learning environment in a medical college or a university, it initially can require a large investment in terms of manpower, money, and material. The low fidelity of simulation or AR and VR, frequent crashing, learner isolation, and untrained learning are also few of the limiting factors. So I would like to conclude my presentation. E-learning adds a new dimension to medical learning, but it adds with the same thrill and adrenaline. It can bridge the gap in medical education by delivering cost-effective, repeatable, standardized medical training on demand, independent of location, independent of instructor deficit, and financial concerns of the student. And it can thus reduce the deficit of trained and registered medical practitioners in India in the long run. So I have not quoted all my references, but they can be presented on request. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, thank you so
Yes.
much. Over to our chairpersons now.
I have no questions.
I have no questions as well, but I just wanted to say nice study, Dr. Vidisha. But I don't
Yeah.
know. I mean, it sounds a little scary that medical education can be easily done through e-learning. I mean,
Ma'am, more of actually, it's more of, ma'am, it's more of actually simulation, virtual and augmented reality, which is near similar to the actual environment a student faces in an emergency, say in an emergency. We can
yeah, I
simulate.
get that. Because I come from a university which is known for its medical education, and they have
Yes, ma'am,
excellent.
of
Yeah.
course, ma'am. Yes, your lab is
They-
world famous, ma'am.
yeah, yeah, they have fantastic labs.
Yeah, and
But
your anatomy lab is famous. It is one of the best labs in the world, ma'am.
yeah, that's now a museum, but they have this simulation education also,
Yes,
where the students are taught, yeah, on dummies. But it
yes,
still
ma'am.
scares me. Anyway, all the
Yeah.
best.
Yes.
Before proceeding further, I would like to welcome back Gagan sir, who has joined us back, and I would also extend my welcome to Miss Nagma Zamir, Assistant Professor in Clinical Psychology at Amity University, Lucknow. The second part of the session will be chaired by Gagan sir and Nagma ma'am. Right now, it will be continued by Arina ma'am and Dr. Shubham. So, moving to our next participant, Dr. Jispal Kandari.
Jaspal sir has not joined us, so we can move further.
Okay, so we move forward to our next presenter, Miss Shivani Dagar.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Miss Shivani Dagar, next is your presentation. I would request you to share your.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing. I'm sharing. It is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, ma'am. I'm Shivani Dagar, studying MA MSc Applied Psychology from Gautam Buddha University, and I would like to uh, start my presentation from the topic Education Policy and Economic Reforms. In this paper, we offer an appraisal of the economics of education research area, charting its history as a field and discussing the ways in which economics has contributed both to education research and to education policy making. In particular, we highlight the theoretical and methodological contributions that economics had made to the field of education during the last 50 years. Despite the success of economics of education as a field of inquiry, we argue that some of the contributions made by economics could be limited if the economics of education is seen as quite distinct from the other disciplines working in the field of education. In this area of, sorry, in these areas of common interest, economics need to work side by side with the other major disciplines in the field of education if their contribution to the field is to be maximized, particularly in terms of applying improved methodology. We conclude that the study of education, acquisition, and its economic and social impact in the economics of education research area is very likely to remain a fertile research ground. I will be starting with my introduction. Recently, there has been a resurgence of research by economists on education and education policy. It follows a relatively fallow period when UK research in this area was much less active compared to the initial heydays of the field in the 90s and 90s and 1970s. We explore these trends, asking why there has been a recent increase in interest and highlighting key theoretical and methodological contribution in the field. The economics of education is about how best to allocate a scarce resource in education. It can help us understand how education might best be produced, who gets more or less education, and the economic impact of education on individuals, friends, and society as a whole. There are many key economics ideas that have become commonplace in education, in both research and policy making. These include the idea of education as an investment, the human capital approach of Besker 1964, the notion of economic returns to education in the form of improved labor market outcomes, the earning function of Miser in 1958, 1974, the evolution of education policy in terms of cost effectiveness, and many others. Overall, we conclude that economics of education has seen a resurgence linked to the increasing dominance of quantitative methods in policy, oriented research, and potentially the decline in quantitative sociology of education. Research during this period, as discussed in the chapter by Launder Edel in this volume, we make the case that economics of education is a rapid advancing field with significant influence on policy making in many countries. Nonetheless, it remains the case that some aspects of economics of education research need closer integration into the other disciplines of education. The rest of the paper is as follows. Section 2nd plays the economics of education field in its appropriate historical context. We also show bibliometric evidence on the increased number of economics of education publication in top economics journals. Section 3 discussed some key theoretical advancements, while Section 4 considered methodological innovations. Section 5 considered wider impacts of the economics of education field. Let's start with these sections. The origin of resurgence, sorry, the origin of resurgence of economic of educational research starts with historical context. The heyday of the economics of education is seen as the 90s, 1960s and 1970s, given some of the classic writing that emerged at that time, like Bolgan 1972, 1976 Freeman, etc. and so on. Significant developments were also made on the empirical side during this time. Munzer 1958-1974 highly inflectuational work developed the earning function that relates log earnings to schooling and experience and is one of the most widely used tools amongst empirical economists. See card 1999 discussion on the causal impact of education on earnings. That said, it is during recent decades that the principle of the economics of education have been so widely applied in education policy making. The current observe following the 1960s and 1970s, there was a significant decline in research activity in the economics of education, especially outside of the United States. More recently,
Kindly conclude.
Yes, ma'am, just concluding. This decline has been reversed and there has been an upsurge of interest in the field. In the UK and US at least, accompanied by increase in the use of economic evolution in educational reform and policy making. theoretical contribution to the field of education, it's basically the economics has contributed to the field of education theoretically, introducing economic ideas and the principles of the market. Economics has also made a significant methodological contribution, particularly in the area of quantitative education and policy making. A key strength of the economics of education is that it has clear theoretical underpinning and a well utilized framework, supplying and demand for the theory development and quantitative testing. Economics can utilize and apply robust theoretical models to questions that are of policy relevance. Economics can also generate testable hypotheses in the field of education that can be subjective to rigorous quantitative analysis. Indeed, one explanation is why economics has increased its influence as a discipline in the wide range of fields, and particularly in education, is that it provides answer to policy questions in quantifiable terms. This is clearly applying to policy 7 maker who have to justify resource allocations. Furthermore, since economics is a science of scarcity, it is no wonder that influence in the fields such as education, health, and has been huge. In public sectors with limited resources, the analytical tools of economics are immensely useful in the providing answers that help policymakers to decide where to invest next. That's all. Thank you so much. Any questions, ma'am?
No, no questions from my side. Thank you so much, Ms. Shivani.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would now extend my thanks to Dr. Shubha as she will be taking leave now. Dr. Shubha, thank you for your cooperation and for investing your time in the session.
Thank you, Nandini. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Kashif, to the organizers, and to Dr. Arina for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. Due to paucity of time, I have other commitments, so I need to exit right now, but I wish everybody all the very best. Thank you.
It was nice meeting you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Same here.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
This session will be further chaired by Dr. Arina, Dr. Gagan, and Ms. Nagma Zabir. So I would request all the chairpersons to kindly let's kindly proceed with the session further, and I would invite our next presenter, Dr. Bhavesh Pramank. Dr. Gagan, would you like to say something?
No, I'm just waiting for presenters to basically provide. Yeah. Sure.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Has Dr. Shubha left already?
I think she has left. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Nagma ma'am?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have joined us?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bhavesh, you may start with your presentation now.
Ma'am, my PPT, can I get my PPT, which I have sent earlier?
Sir, please try to present. If you are able to, please try to share your screen and present.
No problem. Okay, madam, I am trying my. Just a minute, ma'am.
Sure, sir.
Here, my drive. There is no my drive. Google Drive. Connect. Not connected yet. Box photo. Screen. Stop. Okay, ma'am. I am without PPT. I am presenting my session. Okay, ma'am. I am audible.
Okay, okay. Yes, sir, you are audible.
The name of my paper is Education 4.0 ... The future of learning. So at first I am trying to indicate what is Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 is used interchangeably with the fourth industrial revolution and represents a new stage in the organization and control of the industrial value chain. And cyber physical system from the basis of Industry 4.0, that is smart machines. They use modern control system, and the very word IoT, the Internet of Things. The way produces the means and production get network and can communicate. So with a picture in our previous session, our presenter also screening the picture of Industry 4.0. I am also giving same or some different picture. And Education 4.0. There are 4 branches. When 1780, the steam engine was innovated by James Watt. From 1900. Yes, ma'am. This is my screen. Industry 4.0. This is used interchangeably with the 4th industrial revolution and represents a new stage in the organization of control of the industrial value chain. With the 2 picture, I want to indicate the branches of Industry 4.0. Then Education 4.0. There are next one, yes, the Education 4.0. There are 4 branches. One is 1780, James Watt. Next 1780, next 1900. Then the line, a completely line was cleared. Then railway, electric motor, etc., has discovered. Then after 70 years, computer, everything, agriculture, banking, management, shipping are gloriously, and they create a revolution. And 2000, this is the age of computer, age of net, e-learning, etc., So this is the 4.0. And similarly, there is a comparison between 2, because both history of industry and education, both are the history of 100 years. And future of education is a vision for the future of education, where industrial revolution, there are various pictures. From this picture, we gain some knowledge that everything ruled like the Industry 4.0, when every digital technologies, personalized data, open source content, new humanity with the global connected technology, and lifelong learning from childhood to the schooling, continuous learning to the workplace, to learning play a better role in the society. Finally, the game is changing everywhere because new vision of learning is present. And when new visions of learning is present, more important to know that we need something, a knowledge or skill, and then where to find it, rather than cramming our head full. Do not try to learn everywhere. And there are some comparison when Education 4.0 are compared to education Industry 4.0. And the future learning with innovation, these pictures are related to future learnings with innovation. The first one is diverse time and the time, place. The second one is personalized learning. The third one is free choice. The fourth one is project-based. The fifth one is field experience. The sixth one is data interpretation. The seventh one is examination will change completely. And the final one is student ownership. Then it is my data, with a self-made questionnaire. I am a resident of West Bengal. Future learning, I have 8 points. I have indicated these 8 points. And I am residing at West Bengal. The name of my district is Purbo Medinipur. As a principal, there is a huge scope to survey, and with a self-made questionnaire, I survey with 50 teachers. The first table, there are 4 tables. The next table, the first table indicates the next table, madam. There are 4 tables. Yes, the 4 tables. The first table indicates I have surveyed 50 teachers, where 30 teachers shows us strongly agreed with the application of education 4.0. 10 teacher, 20% teacher agreed, where 12% teacher, that is 6 teacher, disagree, and 8% teacher completely strongly disagree. And my second table, I saw the male-female combination. The percentage of male is 67%, and the percentage of female is 50%. Strongly agree. 20% is agree, and 20% female is agree. Whether only 13% male are disagree and strongly disagree, and 30% female are disagree and strongly disagree. The next table shows the urban-rural relationship, where there is a picture that only 8%
kindly conclude.
teachers. Yes, ma'am, I am at the end. Only 8% teachers shows negative responses, and 15% teachers shows negative attitude. And when SC, ST and general age concern, only 20% is she, and 11% is general caste shows negative. Otherwise, all are very eager to know that. So in my concluded part, I want to say, in 20 years, students will incorporate so much independence to the learning process. And we have to wait for the future. And I want to conclude, an Irish poet, William Butler, Yeats, education is not about filling a basket, but lighting a fire. And we are waiting a huge fire, and huge life is waiting for education 4.0. Thank you, madam. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, the all presenter, chairperson, moderator, and my co-presenter. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. I would hand over now to our chairpersons.
Dr. Bhavesh, I have one question. What you have used the tool is standardized. Can you please share the reliability and validity of the tool?
No, madam, this is not standardized, because due to time, I want to make it standardized, but the format of the questionnaire is a standardized one, which was my SARS questionnaire, Professor P.C. Vishwas of University of Kalyani. And from this questionnaire, I'm trying to put a question, and in this lockdown period, most of the question purpose are served by phone and other information, and in the market, etc., etc. If there is a huge time, I may try to make a standardized in future.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, okay, madam.
Yeah, Dr. Bhavesh.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about the level of technical tools that are being used by the teachers that you surveyed.
Sir, only one self-made questionnaire. Only one self-made questionnaire having more than 30 questions, and HS teachers are chosen in various schools and Madhyamik and HS schools. Some are colleges, but teachers training college, only teachers training colleges.
Okay. How do you want to proceed with this? Where do you think your study can go from here?
So I am saying earlier, if I want to make it standardized, I have to make it get labor and a time.
Okay.
It is my wish. I want it after lockdown period. I want to make it standardized and go to more people. And I want to propagate. I want to not only propagate, I want to appreciate for the education 4.0. I want to know everyone because most of the people are quite unable about the word education 4.0. Most of the people and most of the teachers also.
Right. Right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Nothing from my side. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We will now move forward to our next participant, Mr. Sartaj Ahmed Bhatt.
Yes, ma'am, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, ma'am, I will share my
You may share
screen.
your presentation.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, your presentation is visible,
Hello?
but yes, it is visible.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I would like to extend my thank you to the organizing for conducting such a wonderful international conference. I myself, Sartaj Ahmed Bhatt, a research scholar in the Department of Education, Jivaji University, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh, India. And my topic is teacher effectiveness and work motivation among secondary school teachers in Gwalior district, Madhya Pradesh, India. Let's start from the introduction. Quality of teaching defines the quality of education. We have much heard about this education. We have much read about this education. In fact, education has become a basic necessity. Education acts as a powerful instrument to change. That is why Dr. APJ Abdul has rightly said, education is the powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Now the question arises how this education can change or how we can bring change. It is none other than the teacher who can bring that change. And teacher plays a vital role in modern education because it is teacher who can bring achievement in this effective education. Once efforts are made by the team of high quality teachers, these teachers are very important in this direction. Research findings are many. There are crucial factors for effective educational standards, and keeping in mind these things, and in this study I involves two variables, that is teacher effectiveness and work motivation. If we talk about this work motivation is made up of two words, teacher and teacher effectiveness made up of two words, teacher and effectiveness. Teacher is basically a person who teaches, who imparts knowledge or skills to the learner, and effectiveness is the quality of being successful in producing an intended result. If we want to know this teacher effectiveness, then following dimensions are necessary in this direction: preparation and planning for teaching, classroom management, knowledge of matter, teachers' characteristics, interpersonal characteristics. If we talk about work motivation, as Zig Ziglar has rightly said, motivation is the fuel necessary to keep the human engine running. This motivation is very important, as without motivation, even the most capable person will refuse to work hard. It is motivation which generates the mental efforts that drive us to apply our knowledge and skills. This motivation leads us to invest more or less cognitive efforts to enhance both the quality and quantity of work performance. We should try to fulfill these factors, that is extrinsic and intrinsic motivation factors for the teacher, because once these factors can be fulfilled for a teacher, then teacher effectiveness can be achieved. And also these dimensions are also helpful in this direction: personal growth, achievement, self control, monetary gains, non financial gains, social affiliation and conformity, autonomy and self actualization. If we talk about this about the rationale of the study, we have talked about the education role of the teacher. It is necessary in this direction, because the emergence of a globalized world in a framework of competitions, together with the pressure of an exploding knowledge base, has given rise to new challenging roles for the secondary level teachers. Therefore, the present study reveals the existing status of teacher effectiveness and work motivation of secondary school teachers working under government and private schools in Gwalior district of Madhya Pradesh. Because we have limited time, we would move forward. Operational definitions of variables and terms are here. We would like to hear highlight this. So objectives of the study: first is to assess the teacher effectiveness among secondary school teachers. Next is to assess the work motivation among secondary school teachers. Third one is to compare the mean scores of government and private secondary school teachers on teacher effectiveness. Number fourth is to compare the mean scores of government and private secondary school teachers on work motivation. Hypothesis of the study are like this. First one is there is no significant difference between government and private secondary school teachers on teacher effectiveness. Next is there is no significant difference between government and private secondary school teachers on work motivation. Delimitation of this study include: it is restricted to Gwalior district only, it is restricted to government and private school, it is restricted only to 200 sample of secondary school teachers. If we talk about the methodology, a descriptive method has been employed for this study. Population include all the private and government secondary school teachers of Gwalior district, Madhya Pradesh. And sampling, I have taken 200 secondary school teachers, 100 government and 100 private secondary school teachers. And the sampling procedure is a random sampling technique. Tools that are used here are ready-made tools: teacher effectiveness scale by Dr. Umi Kulsum 2011, work motivation scale by Dr. A.K. Shrivastava 1999, and statistical tools that are used here is mean, standard deviation, t-test. If we talk about the analysis and interpretation of data, first here comes mean comparison between government and private secondary school teachers on their overall score of teacher effectiveness. Teacher effectiveness, there were two groups, private and secondary. Number is same, 100 for private and 100 for government, and mean for private is 320.39 and standard deviation 11.18. And for government, sample is same, 100, and mean is 316.73 and standard deviation 11.64. If we look towards this table, it shows that t-value is 2.28, which is greater than the tabulation value and is significant at 0.05 level. However, the mean scores that is for the private and government teachers, which depicts that the private secondary school teachers have better teacher effectiveness as compared to government secondary school teachers. So on the basis of this, our hypothesis. First, which was there is no significant difference between government and private secondary school teachers on teacher effectiveness status, rejected. Next is mean comparison between government and private secondary school teachers on their overall score of work motivation. So you are hear me? Hello?
Yes, you're audible. Kindly conclude.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I will in a minute. Work motivation, government and private number is same 100 for each category, and mean is 217 for this government, 217.74, and standard deviation 13.57. Private 214.28 and standard deviation 15.30. If we look towards this table, the t value 1.69 resulted from the t-test is less than the tabulation value at 0.05 level of significance. Thus, we can say that the result reveals that there is insignificant difference between government and private secondary school teachers on overall score of work motivation. Both the groups have somewhat similar on their work motivation, but failed to any level of confidence. So, in this way, our second hypothesis like this, there is no significant difference between government and private secondary school teachers on work motivation status accepted. For findings, I have explained how. Educational qualification, if we talk, I will but short this. Teachers and counselors, or for teachers, educationist, counselors, and researchers as well. This study will be helpful to them. Session is for further research. It was sample was 200 only. It can be conducted on a large sample. Or my region was Gwalior district. It can be taken to other regions of Madhya Pradesh or any other state or any other area. There were only two variables, that is teacher effectiveness and work motivation. It can be conducted on organization health, leadership style, job involvement, etc. It was only this conducted on private and government. It can be further extended to male, female, rural, urban, or any other level of this undertaken at whether it is primary, secondary, or college, any other. Thank you.
Thank you. Since we have already surpassed the time limit, I would request the chairpersons to kindly keep the questions very short and crisp. Over to you, Dr. Gagan.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, I just wanted to know from Sartaj whether are you trying to test or rather research the difference between these two secondary school teachers, or
no sir,
no, right? Yeah. So you were just trying to understand the effectiveness, right?
Yes, yes,
yeah.
sir.
So you could also comment probably on the effectiveness rather than the difference between these two, and probably because that will also give you a lot of insight as to what effectiveness is in your research, because it is very contextual. It is very contextual, and if you can probably, it's okay, not maybe not now, but you can further ask yourself and ask your data, and also study further, where you can also question the effectiveness as a term, and which is beyond just whether somebody is good in teaching or not, but it could be very contextual. That's what I'm trying to say.
The suggestions
so
are well.
ahead and yeah.
Thank you for your valuable suggestions, sir. I remember. Thank you.
Mr. Sartaj, I have one question only. What is more important, intrinsic motivation or extrinsic motivation for the work motivation and the effectiveness of the teacher?
Yes, ma'am. What is the extrinsic and intrinsic motivation?
No. What is not? What is more important, extrinsic or intrinsic, for the effectiveness of the teacher?
Both are important, ma'am. Both are important.
Equally
as
important?
I have highlighted here.
Equally important? equally important, or one is more important than other?
I think intrinsic motivation is more necessary.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, nothing from my side, Nandini. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Also, since Dr. Arena will be taking a leave from us now, I would want to extend my heartfelt thank you for your time and for your cooperation and your inputs in this session. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Nandini. Thank you, Kashif, for extending this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Any
ma'am.
other question, ma'am?
No question, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Siddharth. We will be moving on to our next presentation, which is by Dr. Shahina Akhtar. Are we connected to Dr. Shahina Akhtar?
She is not online, so we can move to next participant.
The next participant is Miss Kabita Kumari Chaturvedi.
She is
I think we have Dr. Shahina with us.
yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I am Dr. Shahina Akhtar. Ma'am, shall I start?
Yes,
Am I
sure,
audible,
sure.
ma'am? Ma'am,
Yes,
am I
yes, you
audible?
are audible. Please share your presentation with us.
Ma'am, as I have already told you that I have an oral presentation, as I am not able to share my screen. Shall I continue? Shall I start?
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am. Before starting my presentation, I would just briefly like to thank all the dignitaries, respected dignitaries. A very good afternoon to all of you. I would like to thank IMRC for organizing this international conference and providing all of us an opportunity to participate in this beautiful endeavor. So regarding my topic, digitization in education, role and challenges ahead, all around the world, as all of us are going through a pandemic COVID-19, all around the world, schools and universities are leveraging existing platforms like Google Classrooms, Microsoft Education, and conferencing apps like Zoom, etc. The outbreak of this coronavirus pandemic has created an immediate and unprecedented challenges in the field of education. As of 31st March, in 185 all around the world, among the world, 185 countries around the globe have implemented or announced the closure of schools and universities. Nearly 1.5 billion children and youth have been impacted by this crisis. In this context of necessary closures, different forms of online education and educational resources have been mobilized by teachers as well as students. Now I will directly come on to the role of digitization in education because of the paucity of time. Just a second. So, in Indian context, where mobile penetration is nearing a billion people with over 200 million connected to the internet, and this is expected to reach 550 million in the recent times, the potential to digitally educate the masses seems very rich. Digital education is fun learning for all cadres and particularly effective for child learning as the innovative audio-video feature boosts the cognitive elements in a child's brain. The infotainment combination involved in digital learning makes it more practical, applicable, and related to our life and surroundings in an interesting manner. Today, more than ever, the efficient use of digital technologies and learning resources in education and training is considered a key factor in achieving the educational objectives. The role of digital technologies has increased, and we use collaborative platforms to improve teaching and learning practices. However, despite the obvious benefits of incorporating technologies and digital resources into formal education, political challenges do remain. Further, there is a long way to tread before realizing the actual potential of digital education in India. Some of the prominent hurdles are digital literacy and infrastructure. The majority of the Indian population still does not have the required internet bandwidth, and many are illiterate in digital terminologies and devices. The digitalization process in education is a strong trend in terms of reforming and modernizing the global educational environment. Digitalization in the educational process involves translating text, images, video, and audio into a digital format that can be played by the computer. Its tools can be the computer, the internet, the smartphone, the scanner, the digital camera, the projector, the printer, etc. Means of digitalization can be the online admission processes, the online exams, the sharing of online web knowledge, digital support materials in different formats like PPT, PDF, docs, etc. Social groups, digital publications, etc. But differences in the dissemination of knowledge and implementation of digitalization can lead to an increase in disparities. Lately, the phenomenon of digitalization has agitated and provoked the whole society and has generated new demands on working skills, modern cultural conditions, and innovative tools for communication and entrepreneurship. The widespread adoption of digital technologies has increased a new demand for digital skills and encompassing a wide range of skills and knowledge, ranging from accessing interfaces and basic manipulation of spreadsheets to advanced analysis and programming programs. Innovation and technology have been predominant in every sector in India, with each undergoing vast change in the past few years. Technology has made everything much easier and faster, leaving no option for various sectors of the economy but to adapt to change or to fear to become obsolete. In this scenario of digitalization, it is a must for the education sector to also adapt to a dynamic environment as it allows it to keep pace with the competitive world. The Western education in India came into being with British Raj. However, while the Britishers have moved and evolved ways of learning, the Indian education system still lags behind. Teaching is still conducted in archaic classrooms with rigid syllabi dominating curricula. But digitization offers fluidity to the Indian education sector by being a supplementary form of the system, as it is available to students as per their need. While the traditional educational system has a uniform approach, education tech can be customized as per students' capability to understand and imbibe any particular subject. Secondly, as the world is moving towards digitization, India has no option but to keep pace with it. We know that the traditional education system in India is here to stay for the long haul, and that no one take away that learning experience. But our education system needs to be dynamic and needs to adapt to technology. There is need to fear a subject like math as there are fun ways to learn it with the use of EdTech. Education today, in education today, there are apps to learn languages or any other subject. Hence, what is the point in learning a traditional system when there are so many impactful means of learning through digitization? Digital learning tools and technologies like social learning platform make it easier for teacher to create and manage group because it
Please
allows it.
conclude.
Yes, ma'am. The conclusion, the prerequisites of the digital era can be translated into digital education, seen as a very dynamic dimension that integrates digital technologies into the teaching process and which can contribute to the development of creative capacities, critical thinking, socialization, and student autonomy. We appreciate that the digital era will offer the opportunity for each learner to make progress in self-learning, individualize it, and contextualize it The educational programs proposed by the schools will be designed with respect to the age and individual peculiarities. The future of education must consider digitization, even if any technological progress is huge, but it also comes with a great deal of trouble, and social media is no exception. When there is balance, there are exceptional results and fabulous developmental opportunities, but when control is lost, the results are devastating. They produce victims and destroy lives. Further, research is needed to identify the skills needed for the digital age and to predict where shortcomings may occur. To support the specific changes to this phase, all state institutions need to work together to ensure that digital education in its broadest sense facilitates the accessibility and social insertion of individuals. Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to our chairpersons now.
No questions.
Okay, sir.
No questions from my side.
Okay, thank you so much. We will.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now proceed to our next presenter, Miss Kabita Kumari. I think Miss Kavita Kumari has not joined us. So we will move forward to Dr. Urfan Ahmed Dar. Okay, we'll come to our next presenter, Miss Navdeep Saluja. Okay, someone has joined. Okay. Navdeep, I'll be unmuting you. Please, till then, share your screen with us.
Hello.
Hello, Navdeep, you are audible.
Are the slides visible?
Yes, your slides are visible.
Okay. Very good evening to everyone. My name is Navdeep Saluja. I'm pursuing MPhil Clinical Psychology from MIT University. So today I'll be presenting on topic the impact of Tourette's syndrome on academic performance and peer relationship. Tourette syndrome is a neuropsychiatric disorder characterized by the presence of multiple motor and vocal tics for a period of 12 months or more. The cardinal features of Tourette syndrome include simple motor tics, which includes eye blinking, head shaking, simple complex motor tics, hand gestures and jumping. Simple vocal tics include throat clearing and snorting. Complex vocal tics include stereotypical words or phrases, echolalia, palilalia. The prevalence of Tourette syndrome was 4.9 per 10,000 males and 3.1 per 10,000 females in India. This paper basically reviews all the available literature of different countries concerning the variables. Clausen and Bitsko in 2018 studied a total of 200 respondents with Tourette syndrome, and their parents took part in semi-structured interviews about Tourette's related difficulties in education. It was found that they have difficulty in concentrating, difficulties with reading and handwritten work due to motor tics, and an unwillingness to speak in class due to vocal tics, and challenges with transitioning. Another study done by Jonathan et al. In 2017 explored how individuals with Tourette syndrome are perceived by their typically developing peers. People with Tourette syndrome were viewed as individuals deserving pity and in need of support. Although the participants maintained they had feelings of social politeness towards those with Tourette syndrome, they would avoid initiating meaningful social relationships with them due to the fear of social contamination. A study by Jackson et al. In 2016 reviewed 53 participants with Tourette syndrome. Their parents and key members of school staff took part in semi-structured interviews. Three subordinate themes are described. First, Tourette syndrome makes school work more difficult. Second, negative response to Tourette syndrome from staff members and fellow students, such as name calling and mimicking tics. Third, Tourette syndrome makes it more difficult to manage emotions in school. Although the participants and parents agreed more strongly with each other than did with staff regarding school difficulties faced by individuals with Tourette syndrome, and staff generally reported fewer Tourette syndrome related difficulties. Julio et al. In 2016 concluded that comorbidity with Tourette syndrome like ADHD or other disorders increases likelihood of social problems such as increased self-consciousness, poor self-esteem, often targets for mocking and bullying, and withdrawal from social situations. Another study done by Esper et al. In 2015 investigated the relationship between Tourette syndrome and the ability of diagnosed youth to form secure relationships with peers. Results revealed significantly higher rates of insecure peer attachment, problems in peer relationships, difficulty in making friends, stigmatization, and low levels of social functioning. So from the above studies, it can be concluded that individuals with Tourette syndrome experience a range of challenges and difficulties in school related to academic work or relationships with others, managing and coping with emotions when they experience in school. So therefore, the individual with Tourette syndrome will require additional support and accommodations and certain interventions in school. Certain implementing educational strategies can be used in the school. First, given the difficulties reported in relation to school staff and other students, it is clear that understanding and empathy should be promoted in schools by educating staff and students about Tourette syndrome. So basically, we can explain the staff members and the teachers that these individuals with Tourette syndrome, they have very limited control over his or her disorder. So the tics that are associated with symptoms are involuntary and as well as ever changing. Second is ignore symptoms that can be ignored. So we should avoid commenting on reacting to tics publicly, as this may worsen the tics. We should model acceptance so that it can reduce bullying and stress, and it can help the student with Tourette syndrome to focus his or her energy on academics rather than tic suppression. Third is allow extended time to complete tasks in classroom work. We can break the projects into shorter and manageable tasks with opportunities to deal with tics. Fourth, to deal with peer isolation, encourage participation in group activities. So we can encourage the students to talk about feelings on one-to-one with each other. We can make use of learning mentors if available, so that it increases their self-esteem, and so that we can also encourage their participation in group activities. So, if certain strategies are implemented, it will thus provide insight into ways to improve the educational and psychosocial development of individual with Tourette syndrome within a school setting. We can bring awareness among teachers and parents regarding the potential challenges related to Tourette syndrome, and co-occurring conditions would help to support the child's education. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you, Navdeep. Over to our chairpersons now.
Hello, Navdeep. I have one
Yes,
question.
yes, ma'am.
On the basis of your review study, can you explain if a child has a Tourette syndrome and and also having a good peer relationship, then what would be his or her academic performance?
Ma'am, I can't hear you properly. Can you just repeat your question?
Okay, if a child has a Tourette syndrome and his peer relationship is good and his family support is good, then what would be his academic performance? You explain it or comment it on the basis of your review research. Hello, are you audible?
Hello, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Ma'am, I just heard the half of the question. You are saying that about the review, something about the review literature.
आप अपने रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर के बेसिस पे ये बताइए अगर किसी बच्चे में टूरेट सिंड्रोम है और
हाँ जी
उनका
मैम।
पीयर रिलेशनशिप भी अच्छा है, सपोर्टिव फैमिली भी है, तो
हाँ
क्या
जी।
उनके एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस पे किस तरह का इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ योर रिव्यू स्टडीज? आप क्योंकि आपका जो टॉपिक है इम्पैक्ट ऑफ टूरेट सिंड्रोम है ऑन एकेडमिक एंड पीयर रिलेशनशिप है, ठीक है?
Ma'am, basically, impact per सकता है because sometimes we can use alternative method to present material to the class. So basically, children with Tourette syndrome, they have problem in written work. They have certain limitations due to tics. So we can allow certain use of alternative medium of production, maybe keyboarding or some tape recording or some other method so that we can present another alternative form of presenting material to the class. Maybe sometimes direct contact with the teacher reduces distraction, and sometimes we can break up the task into small discrete sections that could also help the attention problem for the child.
Okay. But you are answering about how to improve the academic performance of these students. I'm asking about what is the impact of their good peer relationship on academic performance, the children having Tourette syndrome. If if you got any result, then tell. If you didn't get any finding about this, you can tell about.
No, ma'am, I didn't got any research that says that अगर peer relationship पे होगा और social support होगा तो academics में क्या फर्क पड़ेगा. But from the point of my understanding, I thought that if we alternate the medium of instruction or the medium of production of instruction that we give to the child, it can impact, can help in better in performance of the child.
Yes, exactly. Okay, thank you.
Hi, Nadeep. Yeah. So I just wanted to ask you whether this study that you presented is part of your larger MPhil studies, like research work that you're doing?
No, sir. It's not a
No.
part of
Okay.
that.
Okay. So why did you choose this?
Sir, I was little interested toward that. What because on one-to-hand experience, I never had to work, never had a experience to work with Tourette's, any child with Tourette's syndrome. But I wanted to know how children with such because their intellectual ability is good, there is no impairment in their intellectual ability, but still they have certain limitations due to the tics in their written work or in their verbal work. So I was little interested
Okay.
towards like how, what kind of what we can use with them so that it can enhance their academic performance.
Okay. And you went ahead with the review work. Of course, you studied a lot of work and then you discussed that with us. So, do you also wish to go on ground and do more research accordingly? I mean, like I think Nagma ma'am was probably trying to also figure out that because what do you think? Where do you want to take it after this? Or do
So
you want
maybe
to
in
drop it here
yeah.
only?
Yeah, no, so maybe in future I can like maybe studying more reviews I can have a better understanding, and maybe I can add on more of the variables that I can study, not just academics or the peer relationship. We can add we can read many or reviews regarding that, and we can find keep what makes that child has difficulty in their life.
Okay, okay, okay. I just thought, I just tried to understand where are you placed with this research, and then where are you trying to pitch. Sometimes we try to, present the work which is part of our larger, whether it is a PhD or a MPhil, and then we try to just understand one bit of it and we present it. Since you only studied literature and then you presented your idea on that, based on that, probably a little bit of gap there. But I don't really see, I think there is a lot of scope going ahead from here
Yes,
when you actually test it on ground. Anyways, best of luck. Yeah.
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We will now proceed further and move to our next presenter, Mr. Imtiaz Ahmed Shah.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Are you able to see my screen?
No, the screen is still not visible.
Wait, ma'am. Ma'am, now it is visible?
It is visible. Yes, it is visible now.
Ma'am, I'm presenting paper titled Spending on Education and Economic Growth.
Okay.
Coming on the introduction, various growth models like endogenous growth models like of Lucas, Bloomberg, Barrow, validated the fact that the role of education in promoting economic growth is significant and positive. Thus, investment on education has a positive effect on both individual manpower and the economy. Additionally, countries having greater stock of human capital and investing more on education or research and development will enjoy faster rate of economic growth. Continuing the introduction, according to Hanashuk, theoretical contribution emphasizes two main transmission mechanisms through which education affects economic growth. First is that education increases the human capital of the labor force. And second, in endogenous growth, education increases the innovative capacity of the economy, knowledge of new technologies, productive processes, and thus promotes economic growth of country. Otti in 2001 proposed that human capital, which represents the skill and knowledge of workers, generated just under two-thirds of the income in developing countries. Furthermore, World Bank stated that human capital, as opposed to natural or physical capital, exerts the greatest influence on income. Thus, the development of education, which generates human capital, plays an integral role in economic growth. So, going on the introduction, now, therefore, the main theme, the paper examines its spending on education in determining the economic growth of European countries, and the time period of the study is 2001 to 2017. The paper is organized as the first part of the paper deals with introduction, the second part deals with the literature review, third part theoretical model, fourth part deals with various econometrics techniques to fulfill the given objective of the study. The fifth part of the paper deals with the results and discussion and lastly followed by the conclusion. So skipping the literature part, now coming on the theoretical part of theoretical model. So I have proposed that capital and labor are the important factor in determining the economic growth of the model. Later it was modified by the Menke rumor and Wiggy in 2092 by including the human capital to basic Saga model and found this model explains 80% of the gross income difference. Therefore, human capital is essential determinant of economic growth. And this is the general equation of MRW. And we have modified the MRW equation by using the following variables in our study. The dependent variable of our study is economic growth. And various independent variables are the investment and the human capital. For human capital, we have used two variables. First is spending on health, government spending on health, and spending on education. Third is the government expenditure. Government, how much government making the consumption of GDP, and the remittances, all the other variables in our model. To find the given relationship of the model, we have used the following methodology. First, we have checked the unit root of the variables, whether variables are having unit root or not, and it is followed by the ARDR model to check the long run impact of the variables, and lastly the short run impact of the variables is obtained through using model VECM. So coming on the discussion part of the paper, so this is the descriptive statistics of the variables, GDP and mean, median, maximum, minimum, standard deviation. After descriptive statistics, we have used the correlation matrix between different variables. You can see on this table. It is clearly indicated in the table. Correlation between the various variables, followed by the unit root tests, various unit root tests. Whether variables in our state is having presence of unit root or not. So these are our long-run relationship. We have found the positive impact of both education and positive impact of spending on education and spending on health. So these are the two important factors in determining the economic growth of these European countries during this said period. Other variables, fiscal, capital, government consumption agreements, that too are having significant positive impact on variables. Now coming on the short run, during the short period, ECM is negative. It means there is disequilibrium of the model is adjusted over the period of time. Even human capital spending on education is having positive impact even in short run. So the model shows that spending on education is an important factor in determining the economic growth of the countries. Coming on the policy implication of this paper, the policy implication of this study is that to increase the economic growth of these countries, government and policymakers should provide a conducive environment to encourage government spending on capital formation, human capital development in the form of expenditure on education and thank you, ma'am. Hello?
Thank you. Over to our chairpersons now.
Yeah, no, I just have a suggestion. Hello, Imtiazji. Yes.
Yeah, sir.
Yes. I just have a suggestion. When you actually come up with a topic, you can also, in a way, give a context to it. Like your topic right now talks about spending on education and economic growth. If you give a topic where a certain idea of what geographical what you're talking about, and also if you're also talking about a community, you can give a context to it so that it's very specific. Otherwise it might go to anywhere sometimes. And
so this paper is just the empirical findings of the existing theories, whether they
I understand.
and having all false implications.
I understand. No problem. Yeah, that is it. I don't have any questions. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you. We will now move forward to our next presentation by Mr. Sudhir Sharma.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Kindly share your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening to all. Myself, Sudhir Sharma, a research scholar from Sant Baba Bhag Singh University, Jalandhar, Punjab. Today, my topic is effect of shadow education and formal schooling on learning outcome of higher education students. As a transition and change are enduring features of society and can't be regarded as exceptional. Due to a fast changing global scenario, there is a paradigm shift in the field of education in the present time. New innovation and advanced advancements are taking place around the world. Increasing number of students receive after school private supplementary tutoring. Such tutoring may be provided through informal channel by the companies, and it may be received one to one in small groups in large classes. The tutorial is commonly called shadow education since its content mimics that the regular schooling. The spread of shadow education is a part of a global shift of balance with increased role in private sector. Shadow education, private supplementary tutoring is commonly called shadow education. Shadow education is a part of global shift of balance between private and public in education sector. Shadow education has been defined as a set of educational activities that occur outside formal schooling and are designed to enhance the student's formal school career. Shadow education, according to 99 2001 Lee et al. 9, shadow education is taken to have the three central features: privatization, that dimension confines tutoring to that given by person, organizations to exchange to fee or fee. If does not take into account unpaid tutoring or fees by families, friends, or volunteer or extra lessons given by teachers free of charge. Supplementation, shadow education complements the school provision is imparted outside schools hours. Academic subjects, the principal academic subjects are like English, math, and other subjects are characterized in the public examination. In other competitive examination are graphed to the subject of layer is personal development such as music, art, sports are not features in shadow education. Next is formal schooling. Formal education is structured and systematic form of learning. This is the education of a certain standard delivered to the students, trained teachers to make sure formal learning is standardized at all learning institute, example school, colleges, universities, etc. Education in the India in present time, the education at secondary and higher secondary school levels mainly require physical infrastructure with smart classroom, laboratories, amenities, and the faculty who have ancient 21st century teaching learning as the consequence in the dependence upon the private tutoring in increasing the supplement the learning in the school. As per NSSO statistics published in 2016, a huge number of learners, 38% male and 35 female, rely upon private tutoring in secondary and higher secondary education in the country. Everybody desire learning is enjoyment. Every parents required learning with enjoyment, learning to learn, no loser. What parents are buying enjoyment for children and
I think there has been some connectivity issue from the presenter's end. So till the time, we'll just wait for a minute if he's able to join back. Otherwise, we'll proceed with our next presentation. I think Mr. Sudhir has got disconnected and is not able to join back. So we will proceed with the next presentation by Ms. Chetna Gupta. Ms. Chetna, I would request you to kindly share your presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Ma'am, I have my oral presentation.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I am Chetna Gupta from Department of Philosophy, SPMC, University of Delhi. I am working there as an assistant professor. Topic of my paper is ethical education in reference with Tagore and Vivekanand. This paper discusses a brief account of ethical education, focusing on the views of Tagore and Vivekanand and contemporary relevance of ethical education. So first, I will be discussing what do you mean by ethics. Ethics plays an important role in the development of individuals' personality and character and make them responsible citizens. Ethic provides a framework which incorporates moral outlook, and with the help of this framework, an individual becomes intelligent and is able to take moral decisions in his or her life. Ethics is regarded as moral principles which govern person's behavior in terms of conducting any action. Ethics helps to categorize different values in an individual, such as integrity, discipline, honesty, speaking truth, etc. Without ethics, it will be impossible to regulate life and act responsibly. In the field of education, ethics is very important. For understanding this, let us first discuss the meaning of education. Education is regarded as a process of developing individual personality in terms of physical, intellectual, spiritual, and social way. It is also regarded as a way to facilitate learning, knowledge, skills, values, beliefs, and habits to an individual. It is referred as a technique of overall development of an individual. The aim of education is to make an individual aware about everything such as environment, world, ethics, and values of life. We cannot imagine education without ethics because only through ethics, values get inculcated within an individual in an education system, and both focuses on the path of taking right action. Through ethical education, values and morality is inculcated within an individual. Both educator and learner play an important role in ethical education. Ethical education develops the sensibilities, ability to make rational and correct judgment in one's life. It also develops character of an individual. To explain more about ethical education, I will be discussing the viewpoints of Tagore and Swami Vivekananda. Tagore's concept of ethical education. Tagore is regarded as a contemporary philosopher, and his idea of ethical education is still relevant. According to him, ethical values make man conscious of his personality. The inculcation of ethical values in an individual is required, and it is possible only through education. The concept of ethical education helps an individual to know what is right or wrong. It develops various qualities such as controlling desires and working in an unselfish behavior. Good ideals are important aspect of ethical values that govern the society and can be cultivated only through education. They may include feeling of love, the power of self-sacrifice, kinship, respecting fellow beings, moral faculty of sympathy and cooperation. Ethical education is necessary in our education system. Tagore stated that if the values were altered, then no amount of formal education can save the child from his or her destructive effects. According to Tagore, education cultivates sense of goodness in the child. The sense of goodness gets developed by following certain ideas of creativity, aesthetic, and ethical values. These ideas are known through the way of education and become ideals for the society. Let us now discuss Swami Vivekananda's notion of ethical education. Vivekananda's concept of ethical education. Vivekananda is regarded as a prominent contemporary philosopher, and his concept of ethical education includes the idea of man-making education. According to him, human beings himself is a divine, and all strength resides within us. He said that realization of the notion within an individual that we can do anything and everything is necessary. The main task of education is to make an individual realize that each person has divinity in themselves only. Vivekanand pointed out that faith in oneself needs to be taught through education only. Education teaches us to overcome fear and to become strong. Man-making education, which is a part of ethical education, emphasizes on the fact that as a human being, it is our duty to help others. If we help others, we are helping ourselves. Helping the world should be the highest motive of human beings. Ethical education, according to Vivekanand, focuses on the education of selflessness. It has been said that the more you give, the more will come back to you. Vivekanand further pointed out that a person who is moral is regarded as a free person because free person is able to distinguish between rightness and wrongness of an action. The main component of education is knowledge for Vivekanand. He said that all knowledge is dependent upon the calmness of the mind, and the mind is in calm state when mind is in control state. Mind plays an important role in our education and is regarded as the library which stores infinite knowledge of the world. He emphasized on the fact that we should take care of our thinking. Learning is possible only when mind is under control. The training of mind should be a main concern of the student. Vivekanand stated that to me, the very essence of education is concentration of mind, not the collecting of facts. All knowledge which we want to attain must realize the method of concentration. It has been said that more we achieve the power of concentration, more we are able to strive for acquiring knowledge. The core of ethical education lies in the development of the power of concentration and detachment in the child. The
Chetna, you
ideal
can
of...
conclude. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I will be discussing the contemporary relevance of ethical education. We are witnessing various issues such as corruption, terrorism, violence, etc. These are regarded as major problems of our society. These problems arise because of lack of ethical values. Through education, we can develop ethical values. The basic level of a learner in school should be developed with the technique of ethical education, because the lack of ethical education will bring the present generation in a bad manner. The qualities such as goodness, compassion, kindness, hospitality, caring are disappearing from the individuals and the society in these days. Lack of ethical education generates attitude of disrespect, cheating, lying, etc. There is an essential need to impart ethical education at the basic levels of the school to overcome such issues, attitudes, and qualities. And in the conclusion, again, I am discussing this viewpoint of contemporary relevance of ethical education. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So Chetna, I just wanted to ask one thing.
Yes.
Do you have a research question here? What are you trying to find?
Basically, I want to find that ethical education is very necessary in our education system, both at school level and also at higher education level. And for that, we should have awareness, and even we can say that we should have knowledge regarding many views of philosophers like Gandhiji, Sri Aurobindo, Swami Vivekanand, and Swami Vivekanand and Tagore.
No, I mean, in a line, if you are asked to give a purpose of your study.
Yeah, the purpose of the study is
Just one
that,
line, yeah.
okay, that values are very important in the society, and because there are lack of values, so many things are happening in our society these days, like corruption, terrorism, etc. If the values are to be inculcated from the beginning, then everything will be sorted out.
See, so basically what you're saying is like a statement. It's like comment. Yeah? So it is not an objective or a research question. So probably you can just focus. Probably, of course, later on you can think about it.
Okay.
In your research, you can focus on the research question and a problem, so that you can then go closer to that and try to find either a solution, or probably if there is no solution, you try to basically find what's ahead, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, hello, Chetna. I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
What should you suggest to the policy maker that what should what they should be considered to facilitate this value and ethical practice in the current education system?
Ma'am, for that they have to make a code of conducts, which we can call it code of ethics, and that should be implemented on teachers as well.
So, is
So
there any ethical is there anything ऐसा कुछ है जो कि अभी policy education policy में है which can facilitate the ethical practice and the moral principle what you discussed right now of Swami Vivekananda and
yes, ma'am. If we will read thoroughly this national education policy, which has been introduced, they also focuses on ethics and ethics. If we are discussing ethics, it needs the technique of critical thinking as well. In the policy, they are discussing about values also, about ethics also, critical thinking also, and these things are interrelated with one another,
okay when
so
you
that
are saying
learning can be better.
yeah, yeah, it should be better. But you are saying that the school has to adapt these moral and ethical practices. If the
Yeah.
education policy has this policy, then you mean to say that the education policy, when the school and colleges are not following this policy?
Yes, ma'am. In some sense, because the basic level of education system is not up to the mark, as everyone knows. So, in the schooling only, if we will follow Tagore's and Vivekanand ideas of ethical education, then our whole system, when a child will go from school to this higher education system, every problem will be cured, because the
Okay, then
values will be inculcated in them.
okay, then now when policy is already there to practice such type of things, but the school and colleges is not following these things. So, what you suggest on the basis of your on the basis of जो आप देख रहे हो आजकल ठीक है policy maker को what should they take this step to compel the school and colleges to follow these policies?
Ma'am, I think that they should introduce ethics as a subject for the beginners at the basic level of schooling, especially ethics and logic, because ethics is connected with morality, and for morality we need the capacity of our thinking power. So automatically critical thinking will be involved, and analysis of everything will be done. So ethics should be introduced at basic level of teaching.
Basic level of teaching or for a teaching teachers teaching program?
Ma'am, that can be also possible.
Okay, thank you Shweta.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Uh,
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Chetna, it's a little risky sometimes, actually, in research, when you are trying to find something, it's very risky and dangerous when you take a philosophy and then promote it. So that's a very, very risky ground, because a researcher usually generally doesn't do that. So, of course, I'm not getting too much into um, the discussion right now, but I just want to comment on this. There is a thin line, so probably you can just also think about it.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will now be moving on to our next participant, Miss Hasina Nigat Khan.
She is not online. So
Okay,
we
okay.
can move to next one.
I think Dr. Casey Dubey is also not online, the next participant in the list.
Yes, he is not online. We can move forward.
Miss Pratiksha Goswami.
She is also not present.
Okay. So Miss Himakshi Jain. Miss Himakshi, please
Hello.
share your Please share your presentation with us.
Okay, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Is I'm audible?
Yes, you're audible and your presentation is also visible.
Okay, ma'am. Hello, myself Himakshi Jain from AMCOM 4th semester, Guwahati University. My topic name is
Himakshi, you're not audible now.
for going through the
Himakshi, you're not audible. She's got disconnected.
Oh, she's joined, I guess. We can. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
The objective of my study is to find out the challenges and opportunities in the area of commerce education and also to identify future trends in commerce education. My research methodology is basically based on secondary data. I have used journals, books, internet, published data. So here is the flowchart of commerce education. As we all know, class 1 to 10 is common for all. And after then, there is a 3 option like arts, commerce, and science. So after 11 and 12, we can approach to, we can do BCom or along with BCom professional courses also. Like if we join BCom, then we have options like MCom and PhD if we want to go in teaching line. And if we join professional course, then there are so many courses like company secretary, chartered accountant, MBA, and many more. These are the branches of commerce educations. Like in commerce, there are so many subjects like marketing, where we learn about how to deal with the product and how to sell the product. In taxation, we know about the tax rates and in what income the tax is applicable and what are the deductions. In accountancy, we learn about the preparation and We know about the true position of the firm. In business law, we'll read about the various laws like Consumer Protection Laws Act and Companies Act. In these are the subjects in commerce. And so basically the issues and challenges before commerce education is there is multiple core level subjects. Commerce education is a some total a variety of courses combined together. It basically heterogeneous is in nature, as it does not focus on one particular discipline and covered multiple subjects. The next one is lack of practical pedagogical method. Um, uh, um, a lack of practical pedagogical method and teaching method presently use emphasis more on lectures. There is absence of practical based and creative teaching methods. The third one is lack of training and hands-on exposure. Yeah, we all know the present day business education emphasis more on conceptual knowledge without offering as a phenomenon on activity actually functions. This becomes hurdles in developing a required popularity and acceptance of commerce education. And the next one is obsolete. There are some subjects which are not up to date, so students find difficulties. And the last one is inadequate teaching aids like commerce labs, CTV, videos, films. The next one is opportunities in commerce education. A commerce graduate has many opportunities like in financial services as financial consultant, stock brokers, merchant bankers, and they also work as an accountant in banking institutions, financial companies, private and government companies, and also as industrial accountancy firms. So these are the opportunities available for the commerce students. Next one is future trends in commerce educations.
Kindly
Standards.
conclude.
Yes, ma'am.
Kindly wind up and conclude.
Okay, ma'am. From this study, it can be concluded that the quality of commerce education has become a major issue in the changing environment. As per specialization, a practical training should be provided to the students. By making relevant and practical oriented commerce education, we may impact global competition to our students. The students now have a vast choice regarding the institutions in which they want to study, and accordingly, they can develop their skills and equip themselves for the future and ultimately fit themselves for the future needs of changes in both in the industrial and service sectors. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Hello.
Thank you. Over to our chairpersons now.
Yes, ma'am.
I have no questions.
Yeah, no questions.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Shall we proceed further?
Please.
Okay, sir. Our next presenter is Miss Suchitra Srivastav. Miss Suchitra is not online, so our next presenter is Dr. Payal Chakrabarti.
Miss Payal is also not online.
She's online. I can see her.
Payal. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Payal, we can hear you.
Yes. Hi. Should I share my screen?
Sure, sure, sure.
Uh, is it there?
Yes, it is visible now.
Okay. Okay. So shall I begin?
Yes, please.
Yes. Good evening. So beginning with myself, I am Payal Chakraborty. I have been a journalist for almost 9 years before I did my PhD from IIT Guwahati. And after my PhD, I started teaching in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia at Taylor's University. I was teaching. Currently, I am on a maternity break, and that's why I am not teaching currently. So here I am with my presentation today, which is Education Beyond Chaos, which deals with the study of India's new education policy, the national education policy that is responding towards the crisis of COVID-19. So beginning with the presentation, my slides are not moving. Yes. So this paper deals and attempts at understanding India's new education policy, the 2020, in regard to dealing with the situation that the pandemic COVID-19 has brought upon. So before beginning, if I talk about Education 4.0, it broadly aims at improving the productivity and competitiveness of a population through education system. I would be rushing towards my slides because I had a comparatively huge presentation, which I'll try and cut short. So, okay. So the shift in education system has been, sorry, just 1 second. What's wrong? The basic shift in the education system has been because when we talk from education 2.4.0, we talk about the basic shift in education system, which is dealing with the challenges, which becomes more easier because it's more flexible, which it becomes reacting to the changes in the market scenario for the educators and for the students. It makes future ready employees. It assures that the mindset of the students and the education system is not regional but more global in mindsets. It refers to emerging markets as the future employee or future work industry. It is more of digital and interconnected world that deals with the shift, and the perspectives of education should be global and not regional. So the concern today when we talk about COVID-19 is the pandemic, the social distancing, and the practical retreating into isolation of everyone, be it the sector, the education, the students, the learners, and the ones departing the education. So the painful hold the COVID-19 has brought has come up with a massive social and economic inconvenience. So the pandemic shocks to education and the responses have been twofold. One, the closing of educational institutions, which has brought a learning loss among the students, which has increased the number of dropouts, higher inequality among the students, and the education society as a whole has come in forefront. And the second fold is the economic recession that is sparked by the pandemic control measures, which is depressing education demand and supply. In one side, the payment of fees is an issue for the students and their caregivers. On the other side, payment of salary for the teachers is another issue. That's why the supply of teaching has gone down. So the impact on education has been completely disappearance of formal classrooms with decreasing in-personal interactions, so which has led to the crisis. And there has been no end to COVID-19 lockdown, which has more of education has rebooted to 4.0 with e-learning tools. So the need of the hour has been addressed with online classes, where the classes have come to their bedrooms, into their homes from the online sector. Another way of dealing with it has been the government initiatives where they have started with live streaming of online classes. Another way of doing is where the internet connectivity is not that successful. There have been television streaming of education, which is again a government initiative. But what remains is the education system going online is not new, but what COVID-19 has done it has hastened the online education sector, with mobile networks becoming the preferred platform for education acceptance. So if we sum up the current situation, we come as it's offline and it is out of school. The introduction of e-learning schools have been massive. But what comes here is the chasm between the haves and the have-nots, which has increased and come to fore. So in India, where the education under the lockdown has given us a deep divide, digital divide that threatens the progress of the rural areas through education, excuse me. So, as UNESCO calls it, the unprecedented challenge of education, there has been financial precariousness, as I've already mentioned about it, and economic distress among the receivers and the givers of education. So, there is a struggle to pay fees, the low-cost schools fear closure, and in times of economic complexities, there is disruption in learning which needs to be addressed. So this becomes a current scenario, which is a ideal situation to study and the reference of Education 4.0 with success to approach the ensure success, which is not limited to a syllabus in marks, but also prevalent standards, but it is beyond, which looks beyond the syllabus in marks. So this paper attempts at understanding India's national education policy, which is referred to as more holistic, multidisciplinary, and flexible, and where the education system is more contemporary and skill oriented. But to evaluate this, there is how does the policy deal with the post pandemic trauma is what I've tried to done in my paper. So if you're talking about the post-crisis reconstruction of the education system, so there was this pilot study done on 38 respondents, where it was not a questionnaire-based response gathered from them, but it was more of a interactive session with them, where information was gathered based on teleconversations, group chats, and informal Facebook chats. It's basically quantum analysis of the responses, where the responses were gathered and analyzed. And the boundaries of the location has been Assam in India and Mumbai, with students, guardians, and academicians being the samples of the study. So when the students and the guardians basically showed their interest in the new education policy and they were more worried about how this would be implemented, most of the respondents, they accepted that the setup of the education system currently is outdated, and the issues they raised were the adaptability capacity of the education system. The points are raised down, but how do you come about it? So the pilot survey conducted found that the new system is expected to dramatically change the social implications of education, with the content being the foremost important thing. It is also important how the content is going to be disseminated among the audiences, among the students. So the social thinking process has changed with the lucrative jobs and the required education. The understanding of this has changed, and this seems to be shifting the basic shift in the industry education, along with the understanding of the industry and what education is required to get into the industry. Also, another important factor that has come into forefront is psychological impact of the educational lockdown, which is very drastic, which is fear about the pandemic, about missing education, about coping up with the difficulties, which has to be dealt with before the implementation of the Education 4.0 or the new policy. So some selected aspects that have evolved in the understanding of the new policy are: it is going digital, it is going online. The focus is mostly on content. It is basically tech-based option for giving various applications and options for the students. And it is basically not on syllabus based. It is more on a holistic report card of the students. The language has been given a preferences where it is more on the regional languages. The higher education is basically going multidisciplinary, and the situation is such that it is facilitating the problems that have been created by the pandemic towards education. So the question remains is how NEP will be implemented in a country unprecedentedly hit by COVID-19. So, since the NEP has its new 24th chapter, which is online and digital education ensuring equitable use of technology, it may be seen as a response to the crisis, because with this new application, COVID-19 has led to a collaboration between telecom firms and streaming companies, facilitating to reduce the costs. Also, there has been new development of learning tools, which has been started already, plus work has been going on in the field. Also, there has been focus on optimum utilization of network capacity, explore digital learning tools and new techniques to reach students at various levels and various aspects and various parts of the country. So the challenge still remains is how does one deal with the anxiety, depression, and stress that the education has been brought into, the sector of education has got into, and also how the systematic and structural underpinnings of stress among educators can be dealt with. So the digital divide is another issue which has to be looked into, which has to be overcome, along with dealing with the psychological and anxiety related impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. So when dealing with this, in implementing these policies, education system should aim to recover and not replicate what has been taught in the past. In this, the focus has to be in coping from where the education has been left into changing the content to what it can be. Managing continuity because starting from when the education was left and continuing and bridging the gap between what the future awaits. Improving and accelerating is improving on the content, improving on the disseminating processes. Then comes the pandemic, which has interrupted all phases of daily life.
Kindly conclude.
Yes, last slide. So is impacted at all levels of the educational system, forcing the inclusion of technological tools in education. But there has to be focus on accessibility, affordability, and acceptance. And there is uncertainty across marginalized groups. Excuse me. And thus, moreover, it is essential to provide psychological support amid COVID-19 crisis, so as while dealing with the education that has been left behind, you can process with the education, but also keeping in mind the understanding the level of their mental status of the students, the educators, and the people involved in the whole education sector. So with this, I come into the conclusion of the presentation. Maybe I might be saying that in transforming technical teaching, learning experiences to produce future-ready generation, education imparted needs to be resilient. Resilient in a way so that it is able to adapt and withstand shock. Adaptable in a way that is able to adapt new techniques and new conditions, and purpose driven in a way that it is not only based on the industry as you're preparing students as employers, but also along with them you're facilitating students to be future employees as well as future employers of the country and beyond. So with this, I come to end with my presentation, where I would like to suggest that mostly the new education policy has laid down certain frameworks for the education policy, but before they are put out to the students and put out into practice, there are certain underlying aspects of education and the people related with it which needs to be addressed, which basically has a more understanding of the local, the regional, and the personal aspects of the students and the educational industry as a whole. That's it. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. We've already surpassed the time, so I would request the chairpersons, if they have any questions, we can just wind up in short.
No questions.
Okay, ma'am.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. We can go ahead. Yep. Good work, Payal. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would request Miss Suchitra Srivastav to start with the presentation. Miss Suchitra?
We can move to next participant.
Okay. I would request Miss Reena Sinha to proceed with her presentation. Miss Suchitra, are you presenting?
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yes, you are audible.
Okay. I think I'll just, can I present it verbally? Because I think there is again some issue with the connectivity. So
Sure,
I hope
sure.
it is okay.
I would
Yes, ma'am.
request you to try to wind it up in 5 minutes as we are already running late on time.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. I'll do that, ma'am. Firstly, good evening to one and all present. Thank you for this giving me this opportunity to present my research work and present my views. The topic of my presentation is education, the ray of light. Now, in my work, I have proposed, basically, I'll come to straight to the point. I have proposed a four-branched model of the education system. In my opinion, the education, which the end or the end objective is to see to ensure the holistic development of the students or the learners. So my proposition is that the education should include, firstly, awareness about the environment, which we already are doing and which has been proposed by the UN, and so we have also incorporated it. The second part is that we are also teaching about the skill development because we want to enhance the employability of the individuals. The third is that we should also adapt in our schools and as well as colleges something related to spirituality, something related to moral education. Now this has been done in the primary schools, in some of the schools is what I found, and not in all the schools and colleges. So I suggest that because we have to deal the students and we can see the youth have to deal with so much of stress, and again future again holds setbacks and stresses, so they should be taught about spirituality, so as to meditate, to learn about the bigger things in life rather than get into traps, and we see the harmful effects of, say, drug abuse or crime in the society. And the fourth is that they should be learned. The fourth module should include emotional intelligence, is what I propose. So all the emotional intelligence has not been included per se as a curriculum in the anywhere in the world. This is what I found from my studies. There are only small activities, stray activities, which are done somewhere in America to include or enhance the emotional intelligence. So basically, we should also, as in our country, introduce such modules which will enhance the emotional intelligence of the students to make them better equipped to face or deal with the challenges of life. So that is what my study revolves around. And I just winding up as requested by the organizers. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Hello?
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
I would request our chairpersons to take it forward now.
No questions for now.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Nagma ma'am?
No questions.
Okay. So we will proceed to our next participant. Ms. Reena Sinha, you have already shared your screen. I think you're unmuted also. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I am Reena Sinha, research scholar from Central University of South Bihar, Gaya. The title for my presentation is Transformation in Formal Education During COVID-19 Pandemic Introduction. It was early March 2020 when India started to report COVID-19 cases. With the onset of coronavirus cases, most states of India shut their schools as well as higher educational institutions.
Ms. Reena, I would just like to pause for a minute. Since Dr. Gagan have to take a leave from us, I would just want to extend my thanks to Dr. Gagan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me, and good luck to all the participants, all the presenters. It was a good day today, and thank you very much. Thank you all of you, Kashif and Nandini, everybody, and I of course would like to tell all the presenters to do good. Yeah, it was nice today. Yeah. Thank you very much. No, thank you very much.
To have you on board. Thank you, Gagan, once again.
Same here.
Thank you so much, sir, for being so patient and cooperative throughout the day. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All the best.
The session will be now chaired by Dr. Kashif Hassan and Ms. Nagma Zamir. Okay, Ms. Reena, you may continue now.
Okay, so it was a crucial sketch where the spread of deadly virus caused a great transformation in the formal education sector. The Ministry of Human Resource Development, along with its associated institutions, promoted digital education through online educational platforms as well as through the mediums of televisions and radio. Thus, numbers of schools and higher educational institutions commenced regular classes digitally through various online educational platforms such as Google Classroom, Zoom, Campus Care. These platforms enable teachers to take classes with daily or weekly assessment, solving queries of students and conducting interactive sessions. Further, there are huge learning resources are developed by the government, some of which are ePathshala, National Repository of Open Educational Resources, Swayam, Nishta, etc. In such an uncertain time, this transformation is in process of teaching and learning made it possible to maintain continuity in learning as well as taking care that students do not lose their interest and seriousness in the study as well as towards the subject. But despite all efforts, there are many challenges which restricts all these efforts which need to resolve. These challenges include disparity in students' socioeconomic status, internet connectivity, lack of skills in conducting online classes and creating digital learning material, lack of one, increasing health issues due to online class, etc. At the end, I would like to conclude by saying that it's a time of transformation which helps in maintaining continuity in education, but simultaneously, the existing situation visualizes the challenges and serious issues which demands a solution. Thank you.
Thank
Hello.
you. Thank you. Over to our chairpersons now.
No question.
Thank you, ma'am. It was indeed a very good study and all the best. So we can move to our next participant.
Okay. Our next participant is
Thank you,
Miss Jyoti Jain.
Good evening, ma'am. Am I audible to you?
Yes, Miss Jyoti, you are audible.
Okay.
Are you doing an oral presentation?
Yes, ma'am, I am presenting through okay. Ma'am, is my presentation visible?
Your screen is visible. Presentation is not yet visible.
Presentation is not visible.
The screen is visible.
Ma'am, now?
It is still not visible.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am,
Try closing it and sharing it once again.
yes, ma'am, I'm trying. Ma'am, now?
Yes, it is visible now.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, I'm good evening, one and all present here. I'm Jyoti Jain from Guwahati University, Department of Commerce. I'm going to present a topic on Education 4.0, opportunities created and challenges faced. So basically, Education 4.0 is the use of technology in the teaching and learning context. The concept of Education 4.0 evolved with the evolution of Industry 1.0 to Industry 4.0. Because of the evolution of industry to this stage, it led to the creation of the introduction of Education 4.0. Education 4.0 evolved with four phases, where in Education 1.2, there were only rote learning, memorization practice. Teachers used to deliver the lectures and nothing more was there. In Education 2.0, somewhat internet came, but the knowledge of internet was more to the students than that of the teachers. In the Education 3.0, flipped classing methods, etc., began to be used, and lesson plans were called as learning plans. In Education 4.0, it enables education to create change. All kinds of advanced technology came into use so that the graduates are ready for taking up the jobs. Next, my objectives of this study is to study the evolution and background of Education 4.2, to study the various opportunities that are created with the introduction of Education 4.2, and to study the various challenges associated with Education 4.0. For this study is basically based on secondary sources which have been collected through books, journals, research articles, internet, etc. So Education 4.0 has created many opportunities and benefits, like it has accelerated remote learning because students can learn from anywhere outside the school at any time according to their convenience. They can gain the theoretical knowledge outside the school, but for practical knowledge, they can gain face to face. Personalized learning, they can have personalized learning because with the introduction of Education 4.0, learning is not given to a class, but it is given to a student. So learning has become personalized. Project based learning, through Education 4.0, students are learning practically. Along with the theoretical knowledge, they also know how to apply that theoretical knowledge. That is a very great benefit of it. Field specific experience is all about they are gaining real world experience. Data analysis, they are aware of what is ongoing and what are the past trends. So it can be used for statistical analysis. And yes, the most important benefit, the changes in the exam pattern and assignment. Earlier, the exam pattern used to be very much subjective. Students used to memorize all the things and write in the exams. But now, with the introduction of Education 4.0, the exam pattern has been changed. Students need to grab the practical knowledge so that they can take up their career path in future. It is also beneficial for the teachers, for the managers, for the administrators too. As everything has merit, it has challenges and weaknesses too. The first challenge is that resistance to change. Many teachers still believe that traditional teaching method is the best method. This use of technology in teaching is not so grateful, it's not so useful. Many teachers are still of the same view, and many are not enthusiastic to come up and learn about online teaching methods, uh, how to teach the students online. Educators are not so passionate about that. Is Education 4.0 is only to meet the digital communication needs, or is it very much important for a student's career? With Education 4.0, everyone is connected, but digitally, not socially. So I'd like to conclude my study by saying that Education 4.0, the merits of Education 4.0 outweigh the challenges associated with it. So efforts should be made by the government to enforce Education 4.0 all over the country by minimizing its demerits, by providing proper training to the teachers regarding the use of various smart devices and Internet of Things, and to make the most effective use of Industry 4.0 and Education 4.0. Thank you so much.
Jyoti,
Yes, sir.
just one suggestion from my side. Whenever we are doing a presentation or whenever we do a research, I think we should put more emphasis on the methodology section. Your methodology section was not very clear. So it is just a suggestion that for from next time, please keep in mind.
Okay,
And
sir.
rest is
I'll keep it in mind, sir. Thank you,
okay.
sir.
Thank you.
No questions.
Thank you, ma'am. So we'll proceed to the last presentation of the day. I request Mr. Akib Riaz to proceed with his presentation. I think Mr. Akib Riaz is not online now. So I think we will conclude with our presentations now.
Yes, we can.
Mr. Akib Riaz is online.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Akib Riaz. I have unmuted you. Mr. Akib. I don't know whether it's a connectivity issue because Mr. Akib just replied in the chat section two minutes ago.
Mr. Akib, are you still online? Mr. Akib, Nandini.
जी सर, आई थिंक सर ये कुछ कनेक्टिविटी इशू है तो हम ये वाइंड अप कर देते हैं यहाँ पे.
Yes, we can wind up and we can declare the best paper awards also.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Indeed, it was a very good session and all the paper presentation was good and it was up to the mark. But anyhow, we have to decide the best paper, but it was very difficult for the chairperson to decide. So finally, we have decided to give award of best paper to 4 persons. So the best paper awards goes to Dr. Payal Chakravarti, Mr. Sartaj Ahmad Bhatt, Miss Sanjogita Priyadarshani, and Miss Reena Sinha. Congratulations to all 4 of you, and and yes, you were and to the all the others who were present there, their paper was also very good, and all the best for your future work. I would also like to thank Nandini and Nagma ma'am for their contributions. Nandini, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, it was a very descriptive, fruitful, and knowledgeable event, and we are finally coming to the end of the event. Before just saying a final goodbye to the participants, I would want to announce that we'll be launching our abstract book, which will be sent to each participant separately along with their certificate. So, Dr. Kashif, would you like to talk about the abstract book?
Yes, we have come up with the abstract book, and I will share the cover page of the same. So this is the abstract book, and we will share it with you by Wednesday. You will get the abstract book and the certificate for presentation and participation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Nagma ma'am, for your
Thank you,
cooperation and
Nandini.
patience. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, all of the organizing committee, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. It's a nice experience, actually. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So we are closing the session and the conference for today.
Yes, we can. We are ending the meeting. Yes, thank you once again, everyone. It was indeed a very good experience for us. Thank you.